Every day we interact with dozens of digital products, shopping apps, banking platforms, websites, streaming services, and even the apps we use to order food. Some feel effortless from the very first step, while others leave us searching for buttons, getting confused, or simply closing the app. That difference often comes down to UI and UX design. But UI and UX are not just about making a screen look attractive. Good design is about understanding people, what they need, how they behave, and how to make every interaction feel simple and natural. So in this session, we'll start by understanding why UI UX still matters in 2026. Then we will discuss the impact of AI on UX roles. Moving forward, we will learn the exact difference between a UI UX and a product design. After that, I will walk you through a clear step-by-step UI UX roadmap for 2026, taking you from absolute beginner to a job-ready designer. Next, we will look at tools and skills that you will master during this journey and explore different career opportunities in the UI UX field. We will also be discussing realistic salary expectations from UI UX designers in India and in the USA. Going forward, we will explore the key principles behind designs that are easy and enjoyable to use and understand the design thinking process companies use to solve real user problems. And most importantly, we'll see how designers bring all of these ideas together to create apps and digital products that people actually enjoy using every day. So whether you are a complete new to design or planning to build a career in UI UX, this session will give you a strong foundation to get started. Before we move ahead, let me share something very exciting with you all, guys. If you are looking to build practical UI UX skills, check out the advanced certification in UI UX design with generative AI in collaboration with IIIT Bangalore. This is a 5-month live online interactive program designed with a practical first learning approach. You will gain hands-on experience with 25 plus UI UX design tools, including 10 plus generative AI powered tools. The program covers key skills such as UX research, design thinking, wireframing, prototyping, and project handoff. You will also work on 15 plus portfolio ready projects, including AR, VR, and XR prototypes. Plus, you will get 6 months of free Figma Premium access to strengthen your hands-on design experience. You will learn through expert-led sessions, masterclasses, and mentor-supported projects. On successful completion, you will receive a program completion certificate from IIIT Bangalore and Simplilearn. So, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, check out the program link given in the description box below and start your design journey today with Simplilearn. Now, here's a quick quiz question just to test your basic knowledge. And the question is, what does UI UX stand for? Your options are option A, user extension, option B, user experience, option C, user example, or the option D, user execution. Drop your answers in the comment section below and let's see who will give the right answer first. So guys, before we move on, I request you that do not forget to hit the notification bell icon and click the subscribe button so that you don't miss out any update from our end. So without any further ado, let's get started.
First, understand what is UX designers. Logic behind any design. Designing an experience whenever using any product or interacting with any system, designing can be experienced by the experience. Okay. UX design is designed focused on how users feel or interacts with the product in picture. Okay. Easy to use, clean design experience we get using any product. Use how a person interacts with a product. Our platform user experience on a particular product. How does it feel to use a product? To understand the user experience of using the product and how is easy to understand and remember by the user. So see, basically, I want to talk. I think maybe you're all talking about this because we're talking about the user experience in terms of UI and all. But if I talk about just the UX over here, right? See, first of all, it's just not the product. It could be a service also. It could be a product. It could be a service, right? It could be anything like that. And UX is something which you can use in anything. Please understand this. If you look at Don Norman, who basically defined, actually Don Norman, if you see sometimes very, very angry about how people describe UX. He's like angry, he's not about angry, but he's like to, he generally, I have seen most of times when I look at his interviews and all, one thing he always emphasizes that it is not just the app which people are going to use. It's not the website people are going to use. It is about the overall experience of the user, right? It's about the overall experience of the user, which has to be embraced. It is just not the app. It is just not be the particular system which people is using. So remember, the UX skill which you are learning right now can be applied. I'm just talking about the UX, mainly the UX part, can be applied into any domain. For example, let's say you are an interior designer, and I don't know how, and if you like a lot of people already over here, right? How many of you seen in older office, you especially go to, let's say, if you talk about interior designing, if you go to any office, and most of you must be have gone to office or maybe in a college or something, right? Have you noticed one thing? If you especially go to the old offices and all, let's say you have a table, desk to work on, you put your laptop there. Now you need to put a charger of your laptop. Now the problem is you have to go under the table, try to plug that, and it's a pain. Agree? So the problem is the designer never thought about the experience of the user. They have to design, they have designed. They okay, you want an option of charging, we will put an option of charging. Now where it should be, nobody thought about it. That the user have to really struggle to use that switch. A lot of people because of this, forget their charger in the offices or in college, and some of them they're too lazy to kind of bend down and use that point. Let's just use the laptop on a battery or something, correct? And that is what user experience is. So if you now look at it, a lot of interior designer have been focusing, designing friendly designs. Nowadays you will see now in a corporate office you will have a table where you can basically put a charger from the top on itself. You will have a charging point on the top itself. You don't have to go bend down and put that charger. Even that have changed because of user experience, right? If you go to malls, most of you might be going to malls probably. If you go to mall, if you go to any office building, why do you think that they have a sliding door? They have a sliding door, right? They have a sliding, like the door is sliding. Some of the old malls will have that door to kind of let by the guard to open and all. But if you see most of the modern malls and all or offices, they have a sliding door like this, right? So that is also user experience. Sliding door, let's say, especially if you're talking about mall, you might be having a trolley, you might be having a lot of bags in your hand when you're shopping, going around, you might be eating something going around. So door automatically opens. That gives you a very seamless experience over here. And that is user experience. Why do we go to an expensive restaurant? I don't know if anybody is a star, but I love coffee, so I go to a lot of Starbucks and all. So if you go to Starbucks, right, all of you must have heard about Starbucks for sure. If you have not been there, probably, or if you talk about anybody who's a chai lover, is a chaios. Let's say if you go to chaios, or if you go to Starbucks, especially if you talk about a brand like Starbucks, popular worldwide. Why people go to Starbucks and pay for 500 rupees, 400 rupees for a coffee or for a tea probably? So they are just not serving you the coffee and tea. They are giving you the experience. And have you noticed if you go to Starbucks now, think about the experience and from where your experience starts. If you observe closely, wherever you go to find Starbucks, there will be first of all lot of ample parking. They will be in a place where you have a lot of parking, right? Because they know the customers who are coming to Starbucks needs parking. They're coming from a car, mostly coming from a car, right? So they need parking. So they will be in a place where they will have parking and everything there, right? So you park your car, you go there, you of course have a nice ambience, people working around. So that basically shows the culture of Starbucks. Then of course they're giving you free Wi-Fi. The way the person talks to you, and of course the taste comes there, right? An experience. If you've seen Starbucks, how they write on the cup, right? And there have been a lot of talk about writing your name wrong, and sometimes they make a smiley on the glass. It's a very small things if you look at very very small things which basically overall enhances your experience. One more thing important in Starbucks, or if you go to any cafe nowadays, most of the cafes kind of copy it. If you ever buy a hot coffee or hot tea, right, from a good place like Starbucks, have you seen that there's a cup? In the cup, you have a outer sleeve of a cardboard. You have a cardboard. Cardboard sleeves right there to hold it, right? And you're going to find that only in the hot cups when they will give you. So see, somebody has thought about that experience to get avoiding, yeah, so you don't feel the cup very, very hot, right? They're giving you hot coffee or hot tea, whatever you're taking, and you don't feel it gets more thick from there, and you basically can experience it better. So that is also user experience, remember here. So user experience is just not been applied to one particular domain. Of course, we're talking in terms of app designing, website designing, and all. But what I'm trying to say is you can apply the user experience almost in your domain also. Thinking about how you can make people life better. And over the years, this is what have been done. Remember, that's why the products are getting better over the time. The car you drive, the chair you sit on. See, most of the companies are not selling you product nowadays. They are selling you experience. If you look at any advertisement nowadays, right? For example, you want to buy a new chair or table. They are not just selling you your table or a chair. They're telling they're getting an experience. If you look at all the advertisements nowadays, they focus on what you get from that experience. Or you will get comfort, you will have this, you will have that. So they are selling you the experience. If you ever go and buy a Ferrari, right? What Ferrari says, or if you look at Rolls Royce, most of us know Rolls, right? Probably everybody's dream car to have one. It's of course expensive. We can't afford it, let's say. But you talk about Rolls Royce kind of on a car. Why is it so expensive? Because it gives you the experience, right? They are giving you the experience in it. If you look at Maruti, Maruti has been a great example of it. We all know in India, Maruti have been a great brand. It's still one of the bigger companies to outsell its car. And if you know, Maruti have now have two showrooms, right? One is known as Maruti Arena and one is known as Maruti Nexa. I hope all of you are aware about it, right? Now think, why did Maruti create Nexa? They already had Maruti showrooms. They already had Maruti called as Maruti Arena basically. Then why did Maruti create Nexa? And what is the difference between both of them? How is Maruti Arena different from Maruti Nexa? There are two brands basically, sub brands of Maruti itself, right? They are sub brands of Maruti itself. So what happens if you go to Arena? No, you will see the salesman is very casual. He's not wearing a blazer. He's just in a normal shirt and all. They projected Nexa as a premium segment. So if you go to Nexa, you will find a very nice showroom. The person is wearing a coat. He will greet you. And there are some premium models coming only to Nexa. They're not coming to Arena to differentiate the audience segment. So what Maruti wanted to do to capture that segment, which is not coming to them. It was going to other companies. So Maruti said we need to change our image. We need to reshape ourselves. So we want to cater both kind of audiences. That's why they created Arena and Nexa to give a more premium experience, and people feel a little bit more valued over there. So that is what UX is. Remember, so don't limit the UX to a particular thing. It's a broad term. Of course, you want to talk about it more into kind of technology. So UX design, if you talk about the presentation here or the content here, it's about how users interact with the product and not just how it looks. Remember, see, look is one thing and making the product useful is another thing. I know we put a lot of emphasis on making the product look good. That is one of the consideration, of course, you have. But at the same time, the product should also work. Very, very important. Should also work in the right way, right? In this. And that's important over here. It is just not about the look and feel, right? It's not about the look and feel. Like, for example, personally, if I talk about over here, probably, you know, if I talk about owning a car in India, right? What about having a car in India? I personally don't like the sedan. You know, sedan class. If you look at sedan, for example, sedan is like um, Desire and all kind of cars, right? I like to have more kind of SUV. If you think even in India, there are a lot of SUV culture now coming in. Why? Because of road conditions. So where and how I can use the product is important. So if in India, if you see a lot of US SUVs are coming nowadays. Even in smaller segments, you have like mini SUVs coming, so called hatchbacks kind of being renamed to mini SUVs. And people only few people like sedan class, which is okay. Some people like sedan class, but if you look at sedan, if you look at BMW and all, sedan, which are like thin, of course they're like owned by business people and all, but they're not very good for Indian roads, I would say, and very high to maintain comparatively. So it is not about always about looks. It's about how the product is and how does the product functions is very, very important here. Remember that. Then it focuses on solving problem for the user and creating smooth experience. What problem it is trying to solve in your life is something you look for nowadays. You are just not buying a product. See, if you look at yourself, you're not buying a product or you're not taking a software because you just want to use it. You want to see, okay, what is that it can solve for me? How it can basically make my experience more smoother when doing it, right? For example, you want to write a letter or you want to basically write a document of, let's say, 5 to 6 pages. 5 to 6 pages, you want to write a document. So what would you use? You would use Word or you would use Notepad. How many of you will use Notepad, which is in Microsoft you have? And would you like, or you would like to use Word? Now, why Word? Why not Notepad? Because Notepad can do the same thing, right? It can also write the same letter or same document you're trying to write. But why would you use Word? You will use Word because it has that experience. It will just make your writing experience better, right? It will be easy for you to kind of format and do all the stuff in it. Because if you even want to change a font in Notepad, it's difficult to remember. You have to go to the menu and do it. In Word, it's upfront. You can change the font, you can make it bold and all. You have more options basically. You don't want so many options, let's say even. If you talk about like basic options like font and all, right? Then also you need to in Notepad you have to go down and you have to search for that option. In Word it's upfront. You always have it. Even the basic options, color, font size, italics, bold, and everything you want to do it. So that's why you would use that. And that's why you would use Word. So it's making your work easier over the time. And it includes researching, designing interactions, strategizing the content, and more. So UX is just not about designing a screen. I know that I generally get in this course. People ask me, "Hey, teach me Figma. I want to design a screen. I will start designing a screen." No, that's not how it works. UX is not about going to Figma and designing a screen. UX is about doing research, understanding for whom you're designing. How do you going to arrange your content? How you going to basically put content where? What words will you use? All that is UX. So your UI, the UI you want to create should come from the UX. It should come from the UX here, right? It has to come from the UX. And that you use those research and that study to design your UI. So you should have a logic behind it. And I know that a lot of you are graphic designers. One problem which I have seen with graphic designers is, see, when you are a graphic designer, you have more freedom. Okay, you have more freedom to put your text, be creative. In UI design, you have to be creative also, and you have to keep in mind some limitations as well, right? What are the common principles and practices on UI? You can't just throw things randomly around. In graphic design, you can do that to a certain extent, but in UI, you can't put things around randomly. You have to think why I'm keeping it here, why it has to be designed in this particular way. So those who are graphic designers here, just make sure that you have to be creative. You can be creative, but you have to follow the principles of UI design and the UX design here. And has to be based on research. And this is the most time consuming part also here. And this is what UX says also. If you look at the UX stages and process, the major first three parts of the UX is based on research, talking about content and more. Designing comes later in it. But in this course, what we have also done is, in between, we have introduced bit of Figma in designing. So you don't have to wait till the end. Let's say how you host people at your home, right? So if you go to your relatives' home, if you go to anybody's home, some homes you like to visit again and again because they how they treat you. You want to make them comfortable. You might get a new crockery for them. You might prepare some nice food for them. So in India, especially, we have a culture of hosting people, right? And that is also experience you're basically encouraging and making them happy over there. And same ways, your product has to be done. So it's about making people happy, making them feel valuable when they are paying for something or using your product. Because there is a lot of competition already in the market, and you have to make the experience seamless. See, if I don't like a product today, I can switch to some other product. Or if I'm not changing myself over the time. If you look at uh, you know Instagram. Instagram was a great tool to put pictures. If you remember, if you know, most of you might be knowing when Instagram actually started, it was only a photo sharing app. We can upload your photos and all, right? But it brought immediately video when TikTok went popular. So when TikTok started getting a lot of engagement and all, Instagram had to really change its strategy again and add reels. Of course, now we have reels. If you see, we have reels in Instagram, we have reels in Facebook, we have reels in even in LinkedIn. We have reels now, right? Though I don't love a lot of LinkedIn reels, to be frank, but yeah, even in LinkedIn we have reels now. Even in YouTube we have shorts. So everybody adapted it, but in a little bit different way. Some, like for example, YouTube is calling it shorts. It has a different maybe user experience to it, and Instagram might have a little bit different. So you have to adapt what people are liking. But remember, somebody thought about it. Somebody thought about building TikTok, and that is innovation. That is a thought process here. Somebody has thought about making that experience better over the time. I give you one example. Okay, very simple example of solving problem and creating a smoother experience. And this example I always give it. And personally, I love this feature which is there. If you go to 2018, right? Or let's say if I talk about today also, let's say you want to make a purchase online. You're purchasing something online, right? So what you do? You add to cart. Then let's say you want to purchase using credit card. You might have a credit card. You want to purchase using credit card or a debit card, right? What happens? You basically fill up your details. You fill up your credit card details. You click on pay. You click on pay. What happens next when you click on pay? Let's say how many of you are consciously aware of this process? When you click on the pay button, what happens? You get a OTP known as one-time password. Right? All of you get a OTP. Nowadays, you get a OTP even for login into most of the applications and all in banking and another app also. You get an OTP. And if you look at now, what happens? Does the OTP autofills? OTP automatically fills? Yes. If we allow, right, it will automatically fill. But if you go back to 2018, it was not the case. Now imagine where you can't, like in some of the apps still, you cannot autofill it. So what you do? You have to struggle, right? You have to try to read from the notification, or you have to go back to your message app and memorize the OTP, come back to the main app and fill the OTP. Correct? Now, did you saw that? That small feature of autofill. See, now you might not appreciate it. You said this is how it has to be done. But somebody thought about autofill feature at Google. It was brought by Google in 2018 in Android. It was brought by Google. So if you think about somebody have thought about there is there could be a feature to make this seamless, and somebody build a feature known as autofill or autofill the OTP. If you talk about Mac now, in Mac you also have a autofill now coming from the email. So if you get a OTP on email, let's say a OTP on email, it will automatically fill from the email to your website, whatever you're using. So they have kind of enhanced that feature over the time. Tomorrow you're designing an application, right? Maybe in the future now you're designing a application. If you don't know about autofill consciously, you might miss it out. When you will be testing your application, you might miss it out that there's no autofill feature. So you should know what are the features these people or companies are using, which your app should also have. Or when you're testing the application, you should test for it, that it should have autofill to it. So like very small things. If you even don't know about it, then how will you test for them? How you will build using those features? How will you tell your developer, hey, add a autofill option here? You have to communicate with the developer. You have to tell him or her, hey, do this job or enable this feature because this feature is available from the Android or iOS. So that's why understanding technology, what is coming new, and keeping yourself updated into this industry is very, very important. Make sure you keep yourself updated. What is coming new? How the technology is basically making the lives better here into this, right? To be done. For example, we have a case study of Airbnb. I don't know how many of you know about Airbnb. The Airbnb gives you the option of renting your house or a room basically, and people generally do that if you don't know about Airbnb. And Airbnb is a great company over worldwide, I would say. They, if you look at their website, I love them. I love their UI first of all, right? Into it, and it's one of the product which have successfully have been done a great business over the years and have solved the problems also. So the problem was user felt uncertain about booking homes from strangers because that was one of the biggest thing which the Airbnb had to solve. So what they did, for example, let's say you live in a 3 BHK and one room is always empty, right? So you can basically rent out that just one room also if you want in Airbnb, or maybe you can rent out one floor for tourists and all. That's what the Airbnb concept is. It's a culture a lot outside India. I have personally used Airbnb even in India and even outside India. Nowadays, if you go to like metro cities, even outside metro cities, a lot of Airbnbs you're going to find out there. So they're not typically hotels. You don't get a service like those who don't know about Airbnb. Not a typical hotel. You don't get that room service. You don't get that room cleaning and all. Some of them have it, but not all of them. Most of them don't have it. So it's like a home. You're renting a home for a few days, 5 days, 6 days, whatever you want to do it. And because to build trust in these strangers, what Airbnb did, Airbnb introduced a review system and verified profiles to create trust. Now it might sound very basic now today. In the today's world, it might sound very basic, but way back when the Airbnb introduced this, right, it was something new as a concept, which Airbnb brought to do that, which helped them enable users to view reviews and connect with the host and boost the bookings, which helped them have more bookings for their platform and also more profit for the host. They also added, later options of adding tips to the host, people are hosting and all over here. And that's how they build it trust with the people over the time. So in short, what is user research is? So think, let's say I'm a business owner, right? And today as a business owner, I need a website or I need an app. And you are one of the developers or designers who basically will develop a application or a website or an app for me. So I am the owner of the business who wants to get the website designed or an app designed. And you are one of those designer, let's say. You are one of those designers. So think about what happens typically. So I know some of you are web designers over here. When we did that initially, some of the website designers. So what we do, and this is what have been happening in the past. So I give you the job to design it. What you do, you will start designing a website. You will design, okay, in maybe in Photoshop or maybe in any other software. You will design, okay, this is where the header will be. This is how the home page will be looking. This is about the home, about us will be looking. You share that design with me. I like it. You develop that. Okay, everything is done. Now tell me, once that website is live, which you have designed, and I am the owner of that business, what is the gap here? What is the gap here? Will that website, will you go to that website and visit it? Or as a owner, will I go to my website and visit it? Maybe once in a week is fine. I might go to my website and do that. When you want to showcase to your portfolio, oh, I designed this website, see, this is what I designed. You will go there. But who is the person who is actually using the website? Who is the person who is using the website? Is the user, right? I am the owner. See, I told you the client requirement. So that I'm the client. So I told you the client requirement. You understood the client requirement. You designed the application for me. You developed the application for me. But the problem is, I am the one who is not going to use my website, and you are not the one who is going to use my website. It is be used by the users. And in the whole process, whether understanding the client or whether designing or taking feedback and all, the user, the actual customer was never involved. The actual user was never involved in that process. We have never him considered him or her. You like blue color, I like blue color, let's put a blue color. Simple as that. But where is the user? And that is what UX talks about. It just tells you more consciously that you have to design for the customer. You're not designing for yourself, you're not designing just for your client. You have to think about the user and as much as possible involve that user into your process. And that's where the big gap is coming, right? So that's what a user research talks about. That understanding the user. This is not the client, remember. This is not your client. It is about the end user who's going to use your product and their needs, which needs to be fulfilled to make a great product, right? Into it. Second comes is then of course these all are parts of it. Then you have information architecture. So information architecture talks about how you're going to basically put your information in the application or in the website or in any digital product basically. How you want to arrange it? How you can prioritize what is more important and what is not. Because you can't keep everything on one screen, remember. So that's what information architecture talks about. We're going to learn in deep about it. Then we have interaction design, also known as IXD. This talks about designing how users interact with the product. So there are a lot of non interaction. If you go to like Google and all, there are a lot of interaction designers you're going to find. So interaction designers are like people who talk about when you click on this button, what will happen? What is the next process going to come? Also known as the interaction designers. Kind of thinking about each interaction very, very thoughtfully, which the user will do it. Another interaction designer. Then comes your visual design, the UI, which we design, right? Creating the look and feel of the product over here. Then you have usability and accessibility in the product. Is the product usable in different scenarios, right? And is the product accessible to the to make it for the wider audience? Accessibility is also a law, remember. So it also means the accessibility over here means labeling the disabled people, right? For disabled people, basically, right? And as accessibility. Then you have prototyping and wireframing as one of the disciplines over here, creating a prototype, testing the prototype with the users, getting feedback, and designing a finished product. We also have content strategy, which is part of information architecture actually. We'll be also talking about UX writing a little bit, like what is micro copies are, what is UX writing all about is. I'm going to talk about that also. We have going ahead. So this is basically kind of a multiple disciplines you have in UX, which you will have to learn about over here. And remember, UX and UI are two different things. They are not exactly the same. We generally say UI UX or UX UI, right? But they are different. UI is the look and feel of the product. But how do you achieve that look and feel? How do you get that final product as a UI? Is coming from the UX or has to come from the UX. That's how you can make your product successful, right? And that's how you can make your product well. So that is what UI and UX is. So UI, the interface, user interface is about the part of a product that users interact with, including its layout, visual design, and transitions. User experience is about how a product functions and feels to a user, focusing on ease of use, efficiency, and satisfaction for the user. So that's important here, right? So that's the user experience you have. So there are two different elements of job role, I would say, but in most of the companies, they are combined together. Most of the companies, they're kind of interconnected and joined together. If you go to companies, like as mentioned, if you go to bigger companies, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, Adobe, Google kind of companies, right? Big names. So you will generally find two different job roles: user interface designer, user experience designer. They might not overlap, but depends on team to team also in those companies over there. So there are two different verticals of it, and we are teaching you both the verticals. We're teaching you both the verticals. And initially, to get a job, you need to be good in user interface also, especially people who are coming from non-designing background. You have to really command the user interface part, right? You have to command the user interface part. Important because that's what makes the first impression for the any recruiter and all. Because this is the thing they see upfront. This is they will only able to understand when they will talk to you actually in the interview and all. So user interface is going to be your first impression. Like for example, when we go for a meeting and all, what we do, we dress up nicely. So why we are dressing? Like say if you want to go for an interview, you will dress up nicely, right? Because that appearance is going to affect somewhere in the first impression, of course. Same thing happens over here with the user interface also. And there is a very common law also which checkup license to say, and which most of you will agree. If a product looks good, let's say if something looks from far away very good in quality to you, and it looks nicely finished product. So what is your thinking? You will thinking will be that it will perform better, right? You think is that this is going to be better. That's a common human psychology we have. If something looks good, it will mean that it will perform better. This is what we think actually. This is our perception of human perception. And worldwide, it's a universal kind of a psychology we have. Yeah. If something looks good, so you might pay a little bit higher price also for it. If you look at unfinished and more finished product, means which is of more high quality and all. So that's why user interface is very, very important. It is a skill set to learn over here. Right. So UI refers to the visual elements of the game that players interacts with, such as buttons, menus, and other graphical components. Whereas UX is about the overall feel and the flow of the game, focusing on how easy and enjoyable it is for player to interact with the game. So there are different components of UI you have in any application, right? For example, we have a navigation bar over here, right? So where is the navigation bar? We have the navigation bar at the bottom, you can see here, right? Into it over here. So basically, if you look at it, so we do have the navigation bar over here. You're saying Fortnite, it was covered basically, but I can still talk about it. Not a problem, right? So this example simply just tells you basically about Fortnite. If I just go back for a second here, that how games, if you look at any gaming or any game, basically, if you even play yourself, like PUBG is a very popular game. Fortnite is also a very popular game on your on your desktop and all. A lot of people play Fortnite, even in on your phone you play that. So if you look at any game has a UI concept, right? So how does they put information and how they are trying to arrange information is very, very important uh, as per the gamer mindsets. And what does the gamer look for generally, right? Look at there. For example, if you look at, we have the player health and we have some player information at the bottom over here, because this is the most important information the player wants to look at generally, right? Into it. For example, the other player's health is over here. Means those are particular buddies and all. You have that here, and then you have some other information going around into this game, right? So games are very good in terms of their iconography and how the information is presented to you, right? And we need to basically prioritize what is the most important component of UI that has to be emphasized. For example, over here we have this, you know, if you look at this numbers over here, we have the ammunition over here, which is basically how many bullets and everything left. But that's one of the most important thing in a shooting game. When if you're a pro gamer, then you know you need to know when to reload, how many shots are remaining, and etc. Pretty important. Same ways in any UI, whether you're talking about gaming or whether you're talking about any application over here, right? Every application has a components, UI components to it over here, right? And there could be different kind of components we have in application, but some of the component remain same. For example, if we talk about the navigation bar. So when we talk about the navigation bar, you're going to find navigation bar in almost every application. For example, in Instagram, you have the navigation bar at the bottom. In all the mobile phones, you have at the bottom generally the navigation bar over here, right? In any website, you're going to find it. So it's a very common thing to have in an application. Then Instagram offers you a lot of interactive icons. It gives you the story highlights, which all of us know. It uses a certain color scheme. If you look at the Instagram color scheme, can anybody tell me what is the color scheme Instagram have? What is the color scheme on Instagram? What colors do Instagram use? Can we download the PPT slides? Yes, you can do that. It will be available in the PDF format. You can go to the LMS. You will have ebook and resources you can download basically there from the LMS. Rainbow, gradient, red and white gradient. Okay. So when you say gradient, what kind of gradient it is? Purple, yellow. Okay. Pink, blue gradient. Okay. No, it's not pink and blue. It's not blue for sure. It's pink. I agree to you certain extent, but not probably the, I would say the yellow over here, right? To be there. It is monochrome mainly, but multicolor secondary, red. Okay. So if you look at the Instagram logo itself, right? If you ever pay attention to that in the Instagram, right? You're going to see basically a pink, sorry, a kind of a red and yellow a lot, of course, in it. And on one hand, you have a, I would say, purplish color to it on the very top of it. It it is not exactly blue, actually, it's purple, I would say. It's a little bit of tinge of purple, pink, red and pink, basically, which all automatic, sorry, red and yellow. And between the red and yellow, of course, you can see a bit of, yeah, orange and pink kind of a shade into it. But that's the logo color which we're talking about here right now, right? But if you talk about the overall uh, Instagram application, you're not going to see a lot of colors, right? What you see is just black and white. All the neutral colors are there, black and white and gray, correct? Neutral colors basically. So it uses white, black, and gray to a certain extent. You're going to only see the Instagram colors basically when you will, if you see the highlights of the story, or you're going to see in the heart icon. This is where you're going to have the colors of it here, right? So it's basically composed of what? Neutral colors. Very, very important here that it just uses white, gray, and black. Remember that. And depends, how you use it. For example, some of you saying white is more, but it depends because remember Instagram have two modes, light mode and dark mode. So it depends. For example, here we have a light mode. So you're going to see, of course, a lot of white here with a lot of black text and gray text over here. But if you reverse the same thing, it becomes inverted. So it will you will feel like more of black and then less of white over there. Depends, which mode you use Instagram in. It has both black and white modes to it. Or sorry, dark and light modes to it, I would say, instead of black and white. Right. So if you look at the branding of Instagram, so it does not use a lot of colors, though it has a lot of colors, but it does not use it. Remember, that's very, very important. You don't have to always use all the colors because let me tell you, neutral colors are the best. Neutral colors do not constrain the eyes. They make very simple and clean UI. And if you look at most of the applications, sticks to neutral colors. Even if you look at WhatsApp, even if you look at the kind of apps like LinkedIn and all, right? So even Facebook, if you look at it, they don't have too many colors to be used everywhere. They are only using certain types of colors basically, which is the neutral color. So neutral colors are always best in terms of designing and at least getting the basic UI there. Then you use your certain colors to kind of highlight it, which is also a color rule basically we have. like 60, 30, and 10 rule. We'll talk about that later, how you can use it. Then you have the text fields in the Instagram, right? So, like for example, when you want to commit, it's an input field where you can put something. When you're doing search, that is known as basically text fields we have here. And then we do have the ease of navigation here. We have task flows. So for example, what is a task flow? Basically, let's say you want to upload an Instagram story. So what is the flow you're going to take it out? So that what matters basically here. Then you have quick response, which is pretty good. For example, in Instagram, you can double tap to like a story, right? It's pretty easy. You can just click on anywhere in the screen and you can just double tap to do that here. And it has very smooth transitions. You can easily swap and all. So it is pretty smooth app if you look at it. Those are some of the components basically of UX you have in it, remember. So those were the previous was the UI component. Now these are the UX components. So in UX, they have made the transition smoother. So you basically, when you see a transition of that heart, heart flying around and all, you feel it nice when you like a story. So that is basically all coming as a UX component, you can say over here. And that's what Instagram I have thought about it probably when they're designing into it. So like I said, it's kind of interconnected. That's why we use a terminology of UI UX or UX UI, whatever you can call it, right? So that's a very frequent terminology we use. They're kind of interconnected to each other, but practically the job roles can be different. You could be a UI designer, you could be a UX designer only, or you could be a combination of both. And like I mentioned yesterday, most of the companies are looking for a combo. Means you should be a UI designer also, you should be a UX, you have should have knowledge of UX as well here. And then and as a technology evolves, user experience design changes, creating fields like voice UX and conversational UI. Nowadays, if you look at conversational UI has been going very, very popular. And all of you know because of what technology, because of AI, conversational UI is the new principle. And just not because of AI, I would say, even in journal, a lot of companies are embracing the option of conversational UI. Conversational means that it does not feel like a one-sided. It feels more kind of a conversation you're doing with someone when even they're asking you basic details. That is conversational UI. It's kind of communicating with you, and that's basically great way of engaging with the user, especially in the support chat, in the registration forms, etc., which you have. Then of course we have the voice UX if you look at it, right? If you have seen Alexa, Google HomePod or Apple HomePod, basically there are a lot of tools and sorry, I would say a lot of devices available with voice UX. Nowadays, even if you ride a scooty, if you drive a car, you have voice commands there. In your phone, you have it. You can say, "Hey Google, Siri, etc." Right? To basically activate those things. Yeah. Now tell me when when you're communicating with any of the voice devices, any of the voice devices, especially if you talk about Alexa and all, how do you know that it is listening to you? If you ever interacted with them, what is the way they basically tell you that they are listening to you? It beeps, when a response back. Okay. Let's say it does not play the sound. What is the other method it kind of communicates with you nicely? Right, Shivangi, the light. Remember, the light is very, very important there, right? Even if you look at Siri, if you look at Google, anything basically there, besides the sound feedback which you get, right? That light plays a very, very important role, especially the way it is done in Alexa and all. If you look at an Alexa, the way the light blinks and kind of changes its colors when you're communicating with it is a great way of the UX part. Remember, it's a great way of UX part. See, somebody have thought about it, how to design that light or how to make that light function based on when the user is interacting with it, right? Now, of course, light is a part of UI, but how it is implemented is a part of UX there, right? And light is, of course, then you have the sound coming up and it basically gives you feedback. But that light basically kind of emotionally can connect with you, right? The way it blinks, you know that it's searching. When it's searching, also, if you have seen in Alexa, especially while it's searching, it kind of going faster rings like this, right? So you come to know, okay, it's searching, it is still doing something. So you're getting a visual feedback for the same over there. right? So that's important, and somebody have thought about it in the UX, while implementing that thing over here. Vibrations are good part of feedback in certain devices. I would say I was basically about to tell about, for example, if we talk about Alexa and all, I think it's not very effective in terms of vibrations, because let's say if you're placing Alexa on table and you don't want to vibrate because you might be having some liquid or some kind of food on your table, it can spill over a little bit, right? Depending on how strong the vibrations are. But yes, vibrations could be very good in your phone, in your watches. If you have watch, it immediately gives you that feedback. Like for example, I play a lot of games, right? And I have a control. If you're a gamer, then you know that in the controllers you have that haptic feedback. That vibration really makes it engaging over there. So of course, vibration plays an important role in giving feedback. So that's again you can consider as per the technology. So it depends on the technology you are designing for, and that's your job as a UX designer. Okay, if I have that technology with me, right, in that particular device for which I am designing, then how can I implement that, right? Or maybe we can add to it into this. So that's what we have to think as a designer, the UX designer, because you tell those things to developer and then they basically develop it, or the product team to develop it basically to have it, right? So for example, I don't know how many of you use this Mac. If you look at the Mac here, right, all the Macs actually does not have actual trackpad, right? If you know that in Mac, the trackpad in the laptop, which the mouse you have in the Mac, so it's very huge and big, right? And it is not a mechanical there. It's basically all sensor based, but you get a nice haptic feedback. Actually, you feel that when you click on that, when I click on it like this, see, when I'm clicking on my mouse, I get a nice feedback on my finger, and it feels like something is clicking. So Apple really thought about it when they were creating it. Hmm. They said, okay, if we remove the mechanical movement of the mouse, it will look too dull for the user. User will never feel that they are touching something. So they added a haptic feedback to it. So as soon as you press, your finger feels the sensor of it's been pressed down. Technically, it is not moving, but that's a feedback it's giving to you, haptic feedback over there. So this is something we need to think about when we are designing something, and something which is more understood by the wider audience, something which can basically can cater to the larger audience over here with you. So remember, there are two emerging fields you have, which is of course, the voice UX, which is getting very popular, and the conversational UI, like chatbots and all, which lets you do the conversation. Now, if you go to any website nowadays, when they want to ask your details, they will ask you, hey, hi, what's your name? You will tell them your name. Then it says, okay, how can I help you? Then you might say, okay, this is what I need as a help. But then it will basically what it'll do is it will say, okay, I will help you with the same information, but let me know your email ID. So it's basically conversationing with you to capture your details over the time and building confidence instead of simply upfront asking the information before you, go and even explore the product. So that's important to consider here. So that's an overview of the UI and UX, kind of a basic overview we have talked about here. Now, what are the roles and responsibilities you have as a UI or a UX designer? That's very important to differentiate here. That what is the roles and responsibilities you get as a UX and UI design. So if you look at the disciplines we talked about, it's very similar to that only. And the roles and responsibilities of a UI and UX designer can vary a lot. Can vary a lot depending on the company, depending on the process you are involved in it, and what kind of team it is, I would say, in a company. Clean design, interactive problem solving of design. So, for example, clean design interactive is morely a part of UI, I would say. When we talk about understanding the problem, solving the problem for the design, understanding the requirements, primary or secondary research. When we talk about competitive analysis, research on buttons or whatever you're doing, coming with ideas, these are all job responsibilities of a UX designer, majorly a UX designer, right? And when you talk about designing a button, or let's say designing a clean design and all, that is a part of UI designer, if we talk about here, right? And if you're into a combo role, then you would be doing both together, of course. Designer as a user advocate. So the first thing as a job we have is, to be frank, is advocacy of the user. Remember, so basically, we are the people who are talking on behalf of the user. For example, when you talk about HR in a company, like all of you must be doing HR, known as human resource in a company, right? So if you typically look at the HR role, what it is about the welfare of the employees, right? So they are the advocacy for the employees, for the higher management and all. That's also one of the major roles of HR you have. Same ways, as a user designer or as a user experience designer, you are the one who have to tell the team, tell the company, I would say, that users are very, very important. The end users are very, very important. And you have to think about them. That's the first thing you need to keep in mind. Second is, it is empathy driven design. Empathy means that you try to deeply understand your end user, what they like, what are their preferences is. So you're trying to empathizing with them. You say, okay, we empathize with you so that we can create a great product for you. So we try to understand the problem in deep. Then you have problem solvers. Designers aim to create solutions that are both visually appealing and functional, addressing the user pain points. So you're trying to address the user pain points here into it. So remember, the first thing is you are a kind of an advocate for the end users over here. But I like to make thing one thing very, very clear, right? You are of course a user advocate, but to be a good UX designer, you need to balance between the user needs and the company goals. Remember, what is the company goals are, what are the budgets we have, and etc. So you have to find a balance between them. You can't always say that okay, user want this and we need to give them this, right? You have to find the balance between it, because business is what pays you, remember. So you have to have a balance between them. You don't go to a company and say, okay, user wants this and we have to do this only. It doesn't work like this. Practically, it doesn't work like this. It has to be a balance between them. For example, if you look at Apple, if you look at Samsung, or if you look at any phone company, like, if I talk about big brands like Vivo and, Xiaomi, whatever we talk about as a phone brands, the bigger brands basically we have all over the world. So they can probably give you a better device today. Maybe Apple can give you much more features what you need today itself, and they are aware about it. But they won't give you. Samsung won't give you today probably because maybe the budget does not allow. There has to be a price in selling point, and they have to give you something in the future also. They can't give you everything in one go. So that's very, very important to keep in mind. That it has to be a balance between the user and the business needs to be there. Then how you do this basically? So you do this by doing different activities of UX. One of them is like creating personas. So designers craft user character that highlight their goals and challenges. We're going to talk about this in detail later. How to build personas, and go do a practical activity also. How to build persona, user journey maps, empathy maps, and research finding. How to do all this here. You also do user journey maps to understand the complete journey of the user. Then we have empathy maps, which basically helps us to know about what the user thinks, feels, says, and do. And then you have research findings. Like most of you have mentioned over here that you do some kind of a research, maybe a competitor analysis or doing some kind of research. So you basically gather information from the user by doing conversations, surveys, and observations. So that's what the UX designer do basically. With that, you also might create wireframes. So as a UX designer, your job could be to do a basic wireframes, not details with, but a basic sketch of wireframes, which you can then pass on to the visual designer. Then you have information architecture diagrams. You basically plan out how the information will be arranged and what information will be given the priority based on the different information you have to display on your website. Then you have interaction flows, which basically tells you how people will move or the user will move from one screen to another screen, what will be the flow of it over here, and what flow you want to prioritize in the interaction with the users. So this all are basically a broader job roles of the UX designer you have into it, right? To be taken. Then, if we talk about the UI, sorry, UX itself, then we have also the usability test reports, right? So this report shows where the user struggle during the interactions. You do feedback documentations and you have iteration plans. So you're doing kind of all the work of the roles over here, right? You also take the feedback from the user once the design is completed. You do usability testing. There is a great tool you could learn about later on is maze.co. So maze.co is a great online tool which can get you feedback on your prototypes you create in Figma. I'm going to learn about that too later on once we go to the usability in detail. So remember, each topic we are discussing over here, we will have a detailed, you know, way of doing it, practicals and everything on based on everything we are talking about here. This is just an overview of things we are giving you that, okay, this is what we all have here. So you kind of have a landscape of the things here. Then who are you going to collaborate with? So product managers or the PMs aligned with the business goals and user needs. So of course, your product managers could themselves could be a UX designers, to be frank. Or I think the higher ladder I would say for a UX designer is to go to a project management or they become product managers, product owners, and etc. here, right? Depending on their domain knowledge they might have. So it could be product managers there. So you have to kind of collaborate with them a lot as a UX designer. That's one of your roles to do that because of course they are the person who deliver kind of drive everything in a particular product, I would say. Right. Then and sometimes let me tell that there is a role known as product designers and UX designers. So they're sometimes in some companies they're kind of very similar. So you might be called as a product designer also in some of the companies. It totally depends. Then something you have to do is the developers. You always communicate with developers a lot, or you pass on the information to developers. So you have to do a lot of collaboration with developers, and that's why if you look at in Figma we have dev mode, which is basically developed for developers. So they can take your designs, they can evaluate your designs from the development perspective. Then we have stakeholders. So you basically provide the feedback, align between the business alignments and everything. When you talk about the stakeholders, so stakeholders are who like it could be anybody. Say stakeholder, even I would say if you look at the very basic definition of stakeholder, right? So stakeholders, even your developers could be stakeholders. So in short, if you look at technical definition of stakeholder, stakeholder is a person who has a vast interest in making a particular product or a service successful. And it could be anything in the company. But here we typically mean the stakeholder is your client probably. Stakeholder could be the CEO of the company, could be the higher management in your company. That's what we talk about as a stakeholder over here in it when we talk about here, right? Okay, so we do have a question here coming in. What is the difference between a product designer and a UX and UI designer over here? Okay, I would say basically if you want to understand the difference between both of them. So first of all, a product designer, typically I would say a product designer have the knowledge of UX and UI very well, right? So if you look at most of the companies a hierarchy, sometimes they will not have a job role of UX and UI designer, they will only have product designer role in them, right? So basically product designers knows about UX and UI very well. That's the first thing I would say. What is the additional thing the product designers knows? So product designer is more of a management person also. So they are the one who basically create product strategies. They also look after the product business basically, right? And they basically manage end-to-end cycle of a product from the starting to the end of the product cycle, even for marketing, after sales, and etc. So those are kind of products designers, and of course above them you have product managers basically who will look into it. When you talk about the UX designers, they are majorly responsible for the mostly responsible, I would say, for the design phase. Whereas the product designer is looking for the end-to-end product cycle here over here. So product design is more kind of a management role also you have, right? Depends like again, I'm saying it depends from company to company sometimes. You might not have a lot of management role, but you might still be called as a product designer there. You know? So that's a major difference you're going to basically see between them. And product designers, by the way, are the people who are also involved in the business goals, creating a roadmap of a product. Basically, they are collaborating with product managers, engineers, stakeholders. They may influence the pricing of the product, etc. as well. So that's what they do. And they look at after a lot of, I would say, analytics. They work with a lot of BAs also. So they might, look at analytics like such a Google Analytics and Mixpanel, etc. And they also do some project management, like working on Jira and kind of delegating a work a bit and that. So that's how the designers basically work. So it's a definitely a bit of higher position, I would say, compared to the UX UI designers in the hierarchy. And of course, they have a little bit of more of management role as well into it. Whereas UX designer might not have a management role in it a lot. So if you have a MBA and then you also have you know, a lot of experience in UX and UI designer, you could be a, and if you know about project management like PM and you have PMI certification and all, so you can be a product manager or a product designer basically in a company because you can tackle both of them together. So I hope that helps you answer your query. So this is how it works basically. But about the responsibilities example scenario given here. Imagine you are a UX designer working on a new version of a mobile banking app. So your job is to make the app easy to use and more enjoyable. To do so, you have to create a different artifacts at each stage of design process. So you start from the basic like user research outputs, then you go to the design outputs, and then you go to the testing outputs. They're kind of different spectrums you have. So you start from the core here about doing the user research, and then go higher and higher and higher into the upper cycles over here. So we will basically go into the each of these roles and responsibility, like I said, going ahead in the sessions, and we'll talk about that, what happens in each stage. Not just more like three cycles, but there are a lot of things happening within each of the artifacts, basically, which you have here. Right. So how do you start understanding your users? There's kind of a little bit of repetition what we talked about previously here, but you create personas. So you create character profiles of typical users like busy Bob or a careful Carlo to help you guide design decisions. You create journey maps to understand the complete journey of the user from start to end. Then you create empathy maps, capture what user thinks, feels, and do when they are using the app, which we already talked about. I'll not going to spend too much time on it. These are all parts of the user research output, the initial circle we are talking about here in it. And there are different activities you basically do in it. With this, you also do like sitemap designing, or it's a part of information architecture as well. You create wireframes we talked about. You create interaction flows, or you could be an interaction designer. Then you do usability testing reports, feedback documentation, iteration plans. We already talked about in the previous slide. So I'm not going putting out of emphasis on it right now, but you just need to highly remember are the major things you do as a UX designer, or maybe one of them. So, for example, in some companies, you could just be a usability tester. You could just be a usability tester. So, each of them are very deep roles, actually, if you look at them, and you could do just one of those jobs as well. For example, if you talk about creating this one, is majorly a user researcher job. So you could just be a UX researcher in a company, and your job role will just stick to researching about the users and creating all this. That's what would be your role probably be, right? And some companies do have some specialized roles, but you need to be really good in it. If you're going for a specialized role, for example, if you're going as a UX researcher, you need to be pretty good in research. You need to understand how research works. And anybody who's a PhD here will understand what research is, right? And how deep you can go into research. Perfect. So now we have talked about the major landscape of the UX. We have talked about what are the main job responsibilities you do. Next thing we'll talk about is the examples here. We'll talk about a little bit more about the design and concepts of design here we have, right? And how those designs basically makes an impact on our lives. That's what I want to talk about here, right? So we have already talked about the design yesterday. So design is the creative process of involving solving problems by planning and arranging elements in a way that is both functional and aesthetically pleasing. There are two important things to remember in UX. It has to be functional. It has to be pleasing. It has to be pleasing for a given set of audience for whom you're designing. Right? That's important over here. And what do I mean by that? So what does it mean that it has to be functional and it has to be pleasing as well over here? So what does it mean actually, right? I want to show you one example which I always keep with me over here. So if you look at this image here, right? If you look at this image, you can clearly tell this is a chair we have. It's a chair we have here. No, right? It is functional to certain extent only. I would say, for example, if I'm a restaurant owner or something, so I might keep it there for people to click pictures and all with it, right? But I would not buy this chair maybe for my daily desk and all, right? Because it's pleasing, but it might not be practical to use, right? It might be practical to use because there's no back support, occupies a lot of space, like you mentioned. Yes, correct. So this is what we mean by functional and appealing over here, right? So if you just want, sometimes people go very far away to make something appealing. Go very far away making something appealing, but you forget the concept of making it functional, which is important over here. Remember, so it has to be functional as well as appealing. Both the things matters over here equally. I mean that they are very very important over here to be there. Otherwise, you might simply be just it will just become a showpiece like most of you mentioned, right? It just become a kind of a showpiece. Might not have the actual usage to it, I would say, when we talk about creating something like that into it, right? As in it's to be there. It has to be a more functional thing plus appealing as well, and that's what we talked about over here. How does the UI design borrow from the visual design? So as a visual designer, you're majorly working with color theories, right? That what colors will go and what kind of emotions you can guide the user's actions to are important over here, right? So you have to, as a UI designer, or even as a UX designer, I would say, you need to understand a lot of color theory and understand how colors basically make impact. And I'm going to learn that in the UI part. You have to understand how fonts works or how typography works and what typography goes with what. And then we talk about composition, how we can compose or lay out a design to be effective for the users over here, how we can make the overall composition of the product better. So that is majorly a job of UI, but also as a UX designer, you should be aware about them or you make it better, right? Now, for example, I'm going to show you one picture over here, which is very, very common here. If you look at this now, how does it impact? Even small things sometimes when you're designing something, you don't pay attention to it. And when you're not paying attention to how the user is going to use it, that's where the problem exists. Right. For example, if you look at it, this one here, these are what lift buttons you can see here, right? Now, if you look at the numbering here, right, you can see in the right image, it's more logical. It has P1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Whereas if you look at the other side, it might feel more confusing to you, more complicated, right? And you might get confused while using it and do it, right? So small things matter sometimes over here. And how does confusion exist in the digital product? Think about that. I want to give you one example right of it. And I want you to do this who are using currently desktop. If you're using desktop, if you're sitting on a laptop, if you've not joined the session from mobile phone right now, then I want you to do one thing. Go to open your web browser and go to one website, which is of course an Indian government website, IRCTC, right? Go to the irctc.com. I'm putting the link in the chat and click on login. Make sure those who are using the desktop do this activity. Go to login on this website. Open it on your desktop and go to login or laptop, whatever you might have. Go to login. Done. And where is the login button in the IRCTC website? Left. Getting it? So your users, some of your users you went to the left probably. That's okay. Because I'm also aware, so I will go to the left side because my brain consciously now remembers it. Right. So see, can you see there is a problem here? So why most of us has an unconscious mind? If you don't think consciously, actually, most of the times you will go to the right hand side because this is what your brain have learned. Because if you go to any website, whenever you throughout the day you're using a lot of websites, right? lot of platforms you're using, and most of the websites have a login button on the right hand side here, right hand side here. So your brain took a little bit more conscious effort to look for, see where the login button is. That could be a little bit different depending on the resolution and all of these schemes, to be frank. But you can see the login button and the register button is in a place which is very, very unconventional, right? Because our brains been designed, or not, I would say learned over the years, to go to the right hand side here. Go to the right hand side here, right? So you can see that how that design impacts us basically here. That's a very small thing, very, very small thing. But probably if this designer is aware about, right, the design principles and the laws basically, by the way, this is known as Jacob's law, which I'm talking about here, is known as Jacob's law. So probably they will basically fix that login button and register button here, right? So it's basically you have learned over the years to do something, right? So that is known as an example of a good and a bad design basically here. It is just not about the, I'm not talking even talking about the visual designing here, remember. In IRCTC, I'm not talking about how the design of the website looks. That's a different story. That's a part of the UI. But if you just look at the UX part of it, that you have to consciously find that button. It could be fraction of seconds which is happening, but it gives you the load to your brain over here, right? To be done. Now, the second example which I have is a very common example, and most of you will agree with me, which is also known as the Don Norman door, basically, right? So if you go to any cafe or anything, you generally have that glass door, and you have that push and pull. Have you seen that push and pull, right? And I'm pretty much sure all of you must have done mistake, right? It might clearly say that it will have a clear icon to it that, hey, please push. It is not pull, or it is pull, don't push it. But you do that mistake, right? You still do that mistake. Even the icon is there in that glass, everything is there, but you will still do a mistake. You will see this, right? You will see this kind of a graphic there, push and pull. So at daily at office, yeah, even if you have used that don't multiple times, you might still do the mistake, right? You might still do the mistake. It might have a very clear this kind of a sticker which you see there, right? Written there, push, pull. But why do we do mistake there? And you might feel guilty about it. Hey, I did a mistake again, or I'm doing this mistake. I'm so stupid. So let me tell you, next time you don't have to feel guilty about it because it is not your mistake. It is the mistake of the designer there. Let me tell that. It's a design mistake. It is not our mistake. It is the design mistake which is happening there. And that is what making your mind confused here. And think about how it is confusing your mind, how it is the designer's mistake. But yeah, so one of you said, what if the handlism would be less confusion? Okay, I agree with you. That's the solution of it. But yeah, so because you've already generally mind works like pull when we have to move out and reverse. Okay, see, what is your mind seeing? You have to understand that. You see a handle. You see a handle, right? You see this handle. Now, as per this handle, your brain, the unconscious mind is working in background for you, right? And saying, okay, there is a handle there, and handle is used for pull. Remember, it's majorly used for pull. You have learned over the years to pull it. If you have a handle in a basket, you pull it towards you, basically pick it up like this, right? Handle that because it has a handle there. Or if you look at the door also, if you look at normal knob doors and all those, you basically use those doors to basically pull towards you mostly. So that handle is the confusion in your brain. This handle is given that position here, right? And especially it becomes more confusing when in the push you have that handle. If you have a handle with the push there, then it's going to be more confusing for you. So solution is very simple. Like if you go to a lot of certified buildings nowadays, you will have a solution here. For example, if you go to hospitals and all, you're going to see a plate. See, there is no pull here. So why to put a handle there? Simply push, and you will never do a mistake, right? Oh yeah, simple solution over here you have. This is also okay in emergencies, basically, right? Though it says wrong here, I will not say this is wrong. This is correct actually, right? Because if you go to a lot of hospitals, if you go to any buildings there, people are in very hurry and they will never have something. They will just be able to push it for the stretcher and all to kind of open for it. So I now say this is not a wrong example. This is also a right example there. Or when you want to push, you can just have a plate, right? I've been to a lot of buildings like this who just have a plate there to push something to be there, because it has, if it is only going to be one time operated. So actually it's a door problem. So door should not open in both the ways. If it is opening from both these ways, then let the user push or pull. Don't write anything on it. Don't write push or pull. Why are you confusing the user? So if you go to a lot of buildings, they made the door openable both sides. Either you can push or you can pull. It's going to work in both the ways. It's going to work in the both the ways. But when you only have one side operation door that you can only pull or push basically, especially when you have handles on the glass door, it's going to be confusing. And that's why there's Don Norman door. People also, so Don Norman basically highlighted this in the UX research, that why people are doing mistake. He did a research on it, that why people are doing this mistake so often. And that's why we call it as a Don Norman door also to this, right? So a very common thing, but so you have to understand, we have been, as a user, we all learn over the years. We all learn over the years, and that learning is our cognitive mind, which has a UX designer we need to leverage. We need to basically make that experience more seamless for the user. That's important over there. So if you look at the right hand side design, of course, it looks very bad. If you look, this is how the traditional website is to look like. Enter date of birth, right? Here it is simple that you can simply enter. I don't know, like I find a lot of websites, there's a kind of calendar coming in to enter a date and time. Sometimes feel weird to me, to be frank. It's okay to have travel booking app and all, but when I want to enter my date of birth and all, I would like to type it straight away. I like to type it. I don't want to go back in so many years and do that. It's like slowing me down and not needed at all. And I don't need that calendar to take my date and birth. It is okay if I want to plan a travel, that's a different thing. If I want to become maybe a flight ticket and all, then it makes sense. I get a more visual future date representation where it's Saturday, Sunday is. But for entering my date of birth, why do I need that calendar? It's just going to basically make me slow me down, right? So it's important over here to keep in mind. Yeah, a lot of apps basically have this issue. Now I tell you why most of the app do this, and there is a different way of doing, though there is a workaround for it, but most of the app are doing this purposefully, is that they want in a particular format because their system understands a particular format, and that's why they are giving you this kind of drop downs and all, which simply just makes the, I would say, the users more frustrated over there in it all the time. And if you look at this one, this is also not a very good design if you look at it, but if you still look at this design, if you look at this is how the, I don't know how many of you remember the websites in early 2090s. This is how the website is to look like, right? This is what we had. So much information cluttered, lot of colors going on. You can see a lot of text all around. That's why there have been a need of UX and UI designers to simplify the things and make them, like this is also, like I said, I would say not a very great design, but if you see, still see clean and organized over here and very well kind of grouped together in a particular way. So of course, this is like a way, 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 way bad. I would say very, 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 very bad design, and nobody kind of design like this now. And if you're doing this, then you should stop, because this is like of no use. Like this is just going to be a very bad design because it's cluttered. It does not guide your eyes. You don't know where to read, what to look at. It's going to be very, very confusing because of that. So clean design is very, very important here. And now the industry is moving towards clean, minimalistic design. If you look at it, more kind of flatter designs coming up here in designing. Okay, so I want you to do this. Maybe you can share this in the chat now. You can take some 5 minutes to think about it. You don't have to kind of share it upfront, but think about identifying 3 designs you have encountered that you believe are ineffective. Make a list of these 3 bad designs. Explain why you consider each design as a poor design based on your experience, and be ready to share your reflections in this session over here. Right? So basically, make a list of 3 things you think you have. It could be app, it could be a daily life thing. Maybe it could be some physical object also. That's okay. Not a problem at all. Taken, right? So that's up to you. You can take any example here. So you can take a application example, you can take a website example, you can take a real world product example. That's up to you. So you can take any 3 examples here of the design. But it's more broad to the design here. We'll move on to the next slide now here. So if you talk about versus good and bad UX. See, good UX makes the interactions very, very effortless here. So they're going to be very, very effortless. You don't have to put a lot of efforts for using a particular step or using a particular button or action. That's simple. It gives you that user satisfaction when you're using that application. And it could be a small thing out of it. Then you have bad. Confusing processes makes a bad user experience, making the user frustrated. Maybe your flow is not proper, leading to dissatisfaction and all because of that. And of course, that impacts the overall user experience. Like, for example, I tell you one thing which I don't like, especially about Zapto, which I've noticed basically a lot of times compared to Blinkit, right? So I use both Blinkit and Zapto. Now, in Blinkit, it shows you the time of delivery, right? It shows you 10 minutes, 8 minutes. It sometimes will tell you 15 minutes, 20 minutes of delivery time, depending on, what it is. But in Zapto, it is a little bit misleading. The time is never accurate. Sometimes it will tell you, okay, it will come in next 8 minutes, but it might take 15, 20 minutes to come. And that timing adds to the frustration of the user. And if you look at, even if you look at Zapto, sorry, if you look at Zomato and if you look at Blinkit, their timing is pretty much accurate. Not always, but they always try to show the right set of time, which is possible for the delivery. Compared to if you compare with very frequently with Zapto or even in sometimes in Swiggy, I have seen this issue. So which can basically make the user frustrated sometimes because timing is important when you sometimes ordering from these apps and applications. Yeah, that's a smart play, Ashwarya. That's a very smart play. They do it basically. This is I have seen in Zomato a lot of times. If you look at Zomato, it's the timer is highly misleading, and then sometimes it's highly misleading. What happens? Let's say it shows you that delivery partner will basically in Zomato especially, it will say arriving in 3 minutes, but those 3 minutes will remain 3 minutes for next 5 minutes also, right? So that's how they hide it. So that's their smart play. That's how they're playing with your psychology actually, and you never realize sometimes. But when it happens very frequently, then you start realizing it, of course, as a user to be there. But that's how you can see that companies how smartly they are playing with you, how smartly they are playing with you on that part. So if you go to the Amazon, right, and if you go to the Flipkart over here, I'm just opening both of them in front of you. Of course, all of you must have seen them a lot, right? Just let me make this bigger across my screen as much as I can. And you can see this is Amazon here, right? Actually, if you look at Amazon is of course a little bit old looking, but better in UI in terms of functional compared to Flipkart and compared to the Flipkart here. And I'll show you how. I will show you basically how. I'm not talking about the service also. Service is different thing here. That how if you look at Amazon delivery and all, it's much better than personally I feel it's much better than Flipkart if you order from Amazon compared to the Flipkart. But besides that, I'm just talking about the web application over here right now. Now, of course, Flipkart looks more modern and a little bit more cleaner probably to you compared to the Amazon here. But I like to highlight few things over here to you, right? And in my view, why Amazon UI is more functional than the Flipkart, right? Over here. So if you compare, let's say, let me just see if I can have the same phone in my Flipkart. Let's see if we have the same phone in Flipkart. Let's open and compare it. Okay, we have the same phone in Flipkart also. Let's compare these two pages together. Okay, so we have the, I think, same page here, right? Now, functionally, which phone do you, sorry, not the phone, which page are you liking functionally in terms of information? And it could be like true. It's okay if you're liking Amazon, that's okay. So I'm not saying that you are wrong. I will tell you my perspective. Why is Amazon could be better than Flipkart probably here? I tell you a few of the things over here. See, first of all, in Amazon, I have every information over here only. At a very quick glance, I have that information. Whereas in Flipkart, I have to dig into this option here, which is much more below, right, compared to the top. I have much more upfront information over here because Amazon lets you do that, right? When you're getting a product listing over here compared to the Flipkart, right? Also the structure, I'll talk about the structure also. I'm going to come into the structure here. Now look at Amazon here, right? If you scroll down, you have the same offers and pricing here. Look at the pricing here, right? And look at the pricing here. Almost same, right? But if you look at it, one thing, human psychologically, you will feel that Amazon is offering you more discount, right? Because what it's doing very smart thing here. It's doing first showing you minus 37% in red color, and that is the first information. That is the first information. Also remember that, right? It's showing you minus 31. Your mind is now stuck with 37, minus 37%. In Flipkart, same thing is happening. Of course, telling you 36% off. First of all, in green, that's okay. They're doing in green, but it's that information is coming later. That information is coming later over there. And also, Amazon is very smartly hiding that MRP price. It's what it's trying to show you is trying to register in your mind 37% off. And that 35.7% off could be very small, it could be very big if you compare with the MRP, right? So that's what it's trying to do. It's trying to play with your psychology over here in that. Secondly, if you look at it, see most of the e-commerce website, if you go to Myntra and all, they all have their buy now and add to cart button on the right hand side. Correct? Most of the website worldwide. Even if you go to Walmart, which is the parent company of Flipkart, if you go here. But if you go to Flipkart, the add to cart and buy now button is on the left hand side here. It's on the left hand side. So it is a little bit different in the human psychology. Basically, you have. Plus, it has versions also where if you see color and RAM. If you now look at the Flipkart here, sorry, even if you look at the Amazon here, it has a very upfront option. It's more vertical, remember, and vertical is easy to compare to the horizontal. In Flipkart, it's more horizontal. And we talk about when we talk about creating forms and all, it's generally better to do it in the vertical form over here and this. So there's some small comparisons you basically have if you look at it, right? Into it. And if you look at the page design of if you scroll down, so it can give you a lot more information like this. See, which makes an impact when you're shopping it. Amazon has that option for the sellers to kind of give that information more at a big glance, which you're not going to find. You can find in some of the phones in Amazon and Flipkart, but not on all the pages. And this is more constant in Amazon. Then you have the reviews and other things coming there. Right, that's it. Sure. Into it if you see it, right? So of course, Flipkart is also doing good, but not great as Amazon if you look at it. To be there, right? So they are trying to say, okay, this is basically, for example, if you look at extra 7,000 off, they're telling you the monetary benefit you're getting, but maybe not too much emphasizing on it comparatively here in it. Now, every user is different. Some of the users might like Flipkart over Amazon, which is okay. Every user is unique here and doing, but I'm talking about the best practice. Even if you look at the Walmart, which is the parent company of Flipkart, and let me tell you, Walmart is bigger than Flipkart as per its market share. So Walmart is one of the biggest e-commerce if you compare with other, countries, US and all combined together as worldwide. Uh, Walmart is much more bigger over here. So if you now look at Walmart here, see very clean design. And if you let's say go to the buy for a phone, let's say an electronic here, let's say I'm looking for an iPhone here. If I search here for iPhone, if I click here, right, see, it feels very similar to Amazon, right? You have the button over here add to cart. You don't have it here unconventionally. You have the more option, see, more vertical option here, right, to read compared to horizontal information which you're getting in Flipkart. Well, this is the parent company of Flipkart, by the way, as all of you must be knowing about it. You have much more information coming in, and you have everything always at the glance over here in Walmart here into it. Blue is a very famous universal color, but it depends. For example, this is some big e-commerce. For example, if you look at Amazon is a very big e-commerce. Walmart is a very big e-commerce. Like I said, Walmart is bigger than Amazon actually. If you look at in the market share, then you have Target in US and Canada basically. If you especially go to Canada market, Target. I don't know how many of you know about Target. Target is also a very big e-commerce giant, especially in countries like Canada and all. So they use red. So if you look at Target, it's more of red color they use over here. And of course, their design language is pretty different compared to the others. If you look at the categories and all, and how they arrange their uh, what do you say, information into it, right? So, example, if this is my iPhone here. So if you look at their design, this is also this, right? Any other? So basically, if you see here, sorry, I was just open something, but now if you see, this is also see. Even if you look at Target, right? See, all the information is on the right hand side here, and Flipkart is doing it a little bit different. Personally, which I don't think that they have to design this way to give the button in a very unconventional place, and how the information is structured over here into the Flipkart compared to the other websites, because this is very common psychology which we have, which we look around over here for, right, in these applications. And these are some of the very popular, for example, if you have been to Dubai and all, Noon.com is one of the very popular companies in Dubai for shopping, as a biggest one of the biggest e-commerce of UAE. And for example, if you go over here also, and if you look at, let's say, iPhone here, now this is also owned by Amazon, by the way. Over here, now if you go to Noon, basically over here, right? So if you see here in this particular website, you're going to find the button to be on the left hand side over here, add to cart over here. But there is a reason for it. There is a reason for it here, why it is over here compared to the other side here. And can you tell me why this particular website have the button over here compared to the other side? Think. Yes, because of the Arabic language. You are right. So Arabic basically read from left to right. Sorry, not right to left. Sorry, right to left. We read from left to right. Right. We start from left. We go to right hand side. But Arabic read from right to the left over here. Even I don't know if you ever, if you go to any like if you go to Arabic country basically, and if you look at anyone WhatsApp, right, you would notice one thing in WhatsApp also. And in India, for example, if you look at US and India, if you look at the WhatsApp, where does your chat come? When you put, well, let's say you're chatting with some of your friend, where does your friend chat come and where does your chat come? Have you ever thought about it? Your friend comes on the left hand side and your comes on right, and then why? Because most probably you don't want to read your chat, your own chat, right? You want to read the other person's chat. So that is on the left hand side in English because it's left to right. But if you go to the Arabic countries, it is reverse in WhatsApp. Or if you change your WhatsApp to Arabic language, you will notice that your sides will flip. Whatever you will send will come on left side, and whatever the other person will send will come on the right hand side in WhatsApp Arabic. So these are like small considerations which you do as a designer, depending on the region and what audience are you targeting over here, right? These are very small things, very, very small things which you have to pay attention to be there. Yes, product has to be designed keeping the influence and culture. Let me tell you one thing. Even if you look at Amazon, see, this is how Amazon looks in Amazon India right now. Okay, this is India right now. If I go to the Amazon.com, see if I change the country region to US over here now. Sorry, let me change this region to the US. See, I will change it to, let's say, United States now, right? And then go to the website of United States. Yeah, yeah, now it has changed. If it's still detecting that I'm in India, but you can see this is now US English, right? And if you look at this is India. So can you see the difference? Right? See a little bit of difference. Let's look at the even this option here. See, look at this option on the top menu and look at this option in the top here. So you have to customize your website a bit as per the audience you're targeting, remember, right? For example, of course, I'm getting different information here a bit. I'm getting the pricing in dollar, but the layout always remains same, almost remains same here if you look at it, right? But the information is varying here. The way it's showing the design is a little bit different here. So this is very, very important that you cater the audience as per your region, or you customize the application as per your region here. Right? For example, if you see here WhatsApp in See, this is how it looks basically. So this is your chart. This is your friend's chart. Over here. Like this basically goes opposite over here. It changes its layout in it. And I have seen this basically. I've seen this practically, to be frank, because I've been to Arabic countries a lot in previously, and I've seen this practically happening. That's what I noticed basically when if you use WhatsApp in Arabic there. Like so, for example, you can see in this screen when someone sends it, and even you're typing also, that's how it goes there. So it's going to be opposite basically there. The design changes like that as per the language you're using or as per the region basically you're using here. So a lot of websites do that customization. Okay. So why won't the send button placement won't change? So yeah, it does not change because the layout is same. Properly they are doing it right, and they're not changing that button position. That's a good notice you have done here, Manisha. That could be implemented by WhatsApp. But remember, sometimes it could be a technological limitations also. Sometimes I would say because of that in Arabic they might not change that, or maybe in that particular language they might not change it as a UI design there. Do you think that Flipkart is more appealing for Indian people? It's very hard to answer, but because this is more kind of a research question. To be frank, what Shira you are asking, right? It's more of a research question. Even if you ask me, like, it depends from the Indian audience. But if I talk about my personal choice, no, it is not. As a user, if I say Flipkart is not more appealing to me, to be frank, in it. Yes, means they can flip it. I think that with the technology, they can flip the button of the send and all to be there, right? When you are chatting and doing anything, but it totally depends, right? Because they might have sometimes these companies have some kind of a technological limitations which you might not be aware about. So it's very easy for us to say that why don't this company change this, right? But they might have a technical limitation. They might have their own psychology behind it of doing it. Then there was a question about iPhone and Android, and that's debatable completely, right? If you talk about Windows and Mac OS also, you will feel the same, by the way, just not Android and iOS or iPhone. If you basically use Windows laptop, if you use Mac laptop or Mac system, you will feel that difference. If you look at iOS and if you look at Android, they both are different in terms of the usage, and it's very, very subjective to be frank. It's very, very subjective. Like personally, I love iOS more compared to Android, but at the same time, there are a lot of people who love Android over iOS, which I totally agree. That's okay because depends of what you like to do and how much freedom you need and all here. Now, why they are different is because their base is very different. Look at that iPhone, or if you talk about Apple, basically, when it was designed, first of all, iPhone basically carries a lot of design terminology from Mac. Remember that. That's the first thing you need to understand. And there are a lot of things which it's carrying from its Mac OS. So initially, when Mac OS was there, then iOS was built. So Mac have been coming from 90s and 80s. iPhone came in 2007, or iOS came in 2007. So it's a bit of difference there you had, first of all. So that's why iPhone has to be different compared to the Android, right? And they both phones are working different because that's how they differentiate also themselves. If you look at iPhone, basically more focuses on privacy, camera. It was camera. Then of course they can't compete with camera much now. So because technology have gone so advanced, so they work on privacy and security basically. If you comparatively look at it, Apple is better in terms of security. And anybody who's a developer will understand this more. If you're a developer, then you will understand that iOS apps are much more securely stable and better in performance compared to Android because of the, I would say, strict guidelines which Apple have into it. And you can't just simply freely distribute it compared to the Android, right? So that's one of the differences you basically have here into it. Now you can say that of course iOS is more user centric and all, but that's very subjective to be frank, right? And that, for example, in Android you can share music, you can do a lot of things freely compared to iOS. So if you look at, it's more about trust. If you look at business people, if you look at all those high security professionals, even if you look at all those people from politics and all, they generally use iPhone because of its security, I would say, and privacy it has into it compared to the Android. But at the same time, a lot of college goers and youngsters prefer to have Android because of its price point also, and also because of its user friendliness. I have seen a lot of people going from iOS to Android. I've seen a lot of people, they were using Android, they switched to iOS, they did not like it, they go back to Android, which is okay, which is fine. Yeah, that's correct size. So for example, like I have been using iOS from starting, and I would probably never feel to go back to Android, to be frank. But this is, I'm telling you from my personal experience, because I have both the phones. I have Android phone also, which I use it very few times for testing apps and all and other things. But I do have Android phone also. I do have iOS products with me. I also have a Windows laptop besides me right now. I have a Windows full capable laptop, and I also have a Mac laptop, which currently I'm using right now in front of all of you. I really don't like to work on Windows, to be frank. And if you ask me why, it's hard to explain, to be frank. Sometimes it's, even I'm a designer, I'm a UX designer, but it becomes hard to explain that how smooth the experience of Apple is. And when you keep using it for continuously for few years, few months, I would say, then you will understand that how some of the design things in Apple are so seamless that it just makes the experience, smoother to use over the time. And that's what differentiates its product. Now it's very easy to say the price points. You're not talking about the price point, not about the luxury here. I think it was a case at one time when people buy iPhone because of its status. If you look at it, status, but status is no longer a differentiating factor in iPhone or in even in Mac laptops. To be frank, I don't think it's about status now. It's more about the experience you get. And frankly, telling you this that once this you can only differentiate when you experience it. Otherwise, you can keep debating about it, and that's okay. I don't say that Android is bad or Windows is bad. In 2000, Apple brought a MacBook. So MacBook Pro is one of the very good uh, laptops, I would say, for professionals. So they had MacBook Pro, and they brought a major change in MacBook Pro in 2017 when they launched it, and they kept that design to 2006 7, almost 2000, I would say, around 2000 they kept it. Now during these 3 years, in 2007 or 16, they built a one product of a MacBook Pro, which had two differentiating factors to it. It had one touch bar. I don't know how many of you use that laptop with it. Touch bar and a butterfly keyboard. They used to call it butterfly keyboard there, right? They brought two major changes in their machine. And why they brought the butter keyboard majorly was to make the laptop more thin. They wanted to make the laptop very, very thin, so that they brought up butterfly keyboard technology. They can make it more lighter and thinner, right? And this was basically for professionals, MacBook Pros, basically people using. Now, this keyboard had a lot of problems. Even it had a lawsuit in US, and Apple had to return a lot of money and to the users because this keyboard was worse. Even a small dust particle will make the key non-workable into it. And also touch bar was not used by the users a lot that time. So Apple did that, right? And even Apple had done the mistake. Then Apple eventually switched back in 2020 with a new design. They made the laptop a little bit more thicker because they understood. People said, hey, we don't need thin laptops. We need more functional laptops. We need something which can work better for us, right? Which can work better for us. So Apple had to finally listen to the people because they were knowing that the design is not working. So they switched back. They made that a little bit more thicker. They brought back the normal keyboard back to it. They removed the touch bar, which was not very user friendly for people to use, and they have to switch their design back. They have to ultimately listen to the user. So sometimes you have to force also to the user. Remember, sometimes you have to bring a change as a UX design. Sometimes you have to force the design to the user. I tell you one example of forcing design. Most of you are using, you must be using, whether you're using even Android now or whether you're using Apple iOS phone, basically might be using. All of you must be using web browser, Google Chrome and etc. Right? Have you noticed any major change in Apple Safari on mobile phone? And what is that? Or some of the apps in Android also. You might have noticed this change. It's a very small change, but a search bar at the bottom. Have you seen that? Right? Most of the companies are now putting the search bar at the bottom in their applications and all. Why? I'll tell you why at a later stage. But you can see actually when Apple did this, no, to be frank, in Safari, and I'm a Safari user, I was like, oh, this is a pain because my mind was always going on the top by default. But slowly I got used to it. Now I appreciate the design. So remember, sometimes you have to give pain to the user for good. You have to change their mental model over the time for good. Sometimes when people see the design, a new design coming up, they will not appreciate you. They will tell a lot of problems, lot of issues there. But you have to hold in for some time and see whether the users are actually getting used to it or not. And that's what Apple did change. And if you look at, most of the companies are doing this change now. They are putting the search bar at the bottom. Even if you go to Zomato, they are putting the search bar at the bottom in some places. A lot of other companies are doing it. Now, why it is, which law it is known as, by the way? When you say it's more user friendly, it's easy to use in one hand. Does anybody know what UX law it is? What UX law it is? What law of UX it is? Let's see how many of you know what law of UX it is. Don't Google it, just tell if you know about it. What law of UX it is? Correct, Manoj. It's Fitts law. Fitts law of UX. Is the Fitts law of UX. And those who don't know about the Fitts law, I will talk about the Fitts law, what it does, and what it talks about basically in the design. But in short, it means that keeping the target near to the user. That's what the Fitts law talk about here. I think I missed one T there. Yeah, Fitts law. So then this Fitts law of UX. Yeah, done that activity here. Now I'm going to talk about some key principles of design. What are the some key principles of design in UX and UI you have? Not exactly law, I would say, but these are kind of trend which is now going on. I'll talk about it in very short over here. Like these are like fundamentally applied in design. So the first key principle you have is simplicity. Remember, simplicity. A lot of apps, if you now look at it, they are going more simpler. So removing unnecessary elements, concentrating on the essential features that enhance usability and user experience. Making the app simple to use, or even I will say making the process easier to use. It will eliminate any unnecessary element, right? Okay, I tell you one thing. For example, imagine I take you one very small example of simplicity and how you can eliminate some unnecessary elements. For example, you are designing a sign up page, register or sign up page, right? Sign up page and register page. You can go to a lot of websites and do it. Now, let me, for example, let's say you are a fashion brand. You are a fashion brand, okay? Or it's a fashion brand app. It could be anything. Imagine Myntra, IG, or whatever you want to do it. Let's say it's a fashion brand app, okay? And you need to design a sign up page, or you can call it as a register page. First name and last name. You will not do 112. Name, email, email ID, and password. Okay. If I would be having your place and designing a sign up page for a e-commerce, what I will have, I tell you. Okay. Talking about the input fields only right now. Input fields. Okay. I will just have email ID, password, and the button of sign up. I'm talking about only the input fields. Of course, I might have, then after that, I might have already have account, terms and conditions, etc. there. Okay. Now tell me one thing. I was talking about the, see, remember first thing, I was talking about the fashion brand app. I was talking about the fashion brand of app. All of you, I think, forgot that. How many of you seen in the fashion brand app? Okay. How many of you seen in the fashion brand app a captcha? Probably no, right? That's the first thing. Okay, first thing. And remember, how many of you have seen the option on the first sign up page? I'm talking about the first sign up page of asking your first name and last name. It's not there. They want you to register as quick as possible. Remember that. When you're mentioning about gender, when you're mentioning about the name, first name, from where you are, etc., address, one of you mentioned about address, they will ask you this. But as a next step, what they want you to capture your email ID. They want you to create an account as soon as possible, right? They will not even ask you to have a re-enter the password. Most of the options or most of the application will not give you the option to re-enter the password because these are not security apps, remember. They're not security apps. If it's a banking application, it's just different. If it's a banking application, or if it is more kind of an application which is more sensitive, right? They will ask you that information to re-enter the password. And now they are making it more seamless by asking your mobile number and OTP. Simple. So what I was talking about the previous screen, see, simplicity, removing unnecessary things from there. You can, of course, you need the email of the, so you need the first name and the last name of the person. You need the mobile number. You need the address of the person, but not right now, later, because you want to capture his initial information, make him look at him or her, what they want to do it. And while checkout for the first time, they will ask you all this information. And most of the companies also have a skip option, let me tell you, in this sign up. They will have a skip button. So let you explore, like the product, then log in and enter the other information you have. So if you are a UX designer, you have to pay attention to this. Removing what is not needed at right now. For example, when you will put your phone and then it will ask you, give access to your location or your address. Then it might ask you your gender, male or female. Try logging in, like try signing up in Myntra. Go and sign up in Myntra. Does it ask you your gender? People can get offended. You're just making the sign up process slower. So it's important. Something the important is basically for what is the importance here? Importance is to make the person sign up, because once the person signs up, it's most likely they will order from you, or they will have at least the app installed. They are now the company is having your number and email ID for marketing purpose, right? So nowadays mostly you can sign up using your email ID or phone number. Of course, most of the companies are just asking number nowadays because it's more convenient for marketing and all, and etc etc. So ultimately you they need your number, so like they're asking for the number. Or you can sign up using social media. Now this signing up to social media is very important because people are frustrated by remembering passwords, so they want to sign up using Google or sign up using Apple ID, whatever it could be out there. That is the feature of simplicity. Remember, that is on a simplicity here, making any process simpler and seamless. Okay, so all of you have to remember this when you go to design your application. I don't want to see these mistakes when you design your sign up screen at a later stage. Just remember this principle here of simplicity. What is needed right now, which is important for your company also and for the user also, only ask that information. Even if you go to platform like LinkedIn, remember LinkedIn is a very big platform, right? And it needs a lot of information. Does it ask everything to you upfront? No. It also follows the same logic, remember. Because if you give someone some sort of big form to fill it up, people are not going to register for your service. Because means it feels like a lot of mental load. Oh, I need to fill so much information. Let's do it later. People don't have time. So you have to utilize their time over the time. That's why Mantra will tell you complete your profile. Give give more information to us so we can give you more personalized recommendations to you and marketing to you. So they will ask you like this over the time. So you will get that information, but over the time by building trust, telling what is the benefit of giving that information. If you keep asking user something, then the user feels okay, they are only asking me, they are not giving me anything in return. Do this. So simplicity is very important. Then you have consistency. Can anybody give me an example of a app or apps, I would say, which we all use regardless of what domain we are, and it provides a very good consistency to it? Think, guys, across apps. Think of a softwares which all of us use commonly. Not Instagram. Instagram is a single application, remember. I'm talking about apps which are across apps of the company and by same company. Swiggy, Zomato, okay. See, consistency means within the company, first of all. You can't compare competitors over here. So we're not talking about competitors over here. Okay, I give you one simple example, which all of us use, even before this apps came. How many of you have used Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Excel? Most of you have used it in your lifetime, in your school, somewhere you have used it. PowerPoint, Word, Excel, right? Have you seen the consistency in it? Look at the layout of PowerPoint, look at the layout of Word, look at the layout of Excel. They are different applications for doing different things. But how constant are they? The icons, the layout, the shortcuts, that is known as consistency in the software. Google does it very good. Apple does it very good. Adobe does it very good. If you look at Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, I was not taking Adobe example because not everybody uses Adobe Suite here, but I believe almost every one of us has used PowerPoint, Word in our lifetime. And if you just compare PowerPoint, Word also, very similar layout. Shortcuts are same. Way of working is similar in them. That is known as consistency in your design. You have to have consistency in the usability of the product and the learnability of the product here. Important. And of course, you have this consistency across apps also. For example, if you look at Figma also, right? Figma has taken a lot of inspiration from Adobe softwares. Its icons look the same, shortcuts work in a similar way, the terminologies could be similar. So softwares copy it. But what I'm trying to say is consistency within the what you offer into it. And I can tell you people, or even when you're new designers, even you do mistakes in consistency within the application. I have seen people, let's say at the bottom of the navigation, they are using a icon and the same icon inside the app will be different, which does the same thing. So that is also comes in consistency. The font size, the coloring, the icon size within the app has to be constant. Design language has to be similar. If you look at Airbnb, Airbnb, right? If you look at all these icons, you will feel that consistency of the design is there because how the outline is used, how the if you actually zoom in and you say if I show you and zoom in, then the roundness and everything which you're going to feel across the icons is going to feel that consistency within the application I'm talking about. Soft edges, everything I'm talking about, right? So that is known as consistency within the product and across the products as well. So if you use the Airbnb app, it's going to work in a similar way what the website does over here into it. And most of the app follows it, like Spotify, of course, is a great application which basically does that over here. A lot of other applications do that. So that is consistency of design here. Then you have user actions. It focuses on creating interactive elements that guide user towards the desired actions. So good interface always emphasis on the user action. What is important, right? If you go to any application or if you go to any website, let's say, for example, if you go to Apple also, right? Very clear action. See, learn more by now. Simple. Of course, I can click here also, but they're still highlighting it. And there's user action here. This is the action you can right away take. They're giving you two options. Learn more or buy now from here directly. And you can see the consistency. See the consistency here. Now, when your brain sees this, you don't have to read here, learn more. You know that this is learn more, this is buy now or buy. You know this because now brain is trained when it's looking at consistency here over the time into it. If you see, they are always keeping the learn more button on the left hand side and the other options on the right hand side. But learn more will always be on the left hand side in the Apple website. Even though it has different layouts here, you can see that learn more. And we have learn more only here, so that's okay. See, learn more. That is consistency and user action. What is the desired action you want the user to take? Oh, yeah. And that, right? Then we have accessibility. Now, accessibility is also a law over here. It involves designing product easy to use and accessible for everyone, regardless of their abilities and disabilities. Remember. So we call it as inclusive design, inclusivity in the design as well, making it accessible. It is also a law. Let me tell you that. It's a law of Section 508 in US. You have European Union law for it. For accessibility in India also we have law. I think I talked about it. I don't know if I for accessibility it was recently revamped few years back I would say by the BJP government. So this law in India is known as RPWD Act of 2016, which basically says rights of persons with disabilities. It takes care of both digital and non-digital, by the way. It takes care of both. That's the Indian Act which you have. It was revamped It was already in act in 1995 also. Sorry, 1995. There was an act basically. It has replaced it in 2016. Government kind of re-emphasize a lot more on it now, right? So there all this is also a law, remember, accessibility, and it can help. For example, tell me what is the accessibility you have in YouTube for you guys, even if you don't have any disabilities. What is the accessibility you have in YouTube for you? What is the accessibility you have? Voice search, okay. Captions is the biggest thing, the closed caption subtitles, right? So you might not be a person who is maybe deaf or something. So captions will basically mean if you can't hear and you don't you have deaf, then the captions matter. But captions also matter when you have a language barrier. Maybe the voice is not clear. So captions is the biggest accessibility you have in YouTube. Then of course you have voice search, which can be important for certain people. So I would say autoplay is, I would say, is not exactly. It's more kind of a feature, I would say, there, right? To be a part of it. Video speed is also a feature. I will not say video speed in slower. It could be a feature for some people like dyslexia and all. It can be important for people who kind of understand slowly because of their how their brain works basically, right? Talkback feature, which all of you talking about, is more known as screen reader compatibility, which actually YouTube has into it. People who are blind, they have to rely on the screen reader compatibility, right? So that is there for sure. PIP, picture in picture, is more kind of a feature. I won't say it's more about accessibility, it's more about a feature. Picture in picture, I would say. So simple, see, accessibility means how you are making something accessible to people who have some kind of a barrier. So imagine people who are blind. How will they use your software? People who are deaf, people who have Parkinson's. I don't know if you know, but Parkinson's is like shaky hands. They can't have much control in their hands. So Parkinson's basically. People who have some kind of, maybe like a dyslexia. If you know that Tarism in the movie, right? So sorry, I need to explain that way, but yeah, so some people that doesn't know what dyslexia is. So people have dyslexia, remember, into it. So how you can make accessible for them to be there, right? They have dyslexia. So making design accessible to them. Sometimes you have language barrier. For example, a lot of Indians nowadays, there's a trend going in so-called Gen Z that a lot of people are watching Korean movies actually. South Korean movies, right? So they watch it how? They watch it using subtitles. That's how you can understand, right? Of course, you can understand. Not all the films are in English or Hindi of Korean. So you have to basically rely on subtitles to be there. So these are some features of accessibility you have, remember. And you have to think about the wider audience. And like I said, it's also a law. So you have to compile with it. Especially government websites do that. We'll talk about more at a later stage about accessibility. There are a lot of rules and all we will talk about later. Then you have visual hierarchy. Visual hierarchy here. Helping arranging and presenting information on the page in a manner that corresponds with the user priorities. Visual hierarchy is very important. How are you establishing it? For example, if you want to look at the visual hierarchy, one simple example I want to give you. Look at the newspaper you get at your home. If you get a newspaper or if you've seen a newspaper, look at its visual hierarchy. Then you have responsiveness. I think this is something which has to be there now. It's not a question of having or not having it. Responsiveness means that how your screen size, as per the screen size, how it changes its content and how it is scalable. So that is another responsiveness over here, which is I think have to be there. Like nowadays, most of the users are using particular application or device or that particular website across devices. Some people have foldable phones, some people have normal phones, some people have tabs, some people have laptops, some people have TVs also nowadays for browsing the websites or your application. So they have to be responsive. They should basically fit the content and change their layouting as per the device they are viewed on, which is important. That is responsiveness here. And it's like some very, very basic principles you have to keep in mind, right? These are some very basic principles of design you have here into it, right? Over here. So I'm going to just end, but I've already talked about a lot it. But if you talk about these principles, Google is a great example. If you look at, even if you go to Google page, this is what I don't like in Bing. If you go to Bing, it'll give you news, it'll give you all that information which will distract you. Google is simple. You're coming here to search, search. Simple. Removing all the other cluster there. Simplicity, right? Then if you look at consistency, Apple is a great example of consistency across its applications. Actually, the look and feel of OS is very similar in means the way I work in iPhone, the way I work in my Mac, and the way I work in my iPad is very similar. So that consistency is there. Like we talked about Microsoft PowerPoint, Word, Excel. We talked about Google has a lot of application which works in a similar way. Adobe, we talked about, right? Works in a similar way. We talked about accessibility, right? Like Google have this Google Assistance for you. If you are visually impaired, you can basically use Google Assistance for it to be there. And Google have developed that technology. Even Apple has it. A lot of other companies, bigger companies, have to do it because it's also a law. Remember that. So you have to think about people who are disabled. Then visual hierarchy matters. We talked about, right? How you're going to lay out your page, how you're going to design it, where the options will be matters. Like I showed you an example of IRCTC website, which confused you for a login button for a fraction of second though, but it might have done that for you. Then responsiveness, I think all of us understand. The website should fit into every device and should change its layout the way it has to be fitted. And then the what this workflow is, work framework is learnability, efficiency, memorability, error management, and satisfaction. If you have this framework in your application, it can succeed in usability. We only have one slide for this though, but we'll talk about the 5 key areas you have to keep in mind while designing an application over here. So we are still on lesson number 1, but maybe you can go through this PPT and read yourself also. Though it looks very simple framework, which basically L means learnability, E means efficiency, M means memorability, E means again error management, and the R and S basically CS means basic satisfaction over here into it. And what the lemmas framework basically tell us over here. Now let's talk about the lemmas framework over here. See, when you're designing an application or when designing a user experience of an application or an app, like this is like a very basic fundamental principle or a framework you can remember, right? So the first thing you have is the learnability. So what does learnability mean? See, if you look at, you know, if I take an example, let's say you want to make an invitation. Let's say you have a birthday party at your home, or maybe you have some event at your home and you want to create an invitation, which now is mostly we all of us create, right? Let's say you want to create an invitation, right? And you're not a designer, you're not a technical person, but you still want to create an invitation. And let's say, supposing your mobile phone, you want to create it. You want to use a mobile phone to create the invitation, right? So what we do, we will go to the app store, we will look for the apps which can help us design the invitation, and you might download 1 or 2 applications. Now, there the learnability is important, right? Do you have the time to learn? No, right? You don't have the time to learn, remember. And I'm talking about a specific scenario here. Remember, I'm talking about a one particular scenario over here, right? About the learnability. So as a user, if you're spending too much time learning the application instead of actually designing that that invitation which you want to design, for example, what will happen? You will leave that app if it's too complicated. You will close that app basically, or you will not use it. You will look for some other alternative to do it. So learnability means, I think one of you mentioned in a very, very simple way, is that ability to easily pick up the way it works. A very good, I would say, explanation over here, that how easily as a user, as an end user, I can start using the product. As a user, how I can start using the product. That is known as learnability here. So, designing a product in a way that it aligns with the mental model of the user, it aligns with the basics of the cognitive mind, the way the brain works. Having that learnability is important, depending on the application, right? For example, you can't say same learnability for other products. Let's say if you talk about any SaaS product, if you talk about any enterprise company, they have a lot of SaaS product. You have CRM, you have ERP softwares, SAP products. right? Which is again kind of an ERP though, right? If you talk about all those complex projects, even if you talk about Excel, Microsoft Excel, so that doesn't mean that Excel will have on the go learnability. Of course, you will have to learn that tool because it's more complex. Even if you talk about Figma, you have to learn that tool, right? Basically, you have to. If you're a designer already, then it's a different thing. But if you're very new to the Figma, then you will have to learn it because you will not understand, hey, what I should do, how should I proceed. So you will go and watch tutorials here. So that doesn't mean that every tool will have that on the go learnability to it. Means straight away start using it. But even if we talk about the SaaS products like ERP products, CRM products, and all that, basically a complex uh, product like even if you talk about Excel, Figma, let's say, then how can you enforce learnability in it? So first of all, making the app very similar to what other applications are already doing probably. And a great example, if you look at Microsoft Word, and if you look at the Google, Docs basically, which you have similar in usage. So because if you're already exposed to, let's say, Word, Microsoft Word, then you can basically use Google Doc also because it's very similar in actions. And in tutorials also you can have various, like for example, if you talk about Adobe, Adobe have been giving a lot of in-app tutorials. Now you have a lot of in-app tutorials there. In the if you look at Adobe Photoshop and all, they have a lot of in-app tutorials and tooltips. Remember, tooltips are important here. So if you generally have a, generally you will have an information icon, or when you go over it, there is a tooltip coming that what this option do, what will happen with this option. There is an explanation over there itself. So you can have a understanding of that what that tool will be doing and how it's going to basically work into it. So that is learnability. For example, if you talk about WhatsApp, did anybody taught us how to use WhatsApp? So basically it's very similar to messages, the way you used to message in Facebook and all, any messaging app. It was very, very similar to that, right? And if you now notice that when there is a new feature coming in WhatsApp, so you get a notification on WhatsApp, hey, they will get a small video or something that, hey, you can do this, you can do that, right? That is learnability. You have to kind of teach users if you're adding new features or something into it, and you have to change over the time, right? So if you look at WhatsApp, though, they don't bring all the features in one go. They will bring the features and updates over the time so you can adapt to them. If they make a major change into it, it will be a problem. I don't know how many of you know this, but this was a blunder done by Microsoft. I don't know if I've given this example previously, but there was a blunder done by Microsoft in terms of learnability. Can anybody point out what Microsoft did wrong in terms of learnability? Let's see how many of you can recall it. Maybe you'll not be able to recall the same example probably, but let's see. Big company like Microsoft, imagine how many UX designers, great people they have. It's not a mistake, I would say. It was kind of on a call they took it. Eventually, they have to revert it. I'm not talking about the Windows Phone. Yeah, Windows Phone was also kind of a failure because of certain other reasons, I would say. But if you talk about Windows 8, totally different, correct? If you look at Windows 8 was a major change by Microsoft. That full screen icons. I don't know how many of you remember that full screen icon is to come there. And a lot of people, actually, a lot of experienced people also struggled with it, to be frank, because they have been using for so many years Windows, and suddenly you change that complete startup screen itself to something very, very different, and you make the options so difficult to look for, was a blunder by Microsoft, to be frank. And as all of you know, when Windows 10 was launched and other updates which Microsoft brought in, right? They have to revert back. If you see, it's very similar to what you probably had in XP, Windows XP, Vista we have been using, Windows 98 also. So you can't change something overnight, right? You can't just, you can basically bring changes over the time if you want, but not suddenly. If you suddenly change the application, people will be confused over here. And Microsoft actually recognized it. If you look at it, like Microsoft accepted that, you know, that users are not able to adapt to this and they have to revert back. It wasn't that user friendly than what they might have thought about, though they brought that change for Windows Phone only, Windows Phone OS, to be frank. That's why they brought that change basically in Windows 8. But even the Windows Phone did not work for them, and they had a lot of backslash on Windows 8 as well. It's said to be one of the worst updates of Microsoft, to be frank, which they brought it, and they have to revert back. and which is okay, because you learn from your failures. You basically learn over the time that what users are able to accept as a change into it. Yes, and their OS was also, I would say, not so user friendly, probably, right, compared to what other companies were already doing in the market. So it has, I think, a lot of other factors to kind of also, I would say, uh, you know, to affect it. I would say, for example, if I want to bring a competitor today of iOS and Android, let's say you are one of the UX designer who want to, or as a product manager, let's say you want to bring a new rival to iOS and Android, then what is the main thing? Adaptability for sure, yes. So of course, adaptability in it. But I tell you, what is the main thing here? And this is what I think Windows did not focus on or was not able to kind of prepare in the market. So the very most important thing is to be prepared in the market to have the common apps. If I can't use WhatsApp, if I can't use Instagram, if I can't use TikTok on Windows Phone, why will I go there? And there were a lot of issues like this because the apps were not ready. They launched it in the market something for which not all the apps were available in the market. And company like Microsoft would have invested in that much amount to, tell the developers to take their time and develop for it. And this is what strategically most of the companies do, remember. If you look at Apple, right? Apple brought a lot of updates into the application. But if you look at their Vision Pro, the smart glasses, which is of course not doing very well because of its price and the comfortability of wearing it whole day. But if you talk about the applications, so what Apple did, Apple announced the product almost 6 months back. They showcased to everybody that what they're bringing. They onboarded a lot of developers. So when the Apple Vision Pro is available in the market, all the apps, the common apps which people very frequently use, is migrated to Vision Pro. So people can use those apps in the Vision Pro. And that was one of the, I think, the transition which wasn't very, very good in Windows Phone, which ultimately, of course, did not work in the market if you look at it. Otherwise, it could have done good. So if you're not able to use a common apps, which people are already very used to it, they probably might not switch into it because they have to deal again with something which nobody wants in life over there. And what is the additional value you are bringing into it? What is that different you're bringing from the others? Like, why should I leave Android if I'm in the comfort zone? Why should I leave iPhone if I'm in the comfort zone? What different are you doing? And that time Microsoft did not bring any kind of continuity or connectivity between these systems. Like, if I'm buying a Windows phone, then what is the benefit of having a Windows laptop with it? Like, there was no connection between it. So we have to remember that. Right. So remember, learnability is very, very important. You can't make, in the today's world especially, and if I also call it as Gen Z world now, which we call it, people don't have time to learn. Life has gone so fast. People don't have time to learn. So to give the tools and make the product in a way that it has learnability, easy to learn, easy to adapt, simple as that. This is what Figma did. Remember, this is what Figma did. People who are in so much comfort zone of using Photoshop, Illustrator as designers, switching to Figma, migrating to Figma. Why people did that? What difference it brought? It brought a difference of collaboration. It brought a difference of working on the web browser. You don't have to download an app. You don't have to use a particular, uh, you know, s- system configuration system to use the software into it. And you can import your current designs into it. And simple to use, simple as that. This is what Figma focused, if you look at it. And that's what made it popular in the market. It offered the right package at the right time to the users. And the timing, I would say, also was perfect of it. So it was offering you the new way of working. It was offering you a better way of management of your assets and everything, and an online tool which anybody can use on the web browser. You don't have to download also. That's why there have been a great number of people who have been now using Figma. And I don't know how many of you, by the way, have looked at Figma, right? There was this conference of Figma, right? I don't know how many of you attended it live virtually. It was done virtually live. Uh, some great products by Figma now. So Figma has additional. So it was already 4 products. I would say now they have additional 4 products into their catalog. We added it, right? So Figma has gone more bigger. That was a little bit more not complex, but I think they have done good changes into it, right? Great if you look at it, right? The way they are bringing the updates, the way they are enhancing the product overall. Yeah, so you have Figma Draw, you have Figma Sites, into it. You have Figma guides into it. You of course have the dev mode and the Figma design mode into it, which is already there, and the Figma Jam into it. So some great products basically brought by uh, Figma now, and huge changes. I think they have done a good job of understanding the market and then bringing the products to the market. If you have not looked at, make sure you go to the YouTube. You can go and watch the Figma updates. You also have Figma slides, by the way. If you forgot to mention that, Figma slides is also there, which is the PowerPoint tool of Figma. We call it. It's very similar to PowerPoint. The adaptability, which I have seen, is not too much in the Figma slides as of now, but they have recently came out of beta, and Figma had done some great job, and also launching Figma Bus. Figma Bus is also there. So some great updates. If you've not looked at it, please look at what Figma is doing, right? And how which direction Figma is going actually. Now the graphic design, I think the tools like Canva and all have a very good competition, because now you can do graphic designing in Figma, you can do logo designing in Figma, you can draw anything you like. You can also create sites. So it's going to be a big competitor for Framer, like Webflow and Framer and all, because previously people used to leave Figma for actual development of in Webflow and all. So they're bringing the ecosystem. So again, if you look at Figma, they understand that they have to bring that ecosystem, which is also helping the user and also helping the company run more revenue out of it. Because the more product they have, the more revenue they can make out of it. So it's like a win-win situation for both users and also for the Figma people there. So have efficiency. That's what Figma is now focusing on. If you look at it, right? Efficiency. Now, efficiency is very, very important. Like what this tool is offering me in terms of efficiency. Why should I leave my current tool and go to the other tool or go to another product? What is the benefit it's offering? So that one is efficiency over here. If you look at efficiency, could be anything. Notion could, yeah, Notion's a great software. Speed with many people can do tasks. Yes. So if you look at efficiency, what AI is doing, right? If you look at AI, AI is focusing on efficiency, right? They say that we are going to make you more efficient now. Though I feel the AI is also making us, to be frank, this is what I feel. AI is also making us dumb, to be frank, right? Because when you depend on something too much, or we all are doing that, of course. We want that efficiency or easy to work to do it. So over the time you become, I think, because that brain, you're not thinking too much with your brain for everything. But that's okay. I think that's how the humans will evolve over the time here into it. So efficiency, remember, matters. For example, if you talk about Word Notepad, instead of writing a letter on Notepad, I would use Microsoft Word, because Microsoft Word will offer me a better efficiency. The notes can do the same thing. The Word can do the same thing, but Word will bring more efficiency in my daily task to be there, right? Or in my day-to-day life we use. So you have efficiency. For example, why people pay more for taking a flight compared to traveling with the railway, right? Or with the train, I would say, because of time. So time is your efficiency, remember here, right? So just makes probably if you can go from one place to another place in 1 hour, instead of spending 6 hours or maybe 5 hours traveling by a train. So it's basically giving you more time, which is of course related to efficiency there, into there as an option. Then you have memorability. What is memorability? So basically that's a great example of memorability. It's more about kind of building a recognition for something. Remember, you can recognize something and you don't have to always recall something, I would say. That's one example of it. For example, longer user know how to navigate when he visits a website. Again, yes, that's memorability. So building the muscle memory, yeah, kind of building a muscle memory. Like I talked about, the login page of, one of you told me that example of login in IRCTC website, right? So as per your memory ability or mental model, you always go on the right hand side login instead of going to the left hand side, if you look at it, right? So memorability also basically means over here. For example, I would say again the recognition of something. How can you, for example, if you see a red color on a button, let's say on a button you see a red color paint. So majorly that means it's going to be some kind of a danger, right? Call and yeah, alert, danger. It could be anything like delete, cancel, and all. So that is memorability, remember. That is basically trigger your mind immediately to recognize something. right? So that is basically kind of a memorability. So you can remember easily something over time. Even if you use it after a few days or few time, you can still remember, how that application works. Or you can like green is for correct. Yeah. Then you have error management. It's very, very important that this is one of the things which are generally ignored. Remember, see, you can't, doesn't matter what you do, to be frank, you cannot always have a error proof application. There will always be error somewhere because there's so many users using in different environments in with different mental models, I would say. So there is a very high chance of error. So how are you managing those errors basically? Are you helping the users in something if something goes wrong, right? That is error management. A simple example, if I talk about in most of the softwares, if you see, we have what? We have undo option, correct? So we can always go back. If we did something wrong, we can go back. Because human beings, of course, make errors, right? If you look at AI also now, AI also makes error because it works with the same kind of the way human brain works to a certain extent. So how are you helping the users come out of that error? Or what resources are you giving them to basically that the error does not happen? Probably how you can prevent the errors and all. And then there's error management over here. Then you have satisfaction. What is satisfaction here? Give me an example of satisfaction use. Taking survey. No, so taking survey is basically getting a feedback. That's a different thing. I want to talk about satisfaction. That what makes you satisfied by using that task accomplishment. Yeah, but let's say you can do that with three also tasks. You can complete it. If it's a good product, you can but how you can add more kind of a satisfaction of in giving task. Goal of the app is complete. Simple, easy, successful job. Okay, great. First of all, giving rewards to the user. A feeling of completion of task means, or like most of you mentioned, task accomplishment. When you complete something, you heard about gaming, right? Lot of people play game, and it's one of the biggest industry if you look at a game. So if you look at the gaming, so gaming is what? It's probably not giving anything, right? It might not give you learning like lot of knowledge or something there probably, right? But what is giving you is a satisfaction. You achieve something, you clear one level. I hope all of you play that Mario game in their childhood. Other games probably here. So this is a satisfaction. It's giving you that level of satisfaction. Oh, I cleared this and I achieved this many points. That positive feeling which you have, correct? So the feeling which you give here. Now there are other things also in satisfaction. For example, if I talk about cred, no, I use a app which I mentioned last time. Also, I use a app on cred for my credit card payments and all. And most of you must be using Google Pay also. And if you've seen recently, when you make a payment in Google Pay, there is a nice animation goes there, smooth animation you have, right? Even if you look at Grid, you have some amazing animation, some color effects. Just I don't know how many people it affects it, but I just feel so good about it. Right? It basically adds to that satisfaction. So if you look at cred, a lot of people talk about cred in the UX industry. If I talk about cred is something that's doing its job also. What the product is solving a problem of managing all your credit cards and making payments of them and tracking all the payments and all. But it is also giving you the something extra, some kind of a feeling to it, whether it's animation, the way the product is designed. So it's no longer a boring product, something exciting. So it gives that satisfaction there. Like this, a lot of application gives you satisfaction. For example, think about Zomato. Most of you must have used Zomato, right? Yeah, Airbnb also. I'll talk about great website if you look at it, right? Do you have these principles in Zomato, which we're talking about over the framework we're talking about here? Okay, I'm talking about like this. For example, when you go to the cart, let's say if you say, okay, I want to order pizza, you click on pizza and you say, I want to have pizza. When you go to the cart page where it shows, you're ordering pizza and it's basically showing you the total and everything. Remember, it shows you what other people have ordered. What is the most frequent combo people have ordered? It give you suggestion there. Hey, maybe you forgot sweets to add. Maybe let's say you want to have a pizza out of from Domino's and you can maybe add a chocolate cake there. It's basically making a little bit kind of reminding you so you don't forget something. And so that's kind of on the memorability, of course, you have here. Recommended liked by your friends, yeah. That one of the options you can have or have. Then think about we're talking about the suggestions which is given by Zomato. There, suggestions which are given by Zomato. Okay, so that can basically, so yeah, so basically you're talking about giving suggestions, right? Over there. It can, so which category you think should come in then? Efficiency maybe, yeah. So there's a very thin line over here to be frank, right? So if you look at suggestions basically, right, sometimes they could be helpful in terms of memorability also or efficiency also to be there. Because you might have, especially like, if you talk about like apps like Blinkit, if you talk about especially like apps like Blinkit, right, then it becomes more important as a memorability, to be frank. Because let's say if you're ordering, because Blinkit is more kind of, or if you talk about like someone, if you're talking about Big Basket, is basically giving you that memorability of, maybe you also want dahi, you also want milk, you also want this and this, etc., etc. So it's kind of a very thin line between efficiency and memorability, kind of a combination of both, I would say, as a rule into it. Then think about in Zomato, what is error management? So remember, maybe especially if you see this option in Swiggy, you look at the if you look at the option like Swiggy, right? You have 60 seconds to cancel your order. They give you a window of 1 minute. That 1 minute to cancel your order. Because sometimes what happens, you suddenly press enter and someone said, "Hey, I also want this." Or maybe you thought about, oh, maybe I did something wrong. I forgot to apply a coupon or something. Like it has happened to me a lot of times, I to be frank. So that is basically also kind of an error management that you can easily go and cancel that order within, of course, few minutes. Of course, it depends how if you can do it, right? Then of course you have customer support. I agree with all of you there. If the payment fails, the order gets played. That's agree with you. Add to the same order option without extra cost. Yes, it's a great option by Zomato, I would say, and that's a great example if you know the user flow, the task flow which they have into it. Then what is the satisfaction? How does Zomato? I would not exactly give you setting, but kind of play with your satisfaction also. Cashback, yeah. So offers, especially giving coupons and all. Or you feel, oh, I got this much discount today, right? So just giving you that most of the discount, if you practically look at it, like it's more kind of a marketing thing to be there. And we all know that, but we still get happy because that's how the brain works. Remember, we still get happy, by seeing those discounts there. Yeah, their CEO spoke about I remember that interview of Dipinder Goyal talking about the discounts and all. But yeah, so it's simply just that's how the human psychology works. You as a user might be aware very very consciously what's happening in the background, but if you get that discount, you just feel happy about it, right? You just feel happy about that. So it's kind of giving one that kind of a satisfaction there to you. So I brought this in that discount, or I got this much cash back, or whatever it could be, right? So it's giving you that ice cream with a cherry on top of it, I would say. Satisfaction could be triggered by very small things into it you have in Zomato or any other application, I would say. Yeah. Yeah, so simply your mind basically just that's how the mind works, and that's how the marketing works basically around anything, right? To be there, if you get a coupon, if you get something, you generally feel a little bit more happy about it than a discount. So it can basically lead to your satisfaction into it. Then of course there could be a lot of other factors you might have. Of course, the way the UI works, the UI animations are there. I think one of the another key factors which I feel in Zomato makes it very, very efficient and also gives that satisfaction to me is the images of the food. Right. I don't know how many of you will agree with me, but those images of food really matters if you look at it, right? If you don't, generally this is what has happened to me whenever I don't, there's sometimes you go to a restaurant menu or in Zomato or even in Swiggy, you might not have a photo of that particular dish and you may not order it. Even it's like basic like paratha, like aloo paratha or whatever paratha it could be. If you don't have that photo there, you may not order it, that particular product. So it just helps me in recognizing what the food is, first of all. Sometimes when you look at that images, it gives you that again a mind effect of satisfaction to you to look at what that food has or that what it's offering, and especially becomes more important when you're ordering a combo, that you're ordering a thali combo or something, so you know what will come there. You don't have to read through the details of it. You can recognize that. So that really helps you there. Red has a lot of cashback. Yeah, it depends. Slowly they give you only 1 or 2 rupees, to be frank. But yeah, people still feel happy about it. You're getting something. 1 rupee sometimes though feels like, why it's giving 1 rupee to me, but yeah, that's fine. Food pictures and this will make you more hungry. Yeah, also, yeah, that's a good point I think, Priyanka, you made. The food picture also makes you more desire to order something. Sometimes you don't want to order that sweet dish or something like that, but you might see a picture of a sweet dish. And if this happens in the restaurant also, if a lot of us go to a restaurant and if you see someone, what someone else is eating, probably, and if it looks good to you, you might also order the same thing into the restaurant. So that happens with all of us. Okay, I think we talked a lot about this principle here. Let's go to the next part over here about the, this is like a basic case study, I would say, of the Domino's and Pizza Hut apps. Though if you look at, I think recent apps, they have been very a little bit different. In the design, I don't know how many of you have used both Domino's and Pizza Hut app. I have used a lot of, I would say, Domino's app, not too much of Pizza Hut app, to be frank. I think I like the way it works overall. The previous app was better. I think Domino's previous app was more better than the recent update. I think it has now gone too much gimmick into it, but I think they have to kind of keep changing. So if you look at both the brands, of course, they are both very big competitors worldwide of each other into it. And I know some of you might be a Domino's fan, some of you might be a Pizza Hut fan. So we're not talking about which pizza is better and all, but we're talking about the application here when it comes to using their application or the apps that you have. So if you look at the Domino's app over here, right? And if you compare this, especially these two screenshots over here. So first of all, remember, it's also about, their audience could be a little bit different. What maybe Domino's catering to, and what Pizza Hut is catering. So Pizza Hut streamlines pizza ordering and tracking for enhanced customer convenience. If you see here, this is what I was talking about, memorability, that desirability which is building. If you look at these images and all, the way I think the Domino's works, to be frank, is they know people are coming for pizza order, and then they show you the other products. So the first focus, very clearly, Domino's have is to order pizza. And of course, if you're ordering pizza, you might at the end might add garlic bread or maybe dips or whatever you have as a cold drink to be ordered into, and that's their primary focus if you see it. Even if you still go to their apps, the primary focus is that you can start ordering the pizza right away and from their website. The next thing you have is the, whereas if you talk about the Pizza Hut, focuses on the promotional engagement and customizable ordering experiences. They're not upfront kind of telling you that okay, order a pizza or something here, but they're kind of telling you probably the in a more bigger way that what options you have, delivery, takeaway, and all. If you look at it, and what are the main deals if you have, if you look at their homepage and if you look at the Domino's homepage over here. So both companies have kind of a different kind of a target audience and the way they're communicating with their designs. However, if you look at in both the applications, the layout and navigation, the user journey from login to order could be very different because they might be getting to a different audience. You can see the use of colors, typography, and imagery there, what kind of user interaction it has, and the content, what kind of information they have. So let's talk about here. Look at the layout and navigation. If you see over here, it's a simplified menu with a focus on quick reordering features, or basically simply making a placing an order of these, like I mentioned in the previous screen also. If you look at it here, it's prominent displaying the deals like we talked about. So that's the navigation difference you have. Then if you look at the visual design, of course, if you look at the branding of Domino's, it has both blue and red to it. So look at the branding here, the way it's kind of doing it. And this is what I want all of you to also focus on, especially those who are new into designing. If you want to be a good UI designer or a visual designer, I would say, right, then this is very, very important to keep in mind. So you can see both the apps, if you look at it, they're mostly majorly black and white, which is known as a neutral color, remember. So they are using a neutral color over here. So because I've seen, like I told you previous session also, like a lot of newbies who come here, I don't know, like you might put a gradient in the background, you might, put colors all around, you might put a picture here and there, and this is what you might do. But see, visual design does not have to be too complex. And if you look at their brand colors, also how they are using. If you look at Domino's, it's blue and red. So if you see, mostly it is blue on most of the places, but they're using red for the offers. Of course, they're into it. Pizza Hut has only red, and you can see how they are using that red color over here into this. Okay, red. So visual design is important. If you see, both the applications are very clean over here. They're not kind of, I would say, overly done. Then you have the user interaction over here into it. So there is in actually in Domino's, you have a pizza builder and real-time tracker to enhance engagement and satisfaction for the users. In Pizza Hut also you have that. You have customization and card management to improve the shopping experience over here over the time. So of course, the screen of both of them could look a little bit different when you're ordering and tracking the order there, but they offer you a very similar experience to be there, or the flow in it. Then you have the content and information architecture. So content and information architecture, what does it mean? How the content is arranged and how much text you have. For example, if you look at especially even in the Domino's and the Pizza Hut here, see what you have. Login. But why should I log in? I should log in for saved addresses, right? Delivery time, how much? Takeaway, select store. So it's giving that small helpful text there. Dine in, select store. Deliver to train, next station. So give that small help there. Even if you look at Pizza Hut also, hello there, select delivery tracking side. Delivery, let us know your location. Takeaway, find your nearest hut. This is a very simple example of, I would say, information architecture with the visuals and all you have here, which is very thoughtfully done over here if you look at it, right? And of course, images are and everything is playing a part of the information architecture over here. We'll look into more detail about the information architecture at a later stage here. And one thing, if you look at, I just wanted to point it out for the information architecture came to my mind is, if you look at this one, what are you craving for? Look at that wording there. Does anybody know what this is called? What is this called? Or even the ones which is at the bottom, you see what is that called here? See, what I'm trying to point out is if when you are a new designer, when you're a new designer, or when you're into the, or even into UX when we talk about, right? What a normal person would write there. Think, what if I today ask you without showing the screen, if I ask you, hey, or draw a pizza delivery app home screen, what will you write here? Mostly what people will write, select your pizza, select what you want to order, what you want to order, right? This is what will come to your mind. And this is what I'm trying to bring in point is that that's a difference between a designer, normal designer, and you being a UX designer. That's a difference here. And these are some small things you can always highlight in your portfolio. The way, it's a more about selling experience again over here. So everything is connected to each other in short. And that's what as a UX job you do. You try to make everything work together in a seamless way. So you might say, okay, this is the, coloring is a job of a UI designer. Image is a job of someone else. But a proper UX designer, right? Proper UX designer is basically integrating everything in a more seamless way. As a team, you're doing it. Yeah, it's known as micro copies. We're going to talk about micro copy. There's a complete section we have now on it, and for others also. We'll talk about what micro copies are and how you can basically have them. But just wanted to just kind of make it, more information, kind of tell you about that. Basically, that there's something like this in the industry you have. Then you have the strength analysis, if you see, right? And this totally depends. And both the companies have similar strength. And it's more about taste, to be frank. Some people like Pizza Hut, some people like Domino's. And there could be a lot of, in India, kind of in the country, I think the offers really matter, to be frank. What is giving what, to be there into it. So I'll not talk about much strength here because this is more about, I think, overall business also of the companies. Recommendations for improvement, basically, right? So for refining the customer experience and for reducing the merchant customer. So of course, we not say this is like, see, no product is perfect. Probably if I ask you, what would you like to change in this screen, which you see, or what you would like to change in this screen, all of you will suddenly become a better designer, to be frank, right? Because as human beings, we are very good in finding other people's, probably I would say, mistakes and all over here to be there, right? But overall, if you look at, they're pretty nice applications, the way they have designed it and done everything here into it. I'll not spend too much time on it actually, because there's a lot to cover here. Then if you talk about the keys, if you talk about both the case studies which we're talking about here, right? So Domino's is very straight away, like I said, focus on ordering pizza, boosting their sales and convenience for the customer. Pizza Hut is more in terms of giving you that message of deals, attractive deal seekers, right? And then selling that pizza basically with you. Okay, so let's see how many of you have been paying attention. So I have a quick quiz over here for all of you to answer. Small one question quiz, I would say. So let's say based on the comparatively of UI UX analysis of Domino's and Pizza Hut app, which design approach is used by Domino's is most effective in ensuring a quick and efficient user experience? So you can basically have A, B, C, D. You can just type in A, B, C, D, your answer. you think. So first is visual design, utilizing a bold color scheme to attract attention, seamless ordering process, simplifying the user flow to allow quick and easy order placement, customization option, offering extensive customization offering for orders, content density into it. B. So a lot of you saying, yeah, so B, technically B is the right answer, but I would say, of course, A and C is also kind of equally part of it. But if you allow me to kind of pick one of them from all of them, and of course B, let's say if I'm allowed only for, let's say, pick one, then I will say B, of course. But if you ask me additional things, of course, A and C also matters into it. D is also fine, but I think a little bit later means when you go into details of it. But of course, B is one kind of a answer over here. As per the, especially the slides we have talked about over here, I would say, and what we've been talking about so far. As per that, especially if you talk about as per that over here. Now I'm going to talk about portfolio here a little bit because this is like a first lesson. So I have a few slides on the portfolio. Then we'll go to lesson number 2 now. So why is portfolio important in the field of UX? And remember, one thing I want to point out is the portfolio can vary, to be frank, depending on what you're targeting. Typically, if you talk about the UX, is just not about design. UX is about that what are you solving? UI is more tangible there. UI talks about, your visual design skills. What is your thought process of designing and creating the structure and layout here? And if you talk about overall portfolio is important for other person to understand by looking at your work, right? Understand what kind of a thinking abilities you have, what how well you know the, probably some concepts into it. And to be frank, when we talk about this session and all, and we're talking about, bringing a case study, we generally follow one kind of a pattern in case study, but it is not always like that. So you can always make your portfolio stand out the way you structure your case study of UX. Like currently in the course, I focus on, having a complete UX case study from start to end, but it is not always like that. It depends, what you want to focus on your portfolio and what you want to have it. So there are two fields here. Remember, we're talking about UX and UI. If you go to like enterprise companies, if you go to like large scale companies, I would say they can hire you as a UX person also, right? Where your designing is limited to wireframing mostly. The designing will be related to if you talk about, apps and all, if you talk about website and apps. So it's basically going to be more limited to just wireframes. Even if you do like basic wireframe, basic design, that's okay. If you talk about, mid cap companies, large cap companies and all over there. But when it comes to small cap companies or when it comes to, startups and all, then they surely need more of a UI skill. So they focus a lot on UI skill comparatively to UX skill because startups needs money, remember. So they want to get kind of quick fundings and all here. They want to basically showcase a product as fast as possible. That's their focus on. And even the small companies we talk about. Now, even in large cap companies, they might also equally focus on UI depending on the process you're going. So generally, I don't, tell that if you're going to a large enterprise company, then you don't have to design. You might still have to design to be frank. It totally depends. I don't know how many of your experience working in the corporate industry, but most of you might be knowing that the process, the team you belong to in a particular company, right, is very, very important corporate, especially if it's a client serving company, right? That becomes very, very important what process you are in, or in, what vertical of that company you are in. So it'll depend on that also. It's not at always, let's say if you're going to go to a company like Adobe, for example, which is of course a kind of an enterprise company, I would say that they will only hire you for UX, right? Of course, they will have rules which is just focus on UX, and they have roles which is basically just focus on UI. But while they still look for people who might have a combination of both, depending on the hiring manager, the process that might demand them to be there. So what I'm trying to say over here is people who are not very good in designing, right? You can still build a career in UX by focusing as a UX, means just focusing on the UX part there, by going deep into the UX research, trying to showcase, how you would particularly solve that particular problem as a solution to be given. So that's what also you can focus on. And same thing goes for the UI designers. So basically, you can showcase what you can design and how creative you can build something while following some basic UX principles there. you may not be very good in research and all, because not everybody is meant for it, I would say. Like, we as human beings have different skill sets there. And so what is the importance of the portfolio here? So of course, like most of you mentioned the points, I'll not go through all of them, but you can see demonstrating your skills in action, practically, basically, illustrating your design process, building credibility and trust, highlighting your unique design style, gaining a competitive edge, and reflecting your committed UX. And kind of a commitment you have for it, I would say. And you can reflect all that over here. So this is what you're seeing now. Going to see on the screen is what you're going to do in your projects and the assignments also in the upcoming sessions. So we encourage you to build a complete case study from start to end, means starting from the UX and all the parts and of the UX, such as research, problem statements, creating problem statements, talking about personas, how can you create personas and all based on the research you have done. We'll talk about that. Then in a portfolio, you can have wireframes. You can have your UI design also on those mockups, then having prototypes into it, and also giving a more detailed explanation of why you have designed in a particular way, why you have layout in a particular way, and what problem you're trying to solve. And you may also add usability to it, like what is the after result of it as a usability over here, right? So you might focus on that also here. So remember, it's not about UI always. I will show you one case study which I really like. At one time, it was very popular also over the internet. I will talk about in a minute over here about it. Let's complete it here first. So this could be a checklist, remember, that you have research insights into it. You have the problem statement that what you're trying to solve here. Then persona, like I mentioned. Persona means basically including details of your target audience in it. And wireframes, which we talked about, prototypes, and explanation of your design things there, which can basically help you create a portfolio. And then, so we have an example here of the portfolio. I'll not go through this one because so comprehensive portfolio could look like this. Let me open this link which is given in your presentation, right? Though I don't always like it a lot, but just to show you that what you would be building. This is what we ask you to do, to be frank. I'm not saying this is a great portfolio here, which you see, but this is what we ask you to do it. And by the end of the course, if you follow all the assignments and everything, by the end of the complete 6 month, you will have this, which I've shown you multiple times before also. So for example, if I go here, right, so you have a problem statement, you have storyboarding, problem solution, app features, your role probably, trying to explain design thinking process you followed there, emphasizing the phasing with the user, like we talk about user interview, survey, basically research of the user, competitive analysis, you can see here, personas been defined of your targeted audience, empathy maps created here, user journey map created here, ideate phase of information architecture, user flows, right? And then design phase of really high fidelity. So your UI screens, not too great, I would say, but yeah, that's okay. Then you know why you have designed in a particular. What is now, this is the most, I think, the important thing to have here, right? That why have you have it there, right? What made you to have that, basically? This is the kind of the UX part here. Having a logical reasoning why you have done something there, in the why that piece of information is there, is what one of the parts, major parts of UX here to be there, right? I'm giving that a little explanation, you can see into it over here. Though this can be structured a little better, to be frank. I generally say this can be structured a little better because this is the main thing, remember, you have, which is talking about here. And that could will come a little bit up to kind of highlight it. Now, the case study which I was talking about, which is not that big, which you see over here, but very nice case study. Give me a second. Let me see if I can open that. I always show this case study in these sessions here. Known as the Fitbit case study. It was done by one of the users, and it was popular at one time, I would say. So it's a Fitbit. I don't know how many of you know Fitbit. Fitbit is a smart band, a smartwatch. Even before Apple brought Apple Watch and all, most of the companies brought it. Fitbit is a very old brand in terms of fitness tracking and all. And of course, they have a app. So this person talked about the UX behind the habit of exercise and all. So see, now the what I'm trying to focus over here is that it is does not have to be always the same what you saw here. So we teach you how to do this basically. We encourage you to do this because if you do this, you learn a lot of things. You learn a lot of practicality of it. But it does not have to be always in the same way. It can also be this way to more tell you about like a story and what is that you're trying to solve here. So if you see here, it says generally there are three types of people in the world, right? I will give you this case in the chat. You can read about it along with the most people I know. They're third person, and this is and it says, but I have encountered few problems while using their iOS app. So this person was already using their app and he encountered some problems. He talks about design process. He creates a persona first, by the way. Job stories means what user generally do in the application, and he does the gorilla or known as usable testing actually, and then identifying and prioritizing the pain points of the user, if you see, and then defining the problem over here. Now, this is what I wanted to point it out here. If you look at it, right? And what I want to point out was if you go up over here in the case study, he talks about that I have encountered few problems while using their iOS app, right? So I decided to put my design hat, as mentioned, to while to see it will share any of my problems and could make improvements in the app. So what he's telling is currently he's not talking about the problem here as well. He's saying that there are some problems which I have as user has encountered, but before showing that problems, he talked about the design process, to find out whether other people also have the same issue or not. Like for example, one of you mentioned about it was very hard for me to locate my earnings in the Upwork, right? So how many people have the same issue? That's what the person who built this has built this case study is talking about here. Then he says, that if you go down, then he says identity defining the problem, and this is the most important thing here. Sometimes why I'm focusing on a lot on this is basically the problem might look to you on the surface might look different to you, but in the background it could be very very different, right? I always talk about this. For example, if you go in 90s, early 90s, and when we only had there was no cars basically, we only had this horse cart or bull cart and all those stuff. So imagine what complaints people are making. So let's say I'm making a complaint as you know it is slow. Currently, the horse cart which I have or the bull cart as a solution we have is slow. So it's a problem, right? It's a problem. And what is the solution for it? Think about 90s. What could be the solution if I say as a user that, oh, it's very, very slow? What we would do? So a lot of solution would be that, yes, I think I mentioned about that, right? Adding additional horse. You make an additional horse, right? Maybe let's say redesign, sorry, design the wheels more to be more effective. Probably that could be one of them, right? Into it. So that's a very surface problem here you have, right? But if you might do a more research into it, or if we go more in depth of it, right? We might find a very, very core problem there. So UX is not about finding solution, remember. It is about finding that core issue which we have. So why do we feel it's slow, right? That's the question here. Why do we feel this slow? Even if we add additional source and everything into it, but it might still be slower. So UX TCG, first of all, going to the core problem, also finding the most optimum solution of something. So there are two things. First of all, understanding what is the problem is and finding a optimum solution there, right? So that's why I don't want to do this comparison just for I would say analogy to give you all of you. I don't want to compare doctors with UX designers to be frank, but remember you are a doctor. You are a doctor. Simple as that. You are a doctor. So for example, let's say you're not doing well and to you go to the doctor, right? Now, do you tell doctor that I have malaria or I have dengue? or I have this and this disease. What you tell? You tell symptoms, remember. And this is the core of UX research, remember. That's the problem. See, most of us as a UX designer, we are asking user, hey, what problem do you have? It doesn't work like that, remember. And of course, I'm not asking you to ask symptoms, basically to deep dive into how user is using. What is causing that problem to the user, that issue basically. So you tell your symptoms to the doctor. And doctor, what it does, will basically analyze whatever you're telling him or her. And of course, their experience adds to it. And of course, that's why UX experience also adds to it. So you have the experience, but the experience of the doctor, they might say, okay, you might have this, or you have this kind of a disease, right? To it. Then they will tell you, okay, they will analyze whatever information you tell them. And of course, they will check, remember, you are telling them, but they are also checking your BP. They will check your fever. They will check your maybe, you know, your tummy or something, whatever they might do. They will check you basic. They will check, how you're breathing and all. They will do that, their analysis, their part of observation to be there. So you tell them the symptoms and they also observe you. And based on that, they will tell you, okay, this is what you have. Most likely they will tell you like what it is there, right? Or you have. So based on your symptoms and your, when they observe you, I would say. So what they do, they give you what? Sorry, this came up. What they give you? They give you a solution. Remember. So they observe you. So they put you in the observe means they observe. I would say observe you. And combining both them together, they will give you a solution. They give you a solution that maybe take this is medicine, right? And I would say that solution is also a prototype because what they say, hey, maybe take this medicine for 3 days and then come back to me if it does not improve, right? Maybe take for 2 days, 3 days, and if you don't improve, come back to me. So of course they're not doing testing on you, but every patient is different probably, right? So that's why they tell you, okay, this is a solution I'm giving you right now. Test it means maybe take that medicine. If you don't improve, then come back over here. So they're giving you a solution there. So you are kind of a doctor, remember, who is looking at what the user is doing, what the user is saying, how the user is doing, trying to find the real problem and then solving it. And the solution which you give or even the doctor gives is important, right? For example, you are a doctor in a rural area, rural area of India, whereas you're a doctor in a urban area. Do you think that the solution will be different? Solution could be different, can be different a little bit. Remember that. What I mean by solution here, of course, you're giving a medicine, but that medicine could be different, right? Think like that, no? So rural area might not have the accessibility for everything. Their diary habits can be different. Very good, Bhumika. You kind of rightly pointed out that thing over here. So solution for every patient, or I would say not the patient, also even the area would be different there. Would be different. So what I'm trying to say over here, when you are a UX designer and when you're designing a solution, or when you basically when we create a solution, you have to keep in mind few constraints. The company business, right? The resources you have, the tech you have right now, or the technology you have, I would say, right, at your place right now. So all that would basically be matter over here. And there could be a lot of other constraints you might have. And with that, you will have to find the best solution over there, right? So remember, you kind of a doctor in short, and that's what your portfolio should reflect. This is what I'm trying to say here. And not you have to do always the portfolio in a traditional way. Like we will do in a traditional way here in the course, but when once you complete your course or during the course also when you if you're creating your own case studies or you're working on your own examples, think about how you can tell it as a story, how you can show it in a different way so it becomes more impressive to the recruiters. A person looking at that portfolio, that's the most important key over here you have to remember while you're creating your case study, because you can see that almost 50, 70 people over here in this session, right? If you're creating almost the same thing in a similar fashion way, there is a high competition. I like to be very, very frank on that, right? So you have to bring that differentiating factor. I have already done this. I'll not spend time again. If you remember, we have talked about comparing Flipkart and Amazon a little bit in the last session. I talked about it a bit about it, to be frank. And this is the activity you can do it yourself also on a day-to-day life, I would say. Start comparing websites. Start looking at why do you order from one particular website? What is basically giving you that cognitive load when you're doing something wrong? Start thinking about all that here. So that's how we come to the end of lesson number 1 here. So remember, the what we have talked about over here is what is UI, and as you know, the UI basically focuses on visual design, working on the look and feel of the product. Then you have the UX design, or a UX person who bridges the needs of the user and the product functionality. You're a bridge between them here. And a good UX design enhances user interactions, which is essential for maintaining loyalty and increasing retention of the user. Emphasizing clarity, simplicity, consistency is a key to developing accessible and user-friendly interface. We talk about accessibility also. We talked about a lot, few other principles. What is cognitive load? Okay, very good question. We'll talk about that upcoming sessions. But in short, if I want to talk about that application of that particular product is making you do something consciously, means you have to use your conscious mind to do that instead of using that unconscious. For example, the IRCTC website I told you, right? You go and look for the login button on the right hand side, but then you have to put your conscious back and you have to look on the left hand side. You have to find it somewhere else. That is basically a cognitive load over there, in a very simple word if I talk about here. And of course, there could be a lot of, if you talk about in deep into it, then you have a lot of psychological principles in it, a lot of things. You have mental models. We kind of talk about mental model is basically a part of cognitive load there. One part of it, I would say. There could be a lot of things. For example, if I also talk about, let's say, if you go to this website, which we have known as, let's say if you go to LIC, like India, right? Now, so basically, when you come to this website, this is also giving you a cognitive load over here, right? Now, if you look at it, right? Now, if you look at it here, to be frank, I don't know what to look for, right? I don't know where should I pay attention. It will take some time for me to kind of gather so much of information it's trying to throw on me. It's trying to throw a lot of information to me over here, right? And previously it was worse actually. You had like moving line also, this and that into it. It's still better than what it was before, to be frank. So this is also kind of a cognitive load you have, which is basically causing you to think more or taking time to process something as an information. Let's say, for example, you read daily newspaper, right? Let's say if you look at newspaper on a daily basis, for example, and someday, let's say your suddenly next day your newspaper changes to some other layout, completely a different layout. If you go to any government website, right, and let's say I give you a form which have 10 options there. From start to bottom, you have 10 options there, right? What will happen? You must have, a lot of you must have filled that government forms and all. You have like so many options to answer. I also talk about login screen. Like, we were talking about login screen. All of you said, okay, let's have a confirm password also. Let's say have this also. Let's ask username also. That is cognitive load. You're asking user so much information. For example, if I have a big form, I will ask the information into smaller chunks, smaller info chunks basically. So I don't add the cognitive load to the user, right? Then look at your credit cards. I think I gave you this example. Not sure. If you look at your credit, if anybody has a credit card with your, if you have a debit card also, if you have a debit card, credit card, look at those numbers there. They are what? They are put into 444, 4, 3 or like this. There are gaps there. But let's say if you combine all those numbers in one line. So for example, I give you a live example here. Okay. Give me a second of a cognitive load. Tell me how many zeros I have. 8. Now, I'm just doing for the 0, 0 right now. Now let's see if I do this. So it might have taken some time for all of you to say 8, right? How many of you counted, like kind of trying to see, okay, how many zeros are there? You have to put your mind, right? Okay. Now, if I would have asked you how many zeros are there, so it is about the way you present the information to the user, right? That's one thing as a cognitive load. The other thing was how you're making the task easier. Making the task easier for the user is also comes under cognitive load. The task is too difficult, user will have more cognitive load, right? If I tell you today, for example, if I ask you today right now, create that UX case study which I showed you, that long case study which I showed you, you will be like, oh, I can't do it. This is too much of work. And this is what you must be thinking about. But when you do that same thing in small pieces, it becomes easy for you. So you have the task, you have the information. Then the other thing comes is the mental model, which I already mentioned about. Third thing is the mental model. If it is very different from something else, right, it will give you a cognitive load, which is a mental model. Like I talk about IRCTC website or anything which you commonly do, right? I don't know how many of you, like I tell you my experience of one cognitive load. If you like, for example, if you talk about driving a car in India, most of the cars, if you talk about Maruti and even Hyundai, if you look at Hyundai, Maruti, and even if you look at MG, which is MG kind of a brand, and you have Tata in the India, Tata. You know about all these common brands. So they have a indicator, I know all of you know indicator, right? Or if you have that wiper control, when windshield cleaner, which you have wiper, it is in the normal Indian side. It's on which side? It's on the left hand side here. So you can, I don't know how many of you drive a car, but if you notice it, it is on the left hand side mostly. But if you drive the same car of a German, like for example, if you go to BMW, if you go to Volkswagen, what happens? They are on the it's on the right hand side actually. Even they are manufactured for India, but they still keep it on the left hand side, right hand side actually, which is a cognitive load for the user because it's very different from the common mental model. Especially if you're a first user of straight away BMW, let's say, if you're driving straight away BMW, you will not have a problem. You will have a problem in other cars because you have always used on the right hand side of it. Whereas if you've been driving other cars in the past, and if you let's say buy a BMW today, or if you buy a Volkswagen kind of on a car here, then you will have a problem for a few days because of your cognitive load, because of your mental model, because your past learning of the brain says it is here. And over the time, your brain will retrain itself to be on the right hand side. We'll talk about some laws and all, but I think that's a good question you asked about what is cognitive loads. I kind of quickly talked about it. We have a lot of slides about it going ahead in these sessions here. The learning objective over here is comparing again UI and UX a little bit more into the roles of the product design. Then talk about identifying types of user interfaces, talk about factors that it can influence the user experience of a product. What about implementing the steps involved in the UX design process, and then using correct UX terms to improve communication with the design teams. Because that's also important that you communicate very well with the design teams. Let's first talk about the user interface. User interface, the UI part of it here. And I think all of us know what is user interface. Okay, in a similar terms, I would say basically something which is tangible, remember. Something which is tangible. Simple as that. So UI is tangible. Remember, UX is not always tangible. Or you make the UX tangible basically. So UI is an important part because UI is something you can touch. For example, you will have a laptop, you can touch it, you can feel it, right? You can look at the colors, you might look at the fonts. It's an interface, which is more tangible product if you talk about. And UI could be anything. For example, your laptop is also kind of an UI because the keys you have, the mouse you have, the edges of your laptop is very, very important there. So it's also an interface which you are basically working with. Does not exactly call as UI, but it will call as, more kind of a human computer interaction of the human being with the physical product. So everything is almost just a interface. For example, if you look about your phone also, in your phone you have a body, right? The phone, except the screen which you have the volume buttons, you have the maybe a button to power off or maybe lock your phone. It is also an interface there, which is more tangible. So in short, if you talk about in more kind of on the digital screens here, so user interface is a way is what you see and interact with on the screen for any device. It can be buttons, menus that can help you easily use a computer or an app, which can help you easily use a computer on a particular application, I would say here. So the interface is built using imaginary colors, fonts, and styles with the intent of creating a attractive visual appeal. So of course it should look good also, means it should look clean and nice. So we as users basically interact with the UI, remember, right? With the UI, with the computers. It could be any application. And I would say nowadays, even if you talk about Alexa, has that UI to it. It has that light blinking, there's that voice feedback to you, right? They're kind of part of interactions which you can do with that particular device there. And of course, it has a physical form to it, if you look at it. And the information in the UI could be anything, right? Like I said, ordinary could be visual, it could be through audio, it could be tactical elements in it. For example, tactical means basically let's say vibration in let's say in your phone also, when you type, you can have that vibration, right? So that is also a form of a physical kind of giving your senses, kind of communicating with your senses, I would say. So what kind of interfaces majorly we have? If we kind of make a very broad category of it, you have touch-based interfaces, you have voice-based, like I said, Alexa and all. You have voice-based interfaces, you have graphical interfaces, and you have menu-based interfaces. So can anybody give me an example of menu-based interface here? And I think I can show you that most of you have used it. A menu-based interface. Toll-free numbers, good. The kind of menu-based means menu-based. That is kind of a task flow with a menu-based task. For example, when you're calling a customer care setting, customer care and all. Someone is saying share settings. Yes, settings are kind of menu-based navigation or interface, correct? It's a part of it. There's something more you have, which you may call it as kind of combo of both, I would say. Okay, I'll give you one example, like ATM machines. So what does ATM have? It's basically more step-by-step process you have there, right? You click on something, and you click on something, so you click on something, and click on something over there. So that is kind of an interface, which is kind of we are majorly operating using a menu based over here. That's what you have as a one type of the interface. Then you have graphical interface. So whatever you are using nowadays, I would say, is basically a graphical interface. Like for example, if you talk about when Windows was launched, or even if you look what Mac was launched, right, by Apple, Steve Jobs, or even if you talk about Bill Gates when he launched Windows 98 only, yeah, 98, right? What was different in the what was Windows 98 was called as, or what you call these systems as? You call them as graphical user interface. What is the short form of it? GUI, graphical user interfaces. Remember, so the full form of graphical is GUI here into it, right? Then voice-based, I already told you. Actually, I'm going reverse, I know that. But then you have voice-based interfaces over here, like we talked about. One of the interface which is not mentioned actually here, before you had this, you still have it actually, but you majorly had it before GUI came in. Think about it. GUI. Before GUI, there was one kind of an interface you had. What was that interface? You had command line interface. I don't know how many of you remember that. I still remember when we had to use Windows using command line only. Majorly using command line, I would say. But that was also interesting thing to do it. And you can still do it in most. Like if you're a developer, then you'll be using a lot of command line, especially if you're a Linux user or something. So you have command line interface known as CLI. CLI basically command line interface. Then came the GUI, which is the graphical user interfaces. Then we talk about menu based or menu driven interfaces. We are talking about over here. Like you have ATM machines. We talked about even what you say kiosks, which you see in the mall and all, kind of more. Like for example, if you go to that's kind of a touch base also, but if you go like MACD and all to out or something, then you have. Can you give an example, simple example of graphical interface? Everything. So you're basically we talk about graphical interface, your desktops, like your Windows, your Mac OS, Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, all these applications. Zomato is basically Zoom. Yeah, thank you, Zoom. So they are all use graphical user interfaces to be there. They all are graphical user interfaces. Okay. Command line. I don't know how many of you command line, but this is command line. I show you the command line. So this is command line, right? Over here. So let's say if I want to look at what is at my desktop, for example. So I can do that from here. Right. So let's say for example, I'll have to actually do the ls here. Yeah, it's a cd. See, I can now using the command line interface here. Oh, it's a D capital. I'm changing the command. See, I'm going to my desktop here. You can see I was at the user level first. Now I'm going to desktop. And if I want to list all my folders on my desktop, I can say ls, showing me everything what I have on my desktop there. Right. So command line interface over here you have. And previously command line was very, very different. Of course, if when we used to start Windows also, we used to write, what we want to open, what we want to do. So when Windows early, when you go to very early stage of lab systems and all, maybe you can look at videos on YouTube and all, you will understand what command line majorly was and still use. I would say command line is not something which is completely depreciated because it's very useful for developers. It is very useful for system admins, for special commands, a lot of other places. Then you have graphical interface, which I talked about over here. Menu-based driven interfaces. You talk about ATMs. Even in your mobile phone, like settings is kind of that part of the settings is more kind of an interface of menu. Even if you talk about Nokia phone, talk about the Nokia phone which we used to use, it was more kind of a menu-based system. You go into one setting, you go inside, then you go inside, deep into it. So that's kind of a menu-driven interface you had. Then you have touch-based. Touch-based, I think all of us know, like smartphones. Talk about your mobile phone, tablets. Now of course, it's coming on desktop and also touch screen. That's a more kind of a touch screen interface. Interaction happens with touch, basically. Yeah. So we call it a touch base or touch user interface, I would say. Voice, I've already talked about here. There is one more which is getting very popular, which is not mentioned here, but I want to point it out that think there is something new thing coming as an interface here. What is that? Gesture, yeah. AR. AR and gestures, yeah, gesture based interface you have perfect. Augmented reality, you have it because I don't know how many of you experience AR, but it has a little bit, like for example, if you talk about Microsoft HoloLens, we have actually a topic in the end of your question. We'll talk about Microsoft HoloLens and mixed reality apps where you can basically use interfaces in AR and VR, but very good. Thank you for pointing it out over here. One more which is going very popular actually. 3D, yeah, 3D interface, okay. Special, yeah, that's so specialized interfaces. Spatially is part of AR and VR and all. Human computer interaction is itself is a complete interaction actually over here. I'll answer some of the questions which is coming here. Remember, there's one more which is going very popular, and all of our you're using it now. Chat GPT. So what Chat GPT is known for? What is that called as? Natural language user interface. Remember, that is a new word given to it, known as NUI. Natural language user interface over here, right? Then okay, then one of you saying what is you're talking about agentic UX over here. So I don't know how many of you will basically understand this terminology of agentic, but it basically refers, in short, it refers to basically giving the users a sense of control and autonomy and kind of purpose. In short, if I kind of explain it, because it might sound a little bit complicated for all of you over here to make choices. Like for example, in simple word, what uh, Venkat is trying to mention over here is, let's say you go to a dashboard, right? For example, let's say you open your banking app. So in your banking app, you will have your, balance, you will have your account trust and all. So imagine if you can, customize it. So that will come into more kind of interaction and customer. We'll talk about that basically. We'll talk about that later on going ahead and what it does and how you can basically we there are multiple principles in the Niantic UX, for example, talking about the giving the user the control, giving the autonomy, like I mentioned about it, feedback loops, etc. There could be a lot of things in it into it, right? So it's basically more kind of principles of UX only, which you want to have into it. But I would still say it's not exactly user interface part of it. It is kind of a combination of user interface over here. Then we there was one more I think one of you had is what is the difference between the GUI and menu based interface? Okay, so Priyanka, in short, remember it doesn't mean that menu based cannot be in the GUI. So in GUI you can have menu based interface. For example, if you go to any complicated software, like if you go to Photoshop, I don't know if you ever use it. If you go to let's go to PowerPoint. In PowerPoint you have a menu on the top, so you basically travel through that menu. So those GUI can have menu based interface to it. Even touch can have, like we talk about, within the phone. If you talk about the settings app, especially if you talk about settings app in iOS or even in Android, it's more kind of a menu based interaction you have there. Yeah, so basically, Venkat, I think the if you talk about the word, basically, when you talk about, when you talk about the UX or when you talk about even the I would say to be there. So it's more about the word, which is agentic. So what does agentic mean over here? That's we need to understand over here, right? So when you talk about agentic, right, what exactly does agentic mean, right? So it's basically someone taking, in short, I would say what taking action or basically setting goals to achieve something. In short, if you talk about like a core definition, I would say here into it. So when you're talking about AI, agentic systems or agentic AI systems basically to be there. So how they can make their own decisions rather than always following up predefined instructions, I would say, right, to be there. I don't know if you've heard about, though this is a little bit off topic, but I don't know if you've heard about recently there was a lot of advertisement by this company Xiaomi, right? If you know about the Chinese company Xiaomi, so they have built, I don't know how many of you know about it, they have built mobile manufacturing factory, which is completely robot based. There is no human at all. So the robots also assemble it. If a machinery goes, something goes wrong in the machinery, the other robot will come and fix it. It's completely driven by robots. So imagine you're manufacturing a phone that can be done 24 into 7 now without any human involvement. I don't know if you've seen that. Maybe you can go and check on YouTube and all. But Xiaomi has done that. So that's basically a bit part of, authentic AI, I would say, because they can make decisions, giving some kind of empowerment to them, I would say, or doing some reaction basically. So AI is about, I think, I would say, the main part of the AI. If it about the I would say the modern AI nowadays, it's about giving empowering to that AI. That he can now does not have to always follow the desired pattern to do something. You can create your own stuff. You can basically make your own decisions also. Okay. Then I think it was something. I think I missed it out. Let's see. ChatGPT given 9 interfaces. You're saying. So we talk about GUI, yeah, we talk about CL, we talk about voice, we talk about touch, natural user, we talk about, yeah, menu driven, talk about form based. Yeah, form based is more kind of an not too much use nowadays, I would say, but where you have to just fill up a form. Web based interface is similar, I would say. I've not kind of put into a different category of interface there. AR and VR could be very different because the way they interact or the way you interact with the applications. It has a combination of gesture, the spatial of your environment, where you are located, depending on the sensors you have in the device. So it could a lot more. We're going to talk about that later. Like I said, that's the last course you want to talk. So, anyways, we spend a lot of time here. So we talk about what interfaces are. And if you look at the quick examples here, your smartphones are touch-based interface. Alexa is a voice-based interface you have. It has also some buttons and all if you look at it physically, but of course, when you interact with it, you can do it just with the voice there, and it has a way of communicating. Then you have smart displays over here, right? Which is again kind of, I would say, more kind of touch based or graphical interface they have basically to it themselves. Even if you look at your televisions, I think I missed it out. This one is a great example here. Televisions, yeah, majorly is your menu based UIs because you have to go from one menu to another menu. You have to navigate in a certain way in the smart TVs, unless until you have that remote, which is a little bit more advanced. So even if you look at the televisions, is more kind of on a menu-based interface you have here. So let's say you are designing a new feature for a Tesla information system that allows drivers to control various car functions such as climate control, navigation, media playback. As you need minimal recession, which combination of interface would be the most effective? Majorly be easier. I will explain you why it is. Okay, why it is. I know that you will saying, okay, it could be A also, it could be D also, it could be C also. I will explain you in a second, right? So B is the right answer. I tell you why. Why? First of all, if you see user interface going very popular in the cars, even if you talk about basic cars, if you're getting in India now, you have a user interface. So basically, if you talk about the user experience, what we're talking about in the question, you have to understand the question also here. It's talking about without needing a driver's distraction, right? So in short, if you don't want to, so when you're driving, you just need to speak. Let's say I want to say lower the volume, increase the volume, change the soundtrack. They are like something which I can do very easily with the voice interface there in the cars, and it's going very common now in the cars. And if especially we're talking about here Tesla, but Tesla is an expensive car, so which can of course have a voice interface to it, and it has the voice interface by the way, right? So first is the voice interfaces, which will give you the less distraction. But at the same time, let me tell you, and this is I'm telling you from my personal experience. I have a car which basically have this option of user interface. I can do a lot of things in it with that user interface. Means sorry, voice interface, not user interface, voice interface. I really use it. Now I tell you the problem here. I tell you the problem here. It's about thinking of that command. I would say, right? And if you think nowadays, if you see, not generally in the cars as of now in India, especially, this is what I've experienced. voice interface is not so great that it can just talk in a very natural language. Of course, in Tesla and all, you can do it more actively, I would say, but that isn't how it works in the cars, in all the cars of India, to be frank. So first of all, you have to think properly sometimes, right? Let's say, for example, if I want to lower the volume, I think it will take more efforts for me to even say it with the voice speaking than having a physical button on my steering wheel, right? So if I have a button on my steering wheel to kind of lower and upper the volume, I can do it easily, right? But voice interfaces are becoming pretty common in this kind of you know environments, or I would say in this kind of situations. Then you have the touch based interface. Now, when you talk about touch base, remember those people who say DNA use, I think mentioned about DNA because you're talking about graphical user interface. So touch based interface, of course, has a GUI into it. See, what will you touch? You're touching a graphic interface only, no? So touch based interface is like a subset of graphical user interface, first of all, right? Of course, you will have the graphical interface, then only you can make it touch, no? Right? So touch-based interface includes this option basically for you, which you're talking about, the graphical user interface. Just remember that, right? That's why we're saying B is the right answer because touch-based is graphical, right? But I want to bring a very important point here from the user perspective. And even if you look at the voice and the touch-based interface, they are good to have. They are modern. They are good to have, but they can't still replace the physical buttons, right? Cars are going very kind of having a lot of touch screen, big touch screens and all them into them. Especially in India, there is a been a lot of trend now going into it. But imagine those, I don't know, those who drive a car here, right? Physical button is very, very important in car. Even if you imagine, right? I tell you one example here. And because I have one of these in currently the room I'm sitting here. So imagine in your most, I think most of you are living in your home right now will be having a physical button of your switch. Like if you want to on a fan, or if you want to on a light, on and off the light, or you want to on and off the fan. Now tell me the room which you live in, or the home which you live in, and especially the room you will live in. Do you have to look at that button to on it, like fan or light? Or no, right? You can still kind of use it unconsciously. It's simply just on the button there, right? Same thing goes with a car. When the physical button is present, you can easily use it without looking at it. Remember, in the touch screen, the problem with the touch-based interface is you will have to look at the touch-based interface to operate it. Whereas a physical button, you can operate without the touch base, means without looking at it. I remember when we had this Nokia phones, right? I was not one of those, but I've seen a lot of people typing on Nokia phone without looking at it. So they can, they can just type it without looking at it because there has a physical buttons to it. It had also physical buttons too. But can you do the same thing with the touch base? Imagine looking at some. I have not seen anybody who is not looking at the touch screen still can type it on the phone. Doesn't matter how much you are expert. That's why if you see in laptops, because in laptops we have to like type a lot more. Technology have gone so far, but we still have physical keys in the laptops because you can type in a laptop in a keyboard without looking at it, without looking at it. So remember, with the modern technology, doesn't mean that you remove those essential physical buttons to be there. Now imagine in your home, if I replace all those physical buttons with the touch, but now there's a lot of trend, in modern homes, you have a touch panel which you can operate, and then you have, of course, there is one more benefit to that. You can basically operate it with your phone, and you can on and off the lights, or maybe you can control the home light. That's the benefit you have. But when we talk about touch panel, right? If you will have your in your home the touch panel, you will have to look at it. You will not be able to operate it just without looking at it. And that's a very basic difference all of you should remember as a user experience between a physical button and within a digital button to be there, right? So remember the keyboards. If you're about like typewriters, people had typewriters previously. If you look at a lot of people still who use keyboards, like if you're so used to it, you can type without looking at it. You will be able to type anything you want. So physical buttons are important. Remember that you can't always replace everything with the digital buttons and and it has to be, I think, done. Even if it happens over the course of time, it will happen slowly. If I bring a car today which have only digital buttons and all, it can give a lot of cognitive load to the user and make it more distractful to the driver as well, to be frank, right? To be frank. I don't know how many of you, you know, driven a car previously with the physical buttons. Like even in the radios, we used to have a physical button. You can just press the button there. Now, if I talk about a digital screen where you have to change the song and all, if you don't have the steering control, let's say, then it can be more distracting for the person. That's why if you see now in cars, mostly cars have those controls on the steering to control it. The major function like changing a song, controlling the volume level, picking up your phone call. Imagine the indicators you have, like right when you want to go right and left, you want to operate the wipers, you want to go from low beam to high beam. Even if you ride a scooty or if you ride a bike, you know that the physical buttons still has an importance to it, to be there as a user. So that's very, very important you need to have. Yes, that's a very good point, Anuj, you made here, that you do also have a commonly used fallbacks in case of failure also. That's very, very important in this case. Sometimes you cannot have everything digital, right? If you look at cars also, like in most of the cars, you have that keyless entry nowadays, but they still give you a physical key, because what if the battery is down of your car? Yes, that's a good example. Like there's a haptic sensor in the Mac trackpad which give you that vibration feedback, so it feels like mechanical. Till the time it's feeling mechanical to you, you might not have a problem as a user, because your user experience did not change. The technology which is changing under the hood, but it doesn't matter to you probably, right? Because you are comfortable using it. That's the main thing. We'll talk a little bit more about the user experience now, the UX part of it. And I think I've been talking a lot about it. So all of us know what user experience is. So remember, user experiences are how a user feels when interacting with a product, system, or a service. It could be anything. This is more kind of a definition given by Don Norman. So user experience is how a user feels when interacting with a product. Remember, it could be a product, and product could be anything. Your credit card in your pocket, the chair you're sitting on it, the phone you're having in your hand, the app or you have in your phone. It's everything. So product, that's the product basically. Or you can say system, digital system we have. Or a service. For example, you go to a you go to a restaurant, you go to a hotel, it's giving you a service. So UX designers understand and anticipate user needs through research. What are your needs are? And the UX designers focus on creating products experience that are easy and pleasurable to use, and something which is easy to use and also gives you some kind of an enjoyment or pleasure in using that product. Like you have smart animations, like when you unlock your phone, you will see a nice animation into it. Those are kind of pleasure points, I would say, you have in the UX. So UX is a combination of technology, business goals, and user. And I think I mentioned this very, very importantly today when I was talking about, one of the examples, that you have to take care of the company business. As a UX designer, you're taking care of three perspectives: technology, user needs, and business goals. I want to give you the doctor example, remember, of rural and urban areas doctors. So you have to also operate in a constraint. Generally, we all have a constraint to operate in a particular area. So technology, user needs, and business goals. Did I tell you about that Africa example? I don't know if I remember it. Did I? I think I talked with all of you. Did I talk about one of the African examples of carrying a water? Does anybody remember that? I don't know if I discussed with all of you. So it's a part which I want to talk about in design thinking, but maybe I can talk about here because of this here. So let's say, for example, let's talk about, let's say you are in a very, I'm using a word kind of very here. Don't know if it's right in the grammar, but I'm saying let's say you're in a very rural area of India, right? And you notice that as a user, or as a, let's say, a problem solver, I would say, notice that women and children need to uh, carry water from, let's say, 2 kilometers away from the village, right? From the village. And it's a very poor village, let's say. And it's a very uh, poor village, right? So let's say they can carry it without. much pain and can carry more water than what they do right now. Think. How many of you are thinking of building a pipeline? How many of you thought of building a pipeline connection? Okay, nice. Water sap. I liked it. Water tanker supply. Okay. What else? Water pump. Okay. I'm just writing. See, all I'm writing most of the common suggestion which is coming here in the chat. Okay. Use trolley. Everything instant. Core connection. Okay. Nice. I like that. Use animal to carry as their poor. Okay. Okay. Let me talk about here. See. Now, what I'm trying to point out here. So, what all of you told is not wrong, first of all, right? Whatever all of you given us is not wrong. Let me tell you that, right? But let me talk about why all these options, one is not why it's not possible here, right? So, first of all, pipeline connection, they are poor, and you don't have the money, let's say, to build that pipeline. Of course, you need money, remember. And we're not talking about the government support at all, and you don't have the money, and they are poor, so they can't give you money. Okay, same thing here. For water tanker, you need a regular money for that. They are poor again, and you don't have the money, and you and you don't have the money. Partner when the NGOs, okay, that also requires money. That's a good suggestion. I would Bhavna take it, but I will prove my point in a second. What I'm trying to say in a second, right? Again, your answer is not wrong, by the way, right? Water pump, again, they are poor. You need a lot of expense for doing that. Over connection, same thing. Let's say the ground, there is no groundwater, no groundwater over there. And I told you they are poor, so they don't have animals. People with animals are a little bit more richer than, so they don't have animals. Rainwater harvest, no rain, no. There's no groundwater, then there is no rain. Basically, imagine of Rajasthan in India. How much rain will you have, right? They can pass on the okay swing shifts and all. That's a solution you can think. Now the most one of you have come very close to it is the trolley kind of a thing. And this is a real case study I'm talking about. Remember, this is a real case study I'm talking about. And I will show you that case study also. Okay. This is a real case study I'm talking about. So it's not that they might have not thought about it. They might have thought, right? But what I'm trying to make a point over here is that, like I said, all of your answers are right. They're not wrong. They're right. But you have to look at what I'm trying to say is you have to look at the resources you have. Let's say you don't have the money, they don't have the money. They don't have the technology, don't have the animals there. So your solutions are not wrong to be there, right? What I'm trying to make a point is that working within your limitations as a designer, of course, you will think about. So generally, as a UX designer, we will write down all the solutions we might have, right? But then also later on try to find, as per this thing, how we can balance between all the three. This is what I'm trying to say. And I tell you, this happened in Africa. That Africa is a very dry region. Most of the parts of Africa, if you look at it, they are dry regions, right? They are very poor. Means they don't have the money. They don't even have the animals because it's almost dry. So they don't have even camels and all because they're very poor, basically, right? So they don't have animals and all. So of course, border connection and all does not work there. Solutions are not wrong, remember here, but with not within our limitations over here. And one of you talking about the NGO. So at Africa, what happened is what they did was they even for men also. Let's say if I talk about women, let's say you include men also. So as a men also, you will have a problem to carry 2 kilometers and all. Let's say in summers, and you can have a limit to carry it. So what can be done? So one NGO was basically working with the African people in this particular village, right? And what they did, they applied design thinking. This is actually design thinking. Whereas they applied design thinking principles there, and they built it as system here. What they did, they noticed that this all villagers have a kind of a tub with them, blue color tub, like a blue color container you can say here, and they converted into a roller. I think all of you understand roller tank. they converted into a roller app, which required very minimalistic money. Of course, it required some money, but very minimalistic money. They could carry more water with it, and they don't have to carry that burden of the water because they made a roll. Because the African, if you talk about African, the place where it was, it's majorly flat. It is not like up and down and does not have that landscape. It was majorly plain. They created a water roll. It's a complete case study on it, basically, if you look at it, right? And I show you the images basically of it. You will, if you go online, you will find them very easily. It's long back, it's not new. And it was actually named as, I forgot to tell you that, named as Hippo Roller. They named it as Hippo Roller. So try to understand the context here, right? See, this is what they did into it over here. And there's a real case study on it. It's a real case study, remember. I'm not talking about just like doing something like this. So when you talk about things, I can't, when you talk about, better buy a big tank. Remember, what you're again saying is not a wrong solution, it's a right solution. You build a very big tank, right? Who will pull it? Think about that. You will have to put a motor. That motor will require oil in it, right? And who will take the responsibility of its maintenance? So again, the idea is not wrong. When you're working in a real environment, when you're doing something, there could be a lot of constraints, remember, you might have. And what I'm trying to mention and talk about is that the importance of operating within those constraints. You can still bring a solution. There could be many better solutions than this, but given the resources, given the amount of money and everything, still individuals are working so they can carry more water. So previously, how they used to carry water, they even did not have proper buckets. So basically, I show you the image here. So they have to carry the waters previously. So you can see the amount is very less comparatively, and they have to walk a lot. Compared to, you can see now they can carry more water and more easily comparatively to what they were doing before. And this is a case you can kind of read about it. You can just search in the Google the hippo roller. The hippo roller. You can search about it. It was covered with a lot of media and all, basically, and was also praised a lot, known as the hippo water roller. They could carry more than actually 5 times more water because of this, given their constraints. Cost, it only costed $35 one time, remember. $35 one time, which will go for over, multiple days. But you talk about, let's say having a car or something, which will require fuel on a daily basis. They don't have that money. It made a very big impact. It's also been covered by Wikipedia and a lot of other ways, basically, the way it was. Of course, you have, I would say, you have critics in it and all those stuff. That's a different thing. You might say, okay, this is not, maybe you can think about something more better in this. Maybe you can also add wheels to it, right? Even in this one, for example, make it roll a little bit more effortlessly. But remember, we have to keep in mind the cost and for a larger population. So this is known as design thinking. So they basically applied a principle of design thinking to do something like this and improve people's life. And this is what I'm trying to make over here. Like a lot of people come to me and talk about, we don't have time, we don't have the technology to do it. How should I do it? It's all about working with the other culture. So as a UX designer, you have to balance between the things. Remember, this is what I'm simply trying to say. Okay? That's a key component of UX over here. You are a person who is finding a sweet spot between the user needs, what the business is trying to say, what the product manager is trying to say, what the technological constraints we have from development side, and what user is looking for. You have to kind of mix it together and deliver that. So in the user experience design, when you talk about the UX part, when we talk about the UX part here, right? So we should always consider why, what, and how of a product use, right? So why, what, and how. Basically, this is very, very important here. So why motivation and opinions of the users, right? What is the functionality and usability of the product will be, and how accessible and aesthetics of the product will be. So we need to answer why, what, and how. If you look at, even if you look at business terms and all basics, this is a very common thing to have in any product, I would say. So why means for why are you designing that first? I would also say that, what is the motive, make why, what is the motivation of behind it, I would say over here. So you have the UX then consider why, what, and how of the product usage over here in this. And that's something we should always answer when you're designing a product or creating a product, I would say, into it. I'll not spend much time onto this slide basically here, but there's something which is very good, which is the hierarchy of UX. We have hierarchy of user design here. So on the top, if you see, it says begin by being useful. right? Begin by useful basically. So what is the utility it's offering? See, first of all, even if you look at, if you go below the pyramid here, the first thing you have to look in the product is utility. Even as a user, right? You buy something or you own something by knowing its utility, right? Anything you might have with you, how it is useful to you. That's the most important thing. So making the product market fit, or making your application market fit, it's very very important over here. So we have what is useful, right? Then okay, it's useful, but then you have the usable by people. It must also be usable by people. Means you create something which can be useful for people, but let's say they can't use it, then there will be a problem, right? So it has to be useful and usable by people. Very very important here. One thing is utility and the other thing is the usability of it, right? Now think of any example which you think can be useful but not usable by people. I give you one very simple example here, right? For which there, you have to think about in this way. Like for example, if you look at Google Maps, right? Google Map is something useful, right? We all use Google Maps for directions and all. So we use Google Map for directions and all, and it is also usable. I would say it's also usable. But what if you don't have an internet connection? So it is the Google Map is still kind of useful, but it is not usable, right? That's why Google brought that you can also download the map offline. You can download the map offline basically, right? But that's something you should be pre-prepared. Like that I will be going into an area where I will not have the internet. So you can download offline. So they have thought about that usability. But at the same time, if you don't have the map offline, it is a useful app, but it might not be usable by people in that particular scenario, I would say. So it does not become usable, right? So, like same ways, there could be a lot of product which might be useful for people to do something, but may not be so usable. Usable means, for example, like banking apps are not so great sometimes, right? Or even if you talk about any website which is no, not very well designed, it can have usability issues to it. And to the same, you have desirability. It must look and feel pleasing, right? And this goes very much true for all the banking apps and government apps if you look at it. So they will have, let's say for example, if you talk about any app which is of bank, for example, it is useful, also usable, I would say, to some extent, but they may not be desirable too much because of their look and feel. They might be too basic, might have some issues in it. Especially for example, if you look at government bank applications, right? They are not really desirable, right? So utility and usability is there, but they will not be desirable. And then you have the brand experience. It enhances the overall brand experience, right? So basically, if you have what we're trying to say, if you have all the three together, it will create a brand experience. Like for example, if you look at Zomato, so it has the utility which is useful, usable by people. It is desirable. It has some nice images, some nice animations to it, some nice coupons coming sometimes to it, which overall creates a brand experience into it, right? So that's the kind of a very basic hierarchy of UX which is there into it, right? So if a brand offers all this to you, right, it becomes a good product. It becomes a great brand experience. So we have a small activity here. So this demonstration explores Airbnb experience design, showing how the platform effectively serves guests and hosts. It also highlights how Airbnb builds your confidence and shows a smooth, secure experience for all users. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about it. We have talked about Airbnb a lot previously also. When I talk about it as a brand experience and as an overall brand, Airbnb is one of the greatest, I would say, platforms to look at it, right? Into it. And that's Airbnb here by default. And see nice animation which was happening there. And those who don't know about Airbnb, I think you should be able to see what it is, right? Now, when you go to, this is the homepage of the Airbnb. If you look at it, India page, I would say this is basically for the India. So what you guys notice as experience over here? Tell me. Maybe you have never used this brand, which is okay. But when you look at their website as of now, which I'm showing on your on the screen, so what do you think about this website? And what kind of impressions is? Looks very neat, right? Very very minimalistic and neat. Not, I would say, very free of clusters over here. Very very clean design, right? So all of you will agree that it is a very clean design And direct to business, correct, easy to understand. Nice images and clean information. Yes. Description is good. Good overview of information first glance. Yes. Filters. A lot of filters you can see up front here. Neat icons and better replace. Yes. To the point options are available. Minimal color use, very important. If you look at it. Icon animations. Yes. They have some beautiful animations going around in some places. So I don't know if you notice when I hover over it, there is a small scale animation happening here, and some places you're going to see more icon animations there, right? Very, very subtle is there. As you can see, this is known as consistency in the website. So, for example, if I'm hovering over here, you can see the same animation on the heart icon, same animation on this, see, right? And if I go here, also same animation on the icons. That simple, subtle glow animation to be there, right? So the small things basically, matters overall, I would say. Small things basically matter in it. Also, if you look at this on the top here, right, what it says, see. Now look at the usability of this application. So this is where destination. If you click here, so it's a nearby, it's giving you all that options over here. So of course looking at my location and then telling me suggestion here, but I can basically search for anything over here if I need. Right. For example, let's say I want to go to New Zealand. Let's not, let's say, let's go to Switzerland. So you can see Switzerland is now coming here. Go to Switzerland. Now see, now if you notice one thing, very, very important. I don't know how many of you notice this. This is known as interaction design. See, this is known as, helping the user. So when I clicked on the Switzerland, if you see, when I click on the Switzerland, it automatically goes to the next one. I don't have to like close it and go to the next one. That's very, very important to know over here, right? And you have dates. Some people also book for months and flexible. So you can see that you have option here. And let's say if I want to travel from, I'm just picking some random dates here. I want to travel from here to here, check in, check out. Now in Airbnb, you also have option of, plus 1 and 2 days. Now this is important in Airbnb because sometimes those properties might be available maybe just one day before or after it. So this can be helpful for that purpose here. If you're flexible with your dates, that's why it says flexible. Basically, if you click on flexible here, you can see how long you want to stay to be. Weekend, week, month. Let's say I want for week. In which month I want that week. Let's say I want in August, for example. And you can see that animation, see here, little bit animation. See how it's getting folded? And it could be in multiple weeks. Maybe I want to search in multiple months, right? Then this flexible option is there. And you can see still very clean design, very no, they don't have the color everywhere going and all over here. So they have very clean design if you look at it. Then you have guest. Say who is the guest? You can basically say ages above 1, 2, right? Children between 2 to 12. One, let's say for example, 2. For example, I'm just doing that. You can have infants basically, which is under 2, and then you have the pets. And I love this option here because why I love this option, especially these two options is if you have children at your home, so this is the most difficult time sometimes makes you slow down. So because under 2 is almost free and above 2 is like paid. So that's why you have two filters which is given very separately. Most of the most of the websites, if you look at it, right, will ask you how many children are traveling. They will ask how many children's first and then they will ask their age, which basically makes it, a little bit more slow down action option here. And also if you look at default state, we call this as default state. See, if you like this is like I'm talking now, this is something which you have to observe very nicely over here. Look at this option of infants and look at the option of pets over here, right? Do you notice something here in terms of interaction, right? Look at the minus button is grayed out, is disabled because you can't go below 0, right? So it is not in the same color of black, but only if you make it 1, then it goes into that color. If you look at it, this one is default states of the button. If you look at it, precise highlights, Prachi. Yes, very, very precisely highlighting. It's not over if you look at it. And then I can simply search. So you can see I can search. As you can see, it shows me the map, over here, which I can also go full screen and can hide it. And you can see that and showing you always this information. Price includes all fees. So you're seeing a complete price over here into it. And you can see I can simply just look through the images. I don't have to open it to look through the images. I can, just go there, go there, go there, look through the say favorite, guest favorites, over here, super host, right? So I can see it. And if I click on it, by the way, you can see that I can see the breakup also. Nice pop-up. So I don't have to go in depth. Means I have to go in depth if I want to do it. Plus, when I'm interacting with it, you can see that it's highlighting on the map. See, it's highlighting on the when I'm doing that. See which one where it is located, right? It's showcasing that here and over there, right? Over here. And then of course, if you click on it, let's say if I click on one of them, say I can click on one of the images also here. You have translations giving that information to me. Close. And you can see the images in its favorite guest over here. And see this icons over here. This is what I love in Airbnb, to be frank. It feels like you're still in the Airbnb website when you look at these icons. It has that design language to it, right? Clearly highlighting what is available, what are the dates I've selected. The rating you can see here. If you look at a lot of nicely used of colors here, very nicely used of colors over here. If you look at it, right, and where you will be see, and then it's talking about the host, where I can message the host over here, over there, right? And I can simply reserve and says you won't be charged. So this is micro copy. You won't be charged. It says in reverse, reserve basically, right? Into it, and still giving the same information again. Prices includes all fees, and I can see the breakup when I click on it. And if I say click on reserve, and this goes to reserve here. Right. So you can also it also detecting my email ID automatically over here because of the cache in the browser and all. Because I've used Airbnb this one. Yeah, and I can reserve it. So you see, very minimalistic, very nice, simple, I would say. And if you look at the animation, see whenever you reload it, see how the animation plays over here. Rare fine. Now seeking they have a different animation. Rare fine. This place is usually booked, right? And if I refresh it, see, then it might have something else. Okay, it might change after a few times probably when you change it. And you can see that it might change the information also a little bit depending on what it wants to convey to you at that point over here. And right, and you can then see share. See, even this page is nicely designed if you look at it over here. Safe. And if I show you the account here, see if you go here, see how subtle drop shadow. You can go here. I have login. I have sign up. Airbnb your home, host experience, etc. Simple. Very clean if you look at it. Very nicely designed. Not too much gimmick here. Nothing. And you are very clear. Homes or experiences you want. So you can choose between homes and experiences as well, right? To change it. And then you have nice filters which are coming out. Will given. And it is very, very easy to kind of use. So this is known as a great product if you look at it, right? The means if I talk about usability, if you look at their app also, it's fantastic. If you basically down, they also have an app basically. And a lot of people, of course, use app to book their app also and their website also, both of them. Nothing over if you look at it over here and booked by people. And if you look at the filtering over here, right? Now you can see this like very small thing which matters probably here. So if you look at the price range, how nicely the price range is basically interacted over here, right? Minimum, maximum, into it. Nice slider. Look at then you have bedroom, Wi-Fi. What is the options you need? On a property, you need accessibility features. Remember, you might need in a property host language you need. You can choose that. Book any room, entire home. And you can see filter by anything. Entire home or room or any. Right. The very subtle animations, if you notice it going on here. See, right? So that's how you can basically look at how Airbnb basically helps you look at and I would say do the look at the user experience of it. In short, just give me a second, guys. Remember that. So next thing we'll talk about is the factors influencing the user experience here, right? What are the factors that basically influence the user experience over here? Though we've talked about some of them, but so I'm talking about actually the factors which is defined by the honeycomb model. I don't know how many of you know about the Peter Mobile's honeycomb model. So there are 7 factors given by the Peter Mobile, known as the honeycomb of UX. Generally, the honeycomb looks a little bit different, but yeah, here the diagram is different here. But this are known as the 7 factors of honeycomb, right? It was originally given by Peter Mobile, who basically kind of said if your product has these 7 factors, then it can become a great product or a service, basically, right? We have already talked about useful and usable in the previous slide, if you see that, right? So useful, you already know. A product or service must fulfill a use need or purpose of a user. It should provide value by solving problem or making a task more manageable, right? Over here. So this you already know about useful. Like I told you, Google Map is useful, basically, if you look at it. Then you have usable by people. A usable and intuitive product allow users to fulfill their needs without getting frustrated. Means it's easy to use, in short. You can easily use it. Like for example, we saw Airbnb. How small interactions basically matters, which makes the product more usable, which makes the product usable here, right? Into it. So usable and intuitive product allows users to fulfill their needs without getting frustrated. Example is Dropbox, for example. A simple interface for users to upload, share, and access files without requiring technical knowledge. Actually, if you look at Dropbox, has been a very popular tool for online backups and online storage. A lot of people use Dropbox actually. Now, of course, OneDrive and Google Drive have become very popular, but Dropbox is still a lot of professional choice, basically to have storage and to share the storage, especially in the media field and all. People love to use Dropbox because of its service, speed, and reliability of its servers to be there. It has a very simple interface to use actually, if you look at it, the Dropbox, right? Then the product we have is should be desirable. We also talked about this in the previous slide. So I'm going through this a little bit quickly, then I'll talk about the other points a little bit later. So desirability is about the product emotional appeal to the users through design, remember design, branding, overall user experience. It should get a positive emotional response. So for example, when you look at Airbnb, like if you look at the interface also, you find it more desirable. The nice, small, quick, nice icons, nice animations that are going on, the way the information is coming, how this website is structured, it just makes it more desirable. The images you see on those, property listing which you have there, it just make it more desirable. You start feeling it to be desirable there. So that was creates a desirable, the emotional appeal to the users. So these are the 3 ones we have already talked about: useful, usable, and desirable. Then you have findable. Let me talk about desirable. For example, okay, there's one more. You have Slack. So by the way, if you're part of this course, then you must be a part of a Slack community here, right? And a lot of you must be using Slack. If you work in a company, a lot of you will be using Slack. So if you look at Slack, it has some vibrant colors, some nice animations, custom emojis over here, which can also help in kind of fun communication between the teams, and also have some personalization options there for themes, notification, like something similar also goes with WhatsApp if you see it. So making the product more desirable overall here. Then you have findability or findable, I would say. A website or app interface should be easy to navigate, and users should be able to find what they're looking for the information quickly. So whatever information you're trying to find in that particular application, right? You should be able to easily find it out, that information. That's important. So a website and app interface should be easy to navigate, and users should be able to find what they are looking for. Important, remember. Now we also say one more thing. This is the more kind of a marketing thing, but your app should also be findable to the users when they need that. So we talk about doing marketing or improving your SEO, so the product is also findable. A lot of times you might go to a website, you might not be able to find a particular information. So that means there is an issue with findability or findable. So that should be quick over here. And one of the examples which I like over here for this one is like YouTube you have, if you look at it, right? If you look at Instagram also, though it's not a very big app. So if you see YouTube interface is optimized for quick content discovery. The search bar is prominent position at the top with recommendation, trending videos, and categories clearly highlighted. And users can navigate playlists, channels, and related videos. And if you see, YouTube have recently improved a little bit more in terms of its UI. So it can basically make the content discoverable easy. A little bit have they changed. I think they were planning to bring up one major update long back, but I think did not work for YouTube. I don't know how many of you tested that new workspace, which YouTube was planning to do it. I think they have depreciated that now because even I did not find it means it was nice in terms of way to look, but the usability was way difficult than what the current interface offers over here into it. So making the content findable is important, right? So whenever you go to YouTube, it will show you the duration, it will show the perfect information. See, title, the thumbnail, title, duration, right? And you have how many views when it was uploaded. You get all that information at a glance when you look at the YouTube. And that's what makes the content discovery easy. That's why it's one of the very popular platforms all over the world. Then we have another principle which is known as accessible. Involves designing product easy to use and accessible to everyone regardless of their abilities or disabilities. Remember, abilities or disabilities. If you even look at YouTube, right, it has this captioning subtitle option to it. If you look at it, but that's one of the abilities and enabling accessibility in it to be there in YouTube. If you talk about accessibility, for example, if you talk about Mac OS or if you talk about your phone itself, Android, iOS, or even Windows, they have accessibility features to them, which allows users with disability to interact with their computers using screen readers, voice commands, and high contrast settings. And you're going to find this setting in almost in good, like all this OSs, the good OSs which you have, you're going to basically find it, right, this information over there. So it offers that flexibility and accessibility to you. Now you may have never used them probably here, but they could be important. For example, if I talk about in Mac also, see, if I go to my Mac and if I show you, I have this accessibility over here as a tab. So I have voiceover. That's a person who are blind and all, they can basically use voiceover to read where their mouse is. You can zoom if your eyes are too weak, then I can basically zoom the content if I want. I can hover the text for reading, etc. I can talk about display changes. I can kind of change invert the colors of my display. I can reduce motion of the display. There are a lot of options you can see which Apple has given here for accessibility. Right. Then I have spoken content. I have audio descriptions. I have hearing devices, audio, RTT basically. Right. Replies, captions. I have voice control over here for controlling my. So these are like comes under motor skills. Remember, let's say someone who has Parkinson's. If I don't know if there's a kind of disease on Parkinson's where you don't have much control on your hands and feet, probably for those it can be useful. So you have keyboard control, you have mouse point controls, switch controls here. You have speech controls over here. You can see, and you have the general options here. So this one is accessibility. If you're going to find similar things in Windows also, if you go, or if you go to your phone also, you will find accessibility. So having accessibility is a good option in the application to be inserted or to have it, I would say. Right. For example, if you talk about right, let's say if I go back to the Airbnb website, right? Do you think that the Airbnb website have accessibility to it? Yes, you can choose as per your requirements. See, there are two types of accessibility here. First of all, when I showed you in the filter, if you remember, when I went to the filters here, right, you can see that I do have an option of accessibility features here that when I'm booking it basically, right, I can of course search by the accessibility of property. That's one thing. The second thing is you might not know what is accessible here, right? But for example, I can go here, I can translate it. You can see I can translate it to any language which I want. So that is again accessibility over here, remember. But I can choose this, translation over here as per one particular country and all to be there. Secondly, look at the contrast here. Contrast must be good, right? Pretty good over here. So I can differentiate between them, right? Anybody who will have a color blindness also will not have a problem using this website to be there, right, in it. And there could be some lot of hidden accessibility. For example, if you could really go to inspect in a web, right, and if I go to inspect this image, let's see if they have it or not. So then if you look at it, see, I'm inspecting it actually. So inspect basically kind of shows the code over here of any website here. And I'm looking at the images over here. Hmm. Okay, so basically if you look at, they're using the latest HTML tags over here. So they're using a picture tag over here of the example, and that, right? So they're using a picture tag over here, and that. There is no alt tag in it. Basically, there is also an option of defining the image and what the image is all about. They don't have it, but this tag basically, which the right tags they are using, even the way they have coded it actually, they have coded in the right way because of these tags, which you see over here. When the screen reader will read it, so it will tell the user this is a picture. This is a picture here, right? Into it, which is there. And that's how you basically make a product accessible. So in HTML, actually, if you go to the HTML5, there is a picture tag you have. And for images, they are using that tag, which itself make the website accessible. That is basically for searching for, people who are basically for disabled and all. They're kind of a category you have adaptability over here. I think it should be somewhere here, right? It's it's better to basically do a filter over here for that. And if you go at the bottom also, if you see, they have like disability support over here. You can see, so tell you basically what kind of support they provide. Disability area, we see category adapter. You can see here, which Priyanka was talking about enhancing search filters. They're talking about how they basically help you in terms of accessibility when you're booking through the website. So basically making find accessible by everyone. That's known as accessibility. Then we have credibility, credible, right? Credibility leads to the trustworthiness and reliability of a product or a service. User must feel confident about the product, right? Over here. So first of all, I think over here I like to point out one thing. Credibility automatically comes if a particular website looks nice or app looks nice, right? For example, if you've never seen Airbnb before, and if you look at the Airbnb website, then you might see, okay, this looks very clean, this looks nice. So it should basically work in a way, means it should be good, it should look good, etc. Basically, here, right? That is known as credibility over here. Sorry, yeah, making credible over here. Now there are a lot of ways you basically make the product credible. For example, in Airbnb, you have reviews by people, it says verified reviews and all, and you have images basically being given there, which might make the product or service credible. That's credibility, right? For example, like PayPal. I don't know how many of you have used PayPal. PayPal was very popular once in India also, and still popular if you basically take international payments and all. So PayPal is credible because it offers secure transaction and has a well-established reputation in online payments, basically, and has built trust over the years for the users. Like PayPal, we don't use it much to be frank in India, but if you go to UK and other countries, PayPal is still a lot used. Or for example, in India, right, a lot of you must be using some different application to be there, right? Maybe I give an example of credible, and I'll give you a live example of credibility here. In WhatsApp, we have UPI payments, right? Tell me how many of you are using the UPI payment of WhatsApp. So here you can see the answer is mostly no, right? Mostly no. You must be using some other maybe Paytm. I can see one of you said that yes, I use it, but why no? Because it is not credible, right? Now, why it is not credible? Because WhatsApp have never positioned it in that way, right? You see that you have messages, you have spamming coming on WhatsApp. So it's related to money. And maybe you don't want to mix money with the, that chatting option and all that option you have there. And that's why a lot of people still don't use UPI payments using WhatsApp probably. Some of you will be doing it, that's okay. I'm not saying that that's wrong basically. So you might have trusted and you have a kind of shown that trust to the WhatsApp to do that over here. And it's not a dedicated platform. That's yeah, that's perfect. So it's not a dedicated platform to do it. And especially because it's related to money. Remember, it's related to money or money. And when it comes to money, or basically it comes to storing that money or making a transition through that money, you have to kind of build that credibility over the time, right? And maybe the WhatsApp basically maybe launches a dedicated app which is just for payments of UPI, people might use it more than comparatively to use within WhatsApp, right? And if you look at it, WhatsApp UPI has not been so, they don't got so popular comparatively than what other features it has into it. So you might have, in somewhere in your mind, you might have a trust issue basically going in your mind, I would say, when it comes to use, UPI payments using WhatsApp. Yeah, that's correct, Manoj. So that's what I'm saying. So basically, you may still trust company as a WhatsApp, but still, you might think, okay, I might do a mistake. What, something happens, someone hacks my account. There's a lot of things, what you don't want to mix two things together, in short. And WhatsApp is something which you access throughout the day, whereas UPI payments you might have to make maybe one or two times in a day or three times in a day, depending on how you're using it. So if you look at it, basically WhatsApp has all the other things which we talked about, but it may not be credible for particular feature to be there into it, right? Or to be edited into it. That's important to be there. Now, when you talk about, let's say, cred, I don't know how much of you use cred. So, how do you think that the cred has basically built trust? Also, if you're using advertisements, okay, credible security, cashbacks, yes. But what else maybe this particular app would have done to build that credibility? Encryption policy, okay. If you look at the application, also first of all, it becomes I would say the application, if you look at it, first of all, the application itself, the interface, right, looks very innovative and also it looks like a big company. So when you might open it, it might feel like a big company to you. That's I think the most important thing, first of all. So which itself kind of build trust, right, into it. Then if you go their app page, then basically tells you that we are compliant with this is government policies and all here. And they are also kind of providing you insurance basically, right? So they also have kind of an insurance that when you're making a payment, let's say of a credit card from your account to the credit card, right? Then they can put doing some kind of insurance there. So that what has built over, you know, that trust basically with any application. Then we have valuable. QCheck is a competitor. There are a lot of them. If you look at Bhumika, it's not there is one this app which what do you say this one? Sorry, IND. It's called as IND, right? It is also very nice, by the way. Very similar to something similar to Cred, I would say. IND Money. Maybe you can check it out, right? It's also a good website or basically an app to have, and it's decent. I would say decent in terms of design. It's more simpler and has a more simpler interface compared to Cred over here. But I think Cred also has that first move advantage to it because when people have started trusting it, and now there are a lot of people already on board with Cred. So that's one of the best things you have there in the Cred if you talk about. So you have valuable now. So how does the product become valuable? The product must deliver value not only to the user but also to the business. It should contribute to business goals while satisfying the user needs. So it should be valuable to the user as well as the business basically. Like Spotify, if you see it, right? Provides user access to the vast library of music podcasts while generating revenue through subscriptions and ads. If you look at it, if you see Spotify in India has been very popular because of the way it has the interface again. It has a very nice interface. The kind of recommendations of the music that it can make to you, a lot of other options basically you have in the Spotify. And it's a very specific app for doing that only, if you look at it as a music library or a music application of Spotify. Okay, so this is the seven honeycomb model. Remember, this is the like seven factors of user experience, which is basically it can influence the user experience of the user to be there, right? So you have to just remember that. And if you look at a lot of product, basically focus on it. Like if I talk about brands like Haldiram in India, if you find basically you will find that they will have all these factors even in their service basically. Or if you look at any other good chain of food, I would say they will try to basically offer you that user experience through this. That's important. Next thing we have is overview of the UX design process. Now we have talked about so much of UX. We talked about factors influencing the user experience, right? But what is the process of design? What is the UX design process you have here? There are a lot of processes, by the way, in UX. Let me tell you that. So when it comes to UX design processes, you have a lot of processes. One thing you have to remember in UX design is that the process is not linear. Means you can change as per the project, as per the requirement there. When you're basically working as a UX design process, when you're basically implementing the UX or trying to do the UX over here. There are a lot of frameworks available for it, but commonly you're going to find the stages in the UX process. Doesn't matter what method you are using of doing the UX, I would say. So what you have is generally research in the starting, doing some kind of a user research, right? Defining the user research means taking the main points from the research you have done, then defining your problem statement. So define also means defining your problem statement, that what are you trying to solve. Once you've defined your problem statement, you ideate, you try to find the best solution of it. So whatever solutions you have designed, thought, you will design them as a wireframe. You get a kind of rough sketch, you can say, of it, right? Then you will create a more finished product of it, which is known as prototype, which could be a workable prototype for them. Then with that prototype, you basically test it with the users. Remember, we're talking about testing with the users here. You test with the users, take feedback, make changes to it if needed, right? And then you go to the implementation stage. This is where your developers or other things will start working, remember, into it. That is known as implementation of the design process to be there into it. Right. So start from research, define, ideate, wireframe, prototype, test, iterate, and implement over here into it. So there are different basically now the stages, remember, which you see over here, the glance which you see here is almost same in most of the methods. Whether you're doing design thinking, right? Whether you are kind of doing the UCD, known as the user-centric research, centric design, basically, sorry, right? Whether you're doing that, whether you are doing the a double diamond, lean UX, they are almost same. Now I know so I'm taking a lot of words over here. Lean UX, double diamond, design thinking, and all. We'll talk about design thinking in more detail in the next module, to be frank, which is your lesson number 3. We're going to talk about, and we'll start a little bit more of that today also, talking about it, right? And we'll talk about double diamond also. Like you have double diamond, you have also the IBM Enterprise Design Thinking modules. We'll talk about all those basically here, right? But overall, what I'm trying to say is that the structure of it remains same. The structure means remains the same. It is going to be similar. So just remember, have to remember those stages here. Research, define, ideate, wireframe, prototype, test, iterate, and they can be a little bit shuffled, remember. You can shuffle it, right? Over here. So research also includes testing, by the way, here, remember. Research can also include bit of wireframing, depending on what stage the product is and for what purpose you're designing here. So research is about researching the user, right? Understand the user needs, like doing interviews, surveys, and doing observation studies. Define is analyzing your research findings to identify the user persona and clearly articulate the problem to be solved, right? Then you have ideation. Now you brainstorm, you generate different creative solutions within the team, and you basically find some solutions. Now, when you find those solutions, you will create a rough wireframe or a rough sketch of them, basically, in short. That's what wireframing means. And generally, if you go as a UX designer only, if you go as a UX designer, then this is your major job. This is your major job, right? Because prototype or a mock-up with a prototype will be created by the UI designer, generally created by the UI designer, right? Over there. Then again, your jobs come as testing, usability testing or testing, I would say over here. So you basically conduct usability testing, get the feedback from the users and make changes based on those feedbacks. You will refine your product a little bit over here. And then you implement. You collaborate with the developers to ensure design integrity and during the building phase, you basically get it built, right? So it's not a very kind of a rocket science kind of an, I would say, stages as a process, but that's the overall process of the UX design you have here, right? We'll talk about the stages. Don't worry a little bit more. What is there in every stage? I will also talk about it once we go to the next module of design thinking here. But remember the overall stages over here. What you have. Now, this might look very simple in stages, but you have a lot of different processes or different activities to do under every step into it, which we'll talk about later over here. Now, as a UX designer, we want you to know some of the common terminologies of UX, right? Which you might be aware, but I just want to kind of clarify those. Few of the terminologies which we use, right? Over here. For example, what is wireframe? What is wireframe? A very, very basic layout or a structure of a page or an app without much design details. That is known as wireframes. What is mockup? A detailed visual representation of a web page or an app showing how the final design will look like. That is known as mockup. And what is prototype? A same mockup when made interactive means you can click on it and do it. That is known as prototype. For example, people who still work in Photoshop here. I don't know how many of you work, but if you work in Photoshop and all, you can design very good there, but you can't make the website clickable, kind of test the flow and all of the app, which app like Figma can do it, right? If you look at that here. Then you have call to action on the CTAs. Basically, something which basically encourages your users to take a action, like a button or sign up. That is call to action over here. And if I just stop it here for a second, and if I talk about quick visual differences between all of them here, is this. Let me show you. I think I can open Figma and talk about that. Because that's a very common terminology which I think people generally get a lot confused with, when we're talking about prototype or designs and all here into it. Let me show you if I can just opening Figma here. Give me a second. Yeah. So this is a wireframe you can see here. This is a wireframe of an app you see here. So this is, I will call this as a wireframe. And if I show you the mockup of the same thing, for example, if you look at this screen here, and then I show this screen here, see, that's the mockup of the same screen you have. So the wireframe, you have the mockup. This one is mockup, which is a finished design of the same thing. That is mockup here, remember. So you will call this as wireframe. This is called as mockup. And this is all mockups here. Then what is prototype? You basically show the basic functionality of these buttons and all. So for example, if I select this here, and if I go to the preview into it, see, I can click on login. I can maybe go back. So I can do those basic things you can see over here, right? It's not a complete function, it's not a coded app, remember. It's a basic app, which is known as prototyping here. This prototype. This is known as prototyping here. So what we're talking about is wireframe, mockup, prototype. What is call to action? So this button, when you look at it, right, these buttons, we call them as call to action. The main buttons which you have here are known as call to actions, CTA, call to action buttons. By using some of this, basically, the user basically interacts with your majorly the website. So this is known as basically it's a difference between a wireframe. Remember the mockup, the prototype, and of course you have call to action in that over here, right? Then few other terminologies you have is you have user journey, persona, design thinking, and usability testing. So user journey, we'll talk about in detail about user journey, and I will also show you basically how to make a user journey later on in the template. But the path a user takes from beginning to the end when interacting with a product or a service, that is known as user journey, basically. User journey over here, right? To be there. Then you have persona. So basically, persona is what it's a fictitious character representing a typical product user to guide you to make a design decisions. That is persona. Okay, remember. Again, we will talk about persona in a little bit detail, and I will also show you how to build a persona in Figma Gym. Then we have design thinking. Now, design thinking is one of the frameworks of UX, right? And it has basically 5 stages to them, to be frank, if I talk about in short. It's a process. You can say it's a framework to carry out something. So, but design thinking is majorly focused on problem solving approach for understanding user needs and creating innovation solutions. And by the way, design thinking is something which is just not used in UX. It can also be used in framing your vision of the company, goals of the company, etc. So design thinking basically apply anywhere. It's kind of a framework to basically do some innovation. In short, that's what design thinking offers you. Then you have usability testing, a process involving real users trying a product to find problems and suggesting improvements. So known as usability testing. So you give your application to the users and take the feedback from them, right? If you talk about all the big companies, right? They have like preview versions coming up. That also comes much later. Before that, also they have done all the testing and everything into it, right? To be there. But when we talk about the usability testing, right? It can be done initially also, it can be done late, means should be done initially also, then it can be done later also once the product is ready. And that's usability testing. So you're telling the users to basically test the application and find any flaws and give feedbacks before you actually launch the product. That is known as usability testing over here. I can show you the personal example, not a problem here at all. If you remember the case study which I showed you yesterday also about the Fitbit, if you remember, right? We had a persona there. So this is persona. That's one of the templates of persona. You will see people creating persona in very different way in UX, depending on what information you have got during the research and all. So you might include, depending on what you're targeting here, the persona can have a little bit different layout and a structure to it, but mostly it includes demographics of the user, needs and goals of the user basically. That is basically persona here. So that brings us end to the lesson number 2. It was kind of again an overview of what is UX and UI is. Right, we talked about what kind of interfaces you have in it. Different type of interfaces you have, like touch, voice, menu, right, user experience, how a user interacts with the experience. What is the pyramid or the hierarchy of UX is? What are the 7 factors that can influence the user experience? We talked about that, and the stages of UX design process. Yeah, research, define, ideate. Now, this stages which you see is the most important thing, right? The stages of the design user experience. Remember, this is the most important thing you have here. And this, right? Because your whole course or even going forward is dependent on this. So your course will basically start now next with the research, then define, ideate, wireframing, prototyping, testing, iteration over here. Of course, we don't do the implementation because implementation is done by developers. That is a developer's job. Okay, so any questions any one of you have, please let me know before we now I'm going to talk about the design thinking here. We start with the model of design thinking here. What is design thinking? So you will understand the process of design thinking, how you can formulate a clear problem statement, generating some creative solutions, and evaluating the prototypes by gathering user feedback, right? That's what we'll talk about here in this. So look what the design thinking market as of now. It's been growing. Let me tell that, right? So the global design thinking market reached 6.9 billion in 2021 and expected to grow to 14.9 billion by 2022 with a projected annual growth of 7.25. So that's the global design thinking market you have here. It's growing every day, day by day. Because a lot of new product has to come, a lot of new innovation has to come, and because of that the market has been growing for design thinking. And if you talk about in terms of software and services, you can see here, so you can see the share in the software, it has been applied more in the software and all than you have in the services over here in the service segment. So design thinking is something you can apply in service segment or in a software segment or in any product, basically I would say in a physical product also you can apply the design thinking principles here. That's why we say when we talk about the UX, right? Remember, when you look for a UX job, it is just not about UX being about digital. Remember, you could be a UX designer for the physical product. You could be a designer for a digital product. You could be a designer for both physical and digital integrated basically as a user experience, right? So there are a lot of opportunities basically you have because of this. And design thinking is a tool for creativity, innovation, and problem solving. So it has 3 major principles: creativity, have some innovation, and problem solving. Or I would say the main thing is problem solving, involving creativity and innovation into it. So designers use it to understand users, habits, behaviors, frustrations, needs, and wants over here. Managers apply it to foster culture of the user centric across the business. And the team leverages it to create innovative product that users truly desire. The user, something which basically users desire. So remember, so there are basic principles you have for design thinking. Now, what itself is design thinking? Design thinking is a user-centric approach to problem solving that encourages innovation solutions by deeply understanding the needs and challenges of the user over here. So what we have, design thinking is a user-centric approach. Problem solving that encourages innovative solutions, deeply understanding the needs and challenges of the user over here. in it. And one thing which is very, very important, you have to understand that this is not a linear process, not a like one flow process, I would say. It's a circular process, right? So what do we have here is stages like all of you mentioned about. We have empathy, define, ideate, prototype, and test, right? And remember, it was basically developed by the Stanford's D School. This process is iterative and does not need to follow a strict sequence. Means the sequencing which you see over here does not have to be same. It could be a bit back and forth, remember, when you're doing it, right? And I can give you an example. So first of all, what does empathy mean? What do you think is empathy mean here? So it's majorly understanding the other person, or basically, thinking, you are beginning that user to kind of think about that. That's the main thing. Trying to relate, yes. Or basically, I would say also empathizing with that particular user of the brand. So that's the building empathy, means building understanding around that the users for whom you're creating that product over here into it. That is empathy over here. And empathy is just not about knowing the problem from the user. Remember that. Understanding people's feeling, thoughts, experiences. Something which also goes unsaid is something you're trying to understand with them, right? Because remember, I told you, define is what? Define is defining the problem statement. And remember that doctor example, which I talked about, right? Think about the doctor example and think that process in the doctor example here. So if you are not feeling well, you go to a doctor. So doctor does empathy with you, right? They will basically ask you your symptoms. They will check you. They will observe you, right? So they are basically empathizing with you, and that's what you do in the design process of design thinking. Then the doctor defines it, right? Or define what is the actual problem you have, what is the disease you have, right? Same ways when you empathize with the user, you are the person who define the problem statement. That's the most important thing, that you define the problem statement, right? So you define the problem, that what is the actual problem is, right? Then you go to idea. Then the doctor gives you some medicine based on their research, thinking about, they will give you some medicines basically. Same ways, you will think about solutions over here. What solutions I can have, right? What solutions I can have or I can build basically. That is ideation. For example, doctor will also not tell you maybe medicine directly, but they will ask you, if you have anything allergy, or they might discuss a little bit more about the symptoms, the solutions, what doctor is trying to offer. Maybe they will give you the option to pick that particular solution. They will say, okay, see, I can put you an injection, I can give you the tablets, I can give you the syrup to take it, right? What will you like to pick? So they might sometimes give you more solutions there, right? So that's what kind of ideation you're doing. And they finally give you the medicine and the prototypes. They basically, in a prototype, you actually build something more tangible you build, right? Then you also test it. So doctor might say, okay, you might come back after 3 days, right? Same ways you will basically test your product. And y- who will test the product? Not you, remember. It is the user whom you want to give that product to test. That is testing. And this test over here. So you have empathy, define, ideate, prototype, and test. Simple 5 stages over here of the UX to be there. And most of the, if you talk about any other framework and all, they are kind of evolved over the same thing. They're almost the same thing over here when we talk about while working in the UX as a framework. So this is like one of the frameworks I thought. And there are different activities under each of them. And like I mentioned, I'll talk about the different activities. I have a nice infographic also I'll share with all of you. I'll talk about over here. But remember, iteration is critical for refining it. So it's an iterative process, right? So refining the product, meeting your user needs, continuous improvement cycle ensure delivery for the best possible user experience. So it's an iterative process. You test, you assess, you optimize, you repeat. Now we take, and now we're going to basically explain you this design thinking process with a scenario here, right? So let's say you are a UX designer. You're a UX designer tasked with designing a mobile app for a corporate employees to help them organize, participate in indoor games during work hours. Right. So let's say you want to create a mobile app, maybe for your company, the company you're working in, to help the employees basically organize and participate in indoor games during the work hours. Right. Now, let's say just train your mind that you are now a UX designer who is building this application. So as per design thinking, what will you do first? That's one of the problems which I can see in the comments. It's not a problem. It's kind of a human nature, basically, right? Empathize is not about, remember, having a solution, right? Like I want to point out some of things. For example, some of you said give flexible timings, free cancellation. Some of you talked about, let participant organize games, right, etc. So remember, this stage is not about start thinking as a user. This stage is about not about features, remember. Like Pulkit, you mentioned, provide rewards in game maybe. So that why are we thinking this right now? So that is basically when you're saying this, no, when you're saying that, okay, we will have a reward in the game, we will have flexible timing in the application, we will have this many indoor games in the application. This is what we don't have to do it. That's the first principle of UX design here. And that's where the problem starts basically, right? So that's where the problem starts because you're straight away without even having a problem statement. Remember, this is not a problem statement. What I'm showing on the screen is not a problem statement. It is a task you have to do it, right? This is a scenario. It's not a problem statement. So you'll have to build a problem statement first of all, right? But before that, also you will have to understand the users basically, right? You have to understand the user. This is the point where you don't tell people what will have in the app. And this is the common mistake. For example, when you will come to me, right, and ask me, hey Vishu, I'm building this app, right, for our company for indoor games, right? So what will you tell me? Will you tell me that we will have rewards? If you saying, let's say if you upfront saying that we will have rewards, we will have flexible timings, we will have this many indoor games. Give me your feedback. Now what you did, first of all, as me as a user, is now going around your ideas. I will never be able to say what I wanted to say probably over here. So the first thing is interviewing the people in general. So there could be a lot of things. For example, interviewing the people, observing the person or people, right, of the employees over there, doing survey in your company probably. You will use like 4 to 5 methods to understand the user. Now those methods also depend, what is the feasibility and all, to be frank. But you will basically think about all those things over here. So you will interview the people. You should survey the people. You should understand them by observing them. Like when are they going for the breaks? What are the when they are taking the frequent breaks? Observing people for how long they play, right? Observing people here. This is not the time of thinking about features. And that's a mistake happens actually. Because when you start thinking about features and solutions right away, you are not doing any innovation. You may not be able to do an innovation or maybe not be able to create something customized for that targeted audience for whom you're designing, right? So I'm not saying the features probably most of you are suggesting is wrong. They're not wrong, but there will be a stage to do that. First you have to understand the user over here. That's what design thinking says. Empathize with you. Remember yesterday I talked about that hippo roller example, right? A lot of you say that we can do this, we can do that. And like I told you that all the solutions are fine, but you have to build a solution as per the audience and what is most feasible to them, right? Give me a second, right? So we that's very, very much so empathizing with the user means you're planning a let's say for example you're planning a neighborhood barbecue. Maybe you want to basically host a barbecue at your home, right? So before deciding on the food, you ask your neighbors what they like. Some maybe prefer burgers, some might prefer hot dogs, few are maybe vegetarian. By asking them, you know what everyone wants. So maybe you already know them, probably, right? Of course. But let's say if you have some new people coming to your home, so you might try to understand their preferences. If you're inviting someone probably to the home, right? So same ways you try to empathize with the user. You try to understand their perspective, what kind of background they are coming from, what is the culture in the company is probably. A lot of things can go into it. So you will empathize with the users there. And for empathizing with the user, there are different activities, to be frank, a lot of activities. One of the activities could be known as empathy, creating an empathy map. Very common activity in the I would say UX known as empathy. Like this is a little bit later stage because you will interview the people and do survey and all, but you will also get an empathy map. So for example, the group of users, what they think, what they say, what they does do basically, and what they feel. So you'll get an empathy map based on some user interviews and all basically over here. Like I said, this will come a little bit later. I'll talk about empathy map a little bit more about it. But in empathy map, you have 4 quadrants here: things, says, does, and feels. So you're not trying to think based on the people you have observed, based on the people you have interviewed, survey them. You try to get an empathy map, that what is the common says they have, what is the common thinking they have, what is the common do they do basically, and what is the common feeling they have. So you map that in the empathy map. To be done. Remember, it's common. Common means group of people over here we're talking about, and create a empathy map for them. So empathy map is not done for a one person generally. It's done for a wider audience basically you will have. Then in empathy, you also build. This is also one of the stages that you might build a persona, right? An empathy. So you build a persona. So you might build persona. Now persona is a fictitious person. Now remember, let's say you interview 5, 10, 20 people, or you do survey a lot of people, right? You can't always refer them. So what is persona? Persona is a fictitious character which have some common traits of the people you have interviewed. So you're trying to put that common traits in one person. So you can always refer to this person when you're designing at a later stage. You know, like what is the common frustration this user have? What is the goal this users have? What is the bio of the user is? And you might not get one persona, you might get multiple personas, maybe two, three is generally created, depending on, what you're doing here. So you create a user persona, remember over here. So once you have done this, right? Now this is a time you try to define the problem state. You define the problem state. So let's say after talking to your neighbors, you realize that the problem is everyone wants to eat, but they don't want to wait too long. The challenge is to plan a barbecue so that no one has to wait too long for their food. Now remember, this is the problem statement, right? So remember in the starting, what you might thought. So if you go to the emphasis, the analogy we're giving is you want to understand people what they like to eat as a food. But when you talk to them and do all that, you might realize that the actual is not about just food. The actual problem is also about the wait time could be very long, and we have to reduce that, right? So this is where you have defined the problem statement here. So remember, if you look at your original scenario here, right? If you look at your original scenario here, your task is to build an indoor game app, which is okay, and you interview people and all. Now you will define the problem statement. And for example, problem statement could be that. So think about what could be the problem statement. The problem statement could be that I give you some examples of problem statement here, right? So for example, one problem statement could be that they might not have time to, book for the indoor games, probably in it. There could be time issues, right? Commonly there. What could be the other problem? Think about that. Think about problem statement, which of course we are not currently talk to them and all, but think about, just hypothetically if we think about in a problem statement, because we all work in a corporate and all, right? Some may be tired, meetings, work pressure, okay, no interest, okay, introvert, nice, I like that. See, there could be limitation of space also probably. You might later recognize, oh, we don't have that much space in the company, right? Also there could be a problem of regularness in it. Others should not get disturbed probably. So there could be different problems. And currently we remember we are kind of thinking hypothetical over here. When you will actually do, there could be a very different problem setting which might come to you when you're kind of trying to create something like this. When you're trying to create something like this here, right? And that's important to keep in mind that the problem statement, see, the scenario which you have is not a problem statement always. The problem statement could be different. Means you have to define the problems. What are the basic main problems you have to solve in it? Okay. Then once you have the problem, let's say if we talk about, someone is introvert, that's one of the problems we have. Timing could be one of the problems there, right? So then you will basically ideate. But before we go to ideate, so basically you define the problem set like I want. Example, employees need, let's say we have a problem set. Employees needs a seamless way to book indoor game slots without scheduling conflicts. A system that allows them to team up with colleagues easily, right? Facility managers require a efficient tool to track and report employees' engagement, right? That's a high level problem statement we have. Then you will ideate, remember, you will ideate. So basically, if you talk about the barbecue example we've been talking about here, you think of different ways to solve the problem. Maybe to set up two grills, right? One for burgers and one for the hot dogs, or you decide to prepare some food in advance and you come up with ideas to keep everyone feed and happy. So now you're thinking about solution. Should I have two barbecues? Should I have maybe some pre-cooked food which I can just reheat and give to people so they don't have to wait, right? Or maybe I can basically, structure the people. Structure the people means that they can come to eat in groups probably. So these are different ideations or solutions you have. Then there's ideation. So ideation is about brainstorming, picking the best of the best of the best ideas to implement something. Remember that, right? Over here. That is ideation. So you might, and this is more kind of on a team activity also of the UX. There's not like one person activity, but yeah, it depends, how big the team is yours. Then you basically prototype. You create a prototype of it. So before the, let's say a big barbecue you invite few friends over, the test your plan, you grill some food and see how quickly you can serve everyone. This helps you find any issues before the big event. And for example, about chefs and all, they kind of pre-cook they pre-try the dish, whether that how much time it's taking to cook me and do something, right? So that is basically kind of a prototype you might build and test with the, of course, users. Yeah. And while prototyping, you generally create wireframes, like basic wireframes, or maybe create mockups also. It can be created with the wireframes also, means you can make the basic wireframe clickable. You can see we have a basic prototype, or I would say a basic wireframe of the app. So basically you have the date, time to pick, recently played, all players, booked successfully, sorry, opponent is meeting, right? So you can see creating a basic flow of the application. You're already thinking about what options should I have, what are the games should I have, etc., etc., etc. You're getting a basic flow here. Then you test it. So during the test barbecue, you notice that some people are still waiting too long. You ask for feedback and make changes while preparing more food in advance. You are ready for the real barbecue, and everyone will get their food on time, or basically you're ready with your actual application here. So you test it, you will ask some feedback from the users of your employees, hey, maybe look at this app, test for us, what do you think, and maybe do you think that we have missed something? So you will test with them, you will take their feedback, and once you take their feedback, you will basically make improvements to them and then actually get the app developed. So in this stage, you try to simplify the conflict notifications to make it more intuitive, adding customization option for reports generated by the facility manager, redesigning the team of features to make it easier to who is available to play. For example, these are some suggestions we had, let's say, based on the testing to be done. And this is what design thinking is basically. So it's a simple steps, right? Now, of course, in each of them, you might have different activities to do it. Like, especially, let me tell you one more thing here is in UX, what we say is that the in the initial, you will see that you might feel, okay, why are we wasting time? Why should we emphasize? Why should we define? Because they take time actually. This research initially takes time, but your process will become more smoother as you go further, and it will require less time over here actually, right? So remember that this takes time. And I told you one more thing here, that this is not a linear process. Now think how this is not a linear process. Think about that. In the same example of for example, when I talk about the example of this scenario here, think about, can you can you reshuffle the process properly? Think about. Okay, explain in a very short way here, right? See, we talk about you can host a barbecue, then to understand the issues. Yeah, okay. I'm talking about let's say the app example here, Manoj, right? So I give an example here. Let's take this scenario only, right? Of corporate employees who want to design that app and all that here. So remember, like I told you, this is not a linear process here, right? So as a UX designer, what can you do? Instead of starting with empathy for the user directly, I might start with what? I might start with some ideas and prototype probably. I will talk about ideas probably, right? Get a basic prototype and then go to the empathize stage. Because let's say to properly connect with that audience, I maybe want to show something to them, right? So I might start with ideation probably, and then I might get a prototype of it, and then I will show to the users, empathize with them, and then follow the structure probably. So remember, this is not a linear process, and you can kind of customize. What if you have a very defined problem statement already? Let's say you already have a defined problem statement. So you may start from ideation directly probably, right? Or what if the app already exists? Let's say, for example, app already exists. There is already an app which allows you to do something like this, but maybe not too good, and you have to redesign it. So you may start with what? You may start with testing. And if you test with the user, it's again empathizing with the user member. So you may test it, which is already there. You will test it, feedback, you then try to emphasize with the users. Then you define the problem. What are the problems we have in the current product? And then idea, then prototype. And again, then test it basically. So what I'm trying to say is that it's not like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remember, it is not about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe you will start with empathy. When empathy, you you understand, okay, I need to show something basic to the user. So from empathy, you may jump directly to prototype, and then you may go back and do it. That's why we say this is not a linear process. Remember, that's why this is not a linear process. It's like interconnected process here you have. Whether you talk about design thinking, whether you talk about UCD, the user-centric design process, any of the framework when you talk about, that's why in UX we say this is not a linear process. Just remember that. Very, very important for all of you. Just remember that it's not a linear process here, right? Into it. And that's the overall of the, and we will go in depth of each stage. So don't worry about it, right? We will go into each of them. We'll talk about empathy map, what is persona, what is user interview, what is survey, what is user journey, what is task flow, what is information architecture. We'll talk about everything into each of this process. So don't worry about that, right? Currently, we're just talking about the overall, what is the process of UX you have, simple as that, right? I think I'm already late for the break, but before we go for the break, you can do a quick knowledge check. As Jenny has completed her user research and defined the core problem of the mobile banking app design. She now gathers her team for discussion to generate creative solutions. Based on design thinking process, which stage is Jenny currently in? I think easy to answer for all of you. Which stage in she is if you read the question carefully. Read the question carefully, guys. Yeah. So C is the right answer. Ideate, remember, because she already has a problem statement as per this, the core problem you can see here, and then the user research. So she is in the ideation stage or ideate stage over here. So C is the right answer over here into it. Now, like I said, design thinking, if it was a framework, right, is not something which is applied. First of all, let me clarify that design thinking itself is a process, or it's a framework, or it's a terminology which a lot of companies apply even when not doing UX, to be frank, right? Even when not doing UX, it can be done for innovation, quick problem solving. It could be anything basically they might use design thinking for. And that's why design thinking is one of the frameworks which is used in the UX process, I would say, right? So how design thinking fosters innovation, how this leads to innovation. Like this framework has been proven around the world to bring innovation actually, right? So how it is proven to bring innovation? The first point is that it is a user-centered research that is involving the end user who is going to use that particular product or a service, right? That's the first thing. Second thing is focuses on user means, of course, it's basically user-centric, so it focuses on user experience into it. And its ideation simply says that have a creative ideation, means do creative ideation. And how this creative ideation can be done? By involving everybody in your team. Let everybody speak. That's very, very important. I will talk about one technique of brainstorming and all going ahead, how you can basically create creative ideations and all. You have activities like individual brainstorming, you have activities like Crazy Eight, a lot many. Dot Goat. There are a lot of options you basically have for creative ideation. We'll talk about that. Then you have rapid prototyping. So you do quick prototyping, kind of create quick versions of it. You test with them, then you change it, then you test it. So you're not spending money to create a finished product. You're spending money to kind of quickly test it out, the versions, which basically can be more market fit, which can lead to an innovation basically. And as a collaboration and multidisciplinary team. So basically involve everybody in the team. In that book, you would notice that talks about that everybody in the team should be involved, from the CEO to the developers to the marketing people, whoever is basically kind of connected with that project, you might involve them in this process. It is flexible, like we talked about. It is not a linear process, it's a flexible process. It allows you to do user testing. It allows you to kind of do the implementation and do the reflection on top of it. And you can integrate with technology. So technology integration means in every stage, especially in the ideation stage, we talk about, what is how we can leverage the technology and we can use the technology. And that's how this framework basically helps you to be into a foster of innovation there. So let's say you have a problem. You must have, I don't know if you've heard about this, but remember kids friendly. I don't know how many of you have, I don't want you to do, but have you ever experienced an MRI scanner? I have experience in my life, MRI scanner, but I don't know how many of you have done that MRI scanner. If you actually experience an MRI scanner, it makes a lot of noise, to be frank. When you will be in the MRI machine, right? It makes a lot of noise. And people get anxious, like people might start feeling, even I would say young people might feel like what's happening with them, to be frank. So imagine now, yeah, the ring makes a very loud noise actually. Noise, just not about noise. Also, when you see such a big machine and you kind of going into it, or maybe going a little bit into it, not, of course, you don't go completely inside of it, like a CT scan and all, but yeah, go a little bit inside. So you basically, you start feeling anxious a little bit. Now think about the kids. Think about the kids going for an MRI scan. Maybe imagine a toddler, maybe a 5-year-old kid, 4-year-old kid, 3-year-old kid, right? or any of that age if you think about. Now it's, or maybe even if you talk about maybe a 9-year-old kid basically, right? 9 to 10 I would say. So this age group kids or children's, I would say, getting an MRI scan is a big problem, right? And this is a problem we're talking about here. So the problem was that MRI scanners scared young children, causing them to need sanitation, resulting in postponing scans, right? So what was the challenge? A new challenge emerged. How could someone create a scanner experience that children would love? Now think about MRI machine. I don't know, maybe this is a very popular case study actually around the world. You might have read, but imagine that you have to make that MRI scanning experience for the kids to be more welcoming and loving. So what would you, let's say you apply design thinking into it. So what solution like would you think that could be a part of it? Making like a kids room, okay, color the machine, put design on it. That was basically, I don't know if you've seen that, but that was basically a basic thing which was done. So some divided lot. So remember here, the problem is, I again want to point out one thing. You might think, okay, now why don't we create a different MRI machine? So if it's coming to your mind, creating a different MRI machine, you can do that, but that's not so easy. See, first of all, these machines are very expensive, very heavy, right? And hospitals are not going to just change the machine maybe for kids because it's going to be expensive for them, right? So maybe design thinking is about thinking a solution within that constraint, first of all, right? So of course you can have soft toys, and because that's easy to do it, of course. Even I think soft toys might be possible only if they don't have any metal into it. So as you know, in MRI machine or in MRI room, you can't have anything of metal. Maybe headphone to reduce, very good, very nice. Distracting the kids, we should explain them about the process. Headphone screen, right? I agree with you on that. So maybe the headphone will also have a magnet to it, let me tell that. So they may not be able to wear it because MRI screens in screens you cannot have a magnet basically, or you can't have any metal. Otherwise, you will stick to them because that's heavy met. The MRI machine itself is a magnet. I don't know how many of you know, but it's a magnet in itself. It's a huge magnet itself, basically over there. So what these people did, what they did is simple solution. See, they did this: a kids-friendly MRI machine. So they created a theme. We can see kind of a wallpaper. Of course, you can stick a very nice wallpaper or a kind of a sticker to the machine. You can see, like most of you mentioned about coloring and the making the room like kids, right? And what interesting they did also is that when the machine starts, it plays a nice music which is related to this theme, related to this theme, right? So of course that noise is still there, but it gets a little bit suppressed because of that music or that thing there which you have in it. So if you see simple solution, cost effective also if you see comparatively very cost effective, and no rocket science required in that, to be frank. So sometimes the solution could be very simple. The problem might look very big, but at the end the solution could be very simple when you design it. So the solution does not have to be complicated here. And this is a real case study I'm talking about, right? This is a real case study of using design thinking to solve this problem. And there's a complete case, what they tried, different things, they interview, like you can go and read about it actually. Yeah, that's correct. This is what done by the GE, right? Solution worker it's friendly. Correct. You can go and read about it actually. I think a amazing case study to read about on again on design thinking, I would say, to be there. So now if you look at it, see, as a UX designer, you could be a UX designer for a physical product also, right? Which also known as, of course, that is known as product design though. So if you're coming from a background of product design, if you know about those CAD softwares and all, who can design those product. So, for example, you have SolidWorks, CATIA V5 and all. I don't know many if you're aware about that. You can also apply your skills of UX there. So it is just not that everybody is just sitting and building a website or building an app or building a dashboard there. Of course, maximum number of jobs are there, but you also have jobs in other domains for the user experience or the design thinking if you apply it. Okay, let's do a quick check before we go next into it. We'll talk about next is the design thinking methods and all. But in short, if we talk about, let's say, again, we have the same user, Jenny, team has been working on mobile banking app, redesign, remember, to ensure that the solutions are innovative and effective. They follow the principle of design thinking. How should Jenny's team apply design thinking to foster innovation in their product? Some of you are already answering. Simple as I think very simple to answer here. The next thing we'll talk about is about the design thinking methods over here. Remember, what are the design thinking methods? So what I mean by methods over here is that, in short, when you talk about design thinking, we talk about empathy, we talk about etc. research and all that, right? So under it, what are the activities or methods you basically have, or different methods you have of design thinking? We'll talk about that here. Right. Not, I think we'll not talk about under it, but we'll talk about also the other methods of UX, you can say, or within design thinking also. I would say there are kind of different tips. I would say, instead of saying empathy and all, people have their defined definitions. What I mean is, for example, the Stanford's D school design thinking process, the original one is this, the when we talk about it. That's the original one. Then you have ideas design thinking process. Then you have double diamond design process. Then you have IBM enterprise design, right? So what I'm trying to say is that there are some other methods of this. Anybody have, by the way, have heard about double diamond? Because double diamond is also very popular. Remember, they are almost same. It's just again kind of a some method of design thinking you have here. Otherwise, they are similar. They're kind of similar, right? Kind of companies like, for example, IBM has its own design framework, which it think that it can fit right into their company. In short, to be there, right? To be there in this. And I'm going to talk about each of them here. So first, we talk about the Stanford's D school design here. Talk more in terms of converge and diverge relations. Correct, Manoj. That's correct. So double diamond actually talks about conversionist and diversionist. Basically, we'll talk about that. What Manoj have pointed out here. But let's go about the standard default design school. So this is the same thing, which we talked about. So I'll not again repeat it. This is the original method. You can say this is the original method. It's how the design thinking was created, right? You empathize, you conduct interviews, you uncover emotions, etc. You reframe the problem statement, you brainstorm, you create ideas, you prototype, you test it, you assess it. So same process, right? Assess means again the iteration which we talked about there, right? So same thing, exactly the same which you talked about. So I'll not talk about again about it more because the same original process, remember, you have. And this is how the design thinking was initially created over here, right? I think we already know about it, so I'll not spend too much time on this activity to be frank about the design thinking over here in it, right? Let's say you will go into 4 groups. So you'll go to empathy, define, ideate, and prototype, and then you test it out, create a solution basically. This is what design thinking talks about into it. I'll not do this activity because we'll have more activity based on it at a later stage over here to be done it. And we've already talked a lot about empathy, define, ideate with some few examples in the past over here into it. So that's your standard one. Then you have the ideas design thinking process. Now, ideas design thinking process also kind of similar to double diamond, by the way, because here also if you see there's something called diverge, converge you have. So what does first of all here, if you see, what does diverge, converge mean here? So what is the meaning of diverge and converge? See, diverge is basically, in short, if I put in a very simple way, right? Diverge is getting as much as information, right? As information, like you collecting things. For example, I give a very basic example. Let's say you go to a shopping. Let's say you want to buy a shirt or a t-shirt or you want to buy a top, right? So you go to Stop or Stop, you go to Lifestyle or you go to Pantaloons, whatever you go to, right? So what do? You keep collecting. Let's say you only want to buy maybe two, but you will go to different, places and different stocks, kiosks which you have there. You will keep collecting different tops, different t-shirts, different shirts probably. And at the end, you might have like 6 or 7 with you, but you want to buy only two. So that is diverge. So first you're collecting the information, you're collecting something, right? Then you do converge. So what you do, you go to trial room, you test out, which one looks better, which one is that, and ultimately you select two of them. So that is what diverge and converge simply means here. Diverge is gathering as much as possible, right? And then filtering out that information or filtering out that idea, you can say. It could be anything over here. This is what it means over here. And if you look at the ideas designing process, it's about inspiration, understanding user needs, brainstorming, conducting, creating persona. So it's basically inspiration. So you're trying to understand the user in a greater sense, meaning as much as you can, right? Getting a lot of information about the user. Then you converge that information. You kind of filter out that information. You will analyze the research results. So you will filter out that information, right? Then you will start the ideation. Then again, you will diverge. You will create multiple ideas. You get as many ideas you can. Then again, you will converge depending on the feedback and etc. Which ideas to actually implement. This is what it means. So you have basically diverge, converge, diverge, converge. That's why you have this kind of multiple times coming in into it. As a simple step, inspiration, ideation, and implementation over here. Right? Simple approach over here. And it's also a very popular framework. Majorly, I would say, not followed in UX too much, to be frank. When you're creating apps and websites and all, it is majorly used when you want to do a more, I would say, what observational research of the users or want to do some kind of an interdisciplinary teamwork. Want to do it. It's very good for innovative products and service design industry. Then comes your double diamond. So let's say team designing a new school backpack, visits schools, observes how you students use their backpacks, learn They need a lightweight, durable bag with better organization. They gather the insights, they brainstorm the ideas like adding compartments, using lighter material, including phone charging port, etc., etc. And the team creates a prototype of the bag. So simple steps you can see here to achieve some. Then you have double diamond, which is similar to diverge and converge. So actually, double diamond also, if you look at most of the double diamond with the this was designed by the UK design school, by the way, based on again design thinking principle. To be frank, it has majorly discover, define, develop, and deliver 4 stages divided into diamonds. If you see, divided into diamonds over here. And actually, I have a different image for it, which I want to show all of you. This is what I generally show basically. I have this image with me, double diamond. It's the same thing basically. If you see, it's a similar thing. You can say discover, define, develop, and deliver. Why I'm showing you is this basically because in double diamond also we say diverge, converge basically. Okay. So you can see you have a problem to, sorry, where is my image gone? So if you compare both the diagrams, they're kind of same. This is what I'm trying to point out here. So you can see you have a problem, define, solution. This is what you have. So double diamond, remember here also talks about diverge means gather as many as research information, discover the user more. Then converge, get insights from it, define the insights. And based on those definition, define a problem statement. Then again diverge to create as many ideas possible. Then again converge to build some prototypes out of it to deliver the solution. And then this one is double diamond over here. One is double diamond over here. And let me tell you, double diamond is very, very popular in the SaaS products. In the SaaS product means in good companies and all, double diamond is very, very popular in the SaaS products. So basically, the difference between the Stanford's design thinking and the double diamond is it's based on the principle of divergent and conversion. Diverge and converge, basically. This is what has been based on. That's the main fundamental of the double diamond. That's why I showed you that image basically. That's why I wanted to show that graphic which I was displaying on the screen to you. So that it's basically based on that principle. That's the main background of double diamond you have, right? Then this is what we have. This is again an explanation of same thing. I don't want to repeat it because it's the same thing. Then you have the IBM enterprise design thinking. IBM approaches emphasis collaboration and user friendlicity in the iterative loop. It says observe the user, reflect back, make. Simple as that. And they say that this is like very, very good for, again, SaaS products when you have larger enterprises and you have to do a lot of collaboration in that. It basically also includes the principle of agile. I don't know how many of you know about agile framework. So it basically also includes the functionality or the framework of agile into it. It aligns with that, I would say, agile and the enterprise over here. That's why IBM created it over here into it. And why? What is the difference between them? If you talk about, especially when it's a double diamond. In double diamond, why we are saying it's majorly for corporate innovation and service designers because double diamond does not talk about too much of user involvement. It talks about it, but says the user involvement is, mediocre. Like it's not too much you have to involve the user in the process. That's what double diamond is based on, right? And that's why most of the companies use because they don't want to, they can't sometimes involve the user too much in it, right? Whereas if you talk about the Stanfords or the IDEO framework, it says the user involvement is very, very high. And in the IBM, which is the enterprise we're talking about, this one talks about the user engagement in terms of continuous process. They involve the user in a very continuous way. And this framework majorly aligns, like I said, with the agile framework. So that's why in a large enterprise, you may use this design thinking process, I would say, right? So nothing is right or wrong, remember. So whether you're doing Salesforce, whether you're doing IDEO, whether you're doing double diamond, either you're doing this enterprise, there are a lot many. For example, you have lean UX also. You also have UX sprints basically going on. Depends, what framework you're working with, what is the timeline you have, what kind of product it is. You may be working with that particular framework. But ultimately, remember, they all are talking the same thing. Under the hood, you're talking. For example, I generally say this example is, let's say you want to go from point A to B. So when you open Google Map, what says? Google Map says you can also go straight, you can also go right, you can go from left also. Ultimately, you're reaching your destination, which is point B. But now how you want to go is that totally depends on you. So they are just kind of different ways to reach the same destination in short over here. Which basically suits you, your situation, your scenario, you may opt for one of them. And if you ask me, how do I decide it? Generally, this is not decided by one individual. You will, as a company, decide that. However, if you're too much confused, then you can just follow the standard Stanford's design process in short, right? Because ultimately you're reaching the same strategy. So the IBM one basically talks about observe, conduct user research to understand user needs and context, make prototype test solutions, iterate based on feedback you can see, and reflect. Since I find it to define the problem. Sorry, it was first basically observe, then reflect, and then make, right? So this one is the IBM enterprise design thinking process or a approach. I would say not even process. I would say approach. The kind of different approaches of design thinking, but ultimately you're reaching the same destination. Remember here, reaching the same destination over here. So let's do a quick check. Jen has been tasked with redesigning a mobile banking app. She has observed, reflected, and created a design. Which design thinking methods Jane has followed? I think easy for all of you to answer. If you have been paying attention to the session, this should be very, very easy for all of you to answer it. Perfect. C is the right answer, which is the IBM here. IBM Enterprise Design thing. Okay. Now, I want to do one thing here. I want to show you one thing here. For helping all of you, I want to show you one image here. And this is the image I always use as an infographic with me. See, this is the design thinking process of Stanford's. You have discover or empathy, you can call it. Discover and empathy, same thing basically. Define, ideate, prototype, test, right? Simple definition given here, learn about the user, determine the features, brainstorm solutions, simulate user experience, and validate the user. Simple, right? Now, what I want to basically pay attention to is that what are the activities you might do? Remember, these are not compulsory activities, which whatever you are seeing over here, they are not the compulsory activities here. You may pick depending on what you're doing, right? But these are some common activities which are listed under each stage, which might be done or which is done basically, right? And which activities are we going to talk about? I'll show you, talk about that also. For example, we're going to talk about, which is kind of, let's see if I, give me a second. Where is that option one? So basically, user interviews is the most common one. Stakeholder interviews, remember, surveys. I'm talking the main one, and the one we're going to talk about in this course also majorly. We're going to talk about competitor analysis. I'm going to talk about a little bit about observation over here. I'm going to talk about personas, empathy map, user journey, storyboards, about problem statements. Some of the we also talk about few of the other things basically here. That's that we don't talk about it. We're going to talk about brainstorming. But storyboard is the same. You can see some of the activities might repeat again. We'll talk about card sorting. We're going to talk about user journey map. We'll talk about user flows. We'll talk about information architecture. We'll talk about crazy at activity, nice activity you have in it. We're going to talk about micro interactions. We'll talk about mock-ups. We'll talk about interactive prototypes. We'll talk about wireframes going ahead. We'll talk about high fidelity design, which is the same like mockup. We're going to talk about design offs at the later stage. We're going to talk about design documentation in Figma later on a bit into it. We don't know about HTML. We talk about like kind of very overview of HTML here, but we don't like want you to get kind of a HTML prototype there. We talk about usable testing. We talk about A and B testing. We talk about heuristic evaluation, fantastic 10 principles of evaluating it. We talk about a little bit about eye tracking also, but expensive to do, to be frank. Not everybody can afford to do it or unable to do it, to be frank. Right? We talk about a little bit of analytics also in few of the things, and you can see some of them might repeat here. So these are some common activities I'm going to anyways talk about over here during the course. So remember, each stage have some sub activities to be done to basically do the display. Let's say when you talk about empathy, so how should I do empathy with the user? How should I do discovery with the user? So these are the common activities you might do. How should I define something? Then this is the some common activities you might do. How should I ideate? Then these are the some common activities you might do over here. So I will share you this graphic with all of you here. If you can keep it, whenever you want to refer it, you can do that if you want to into it. I'm just going to undo all the sticks which I've done here. And I don't want to keep this edited. Just to let you know one thing, that this is not by me. This is given by NN Group. This is a research of NN Group here, right? The most frequent UX research methods are listed over here, like what companies do in every stage. What are the most common activities these companies do? And this is a research driven infographic by NN Group you have here. You can see that. This is about requirement gathering, user interview, you can see diary studies. We'll talk about diary studies also, task analysis, Journey mapping, design review. See, it talks about most common activities people do. And almost we'll talk about all this. Don't worry. We'll talk about almost all this basically over here. Right? If you want to just look at, what are the common activities done during this process of UX. Yeah. As a reading material. I don't know if you were able to see that, which I was sharing. Yeah. Not the way this was I was sharing here. In that. And in a very short way, if you want to understand design thinking, if you just want to read it a little bit casually, then I'm going to give you this book also about design thinking, what like, right? It is given by the Institute of Design for Dalton, right? And this talks about design thinking every stage. This talks about over here. It's basically just a 90-page book, which kind of quickly talks about the overall process. This is a homework I'm giving you, right? So when you come next week, you have a little bit more knowledge. Just read about it. Just read it, right? I wanted to read this basically, understand this. What is designing? How people carry. So they talked about some few things over here in it, and how the actual activities are done. Because remember, this is the base. This is the fundament. Those who are very, very new over here, this is the base. And that's why theory is important in UX. Because if you know those principles, you know what stages are, etc., etc., you can actually implement UX in a better way. Of course, you will have to do see, you will have to do the efforts from your end to do the actual user research and etc. So that's your effort to be done. It is not that you just simply be sitting in your comfort zone and do it. These activities require efforts from your end. And sometimes people are not even interested in knowing what you have done, to be frank. What I would be interested as a person who's interviewing you, or let's say looking at your portfolio, is that what have you designed as a solution? What was the problem and what's the solution? What you have done to identify that problem, or what you have done to basically, which design framework you followed for getting that problem is not important for me. What is important is what problem have you solved, what is the problem you've taken, and what is the solution for that. That's the main thing here in the UX. And that's the core UX you have here. That's the core UX you have here. And that's an option. Right? Anyone has any questions before we go to the last slide here of the lesson number 2? Right? Now, okay. So last slide we have is over here is the guided practice. So think about WhatsApp now. Right? All of us use WhatsApp. Right? So the objective of this exercise is to practice user-centered design by identifying the pain points in WhatsApp UX and UI. So the group discussion, questioning development, participant will explore ways to enhance the app usability, preparing for the real world challenge, for example. Yeah, that's basically again like someone like we're talking to. Some of them are kind of dependent. Remember, that's a technological limitation you have, and you can't control the other company. For example, you can't control Apple or Android about that. And then you talk about, like for example, in Apple there was a problem that you can't directly message to WhatsApp. So to save a contact, there was kind of an issue there. I think which have been resolved because there is a setting now you can do it to do that. That's again from that was a limitation from Apple. That was not a limitation of WhatsApp, and WhatsApp ultimately can't do anything about it, right? To be there. Sometimes you can't solve a problem, or you might have a technological limitation, remember, into it. Like for example, we say deleted messages. There could be a technical limitation from WhatsApp probably to do that, or they might have their own, I would say, their thinking behind it to implement in a particular way. Well done. But now, if you look at it, even what all of you are suggesting me right now, talking about this is there, this is there. See, so you have a lot of problems around you, and to create a good portfolio, you can try solving them, thinking them that how they can be implemented in a better way, or can be done in a better way. It could be any app which you use, basically, and you may think about that, how you can resolve those issues, or how you can make that something better, right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking basically. So when you say deleted messages, I think the deleted messages is important in terms of if you send something and you have shared something. So when you have deleted message, you know that someone actually sent you something. So it becomes a proof. If you look at it, it becomes a proof actually that you send something objective, or maybe something which should not be there, and someone replies to it, right? To be there. So that becomes important here, and right, to be there. So think about it. I think over the weekend and all, do that. And you can see this is what I'm also trying to say, that you can't make a perfect product. Remember, if Android says, "Oh, I will finish all the issues I have in my app or in my Android," that is not possible. Remember, right? Even they have such a big company, they have a lot of employees who are working like day and night to basically do it. But remember, you can't have a always a best product out of it. That's why I call basically that you should also focus on creating a MVP. I don't know how many of you know MVP. Anybody know what is MVP over here? So then there's a minimal viable product. That's correct. Minimum viable product. See, as a UX designer, you have to also keep in mind that you have to get started, especially when you're creating something initially. And if you talk about startups are basically focused on this, that they want to quickly get a minimum viable product over there. Important, right? So that's not a minimum viable product. Now there are two things I want to quickly talk about. The next module, the lesson you have is based on Figma. So from next Saturday when we'll be coming, and the next week will be coming, I will also talk about Figma here, right? We'll talk about Figma, some basics of Figma. We'll not go into depth of it, remember, just kind of introducing you what tools you have in UX, right? What are different tools you have and all. We'll talk about those. We'll talk about Figma a bit over here, into it, and how you can basically just the basics of Figma I'm going to talk about here. And one more thing I want to point out is that I know on your basically on your LMS or Engage, it's 17 is the last date. I might ask for extension to be frank. So be ready for 18th also, right? Because I think the lesson number 4 generally takes a little bit more time from my end. So your date might extend from 17 to 18th also means you can have a session on 18th also. You will get that information during the week only, right? And you will have a session on 18th also. So 17th and 18th. I know currently showing 17 there in your LMS, but I might look for an extension for one day, which is on 18th, right? I will just see if I can reach because initially when we start with Figma and talk about it, so you might have a lot of questions, especially a lot of you are new. So, like I mentioned, in this module of UX design and design thinking fundamentals, we're going to talk about the Figma UI UX design essentials, right? So remember, this is just going to be not in depth, just kind of in a baseline of Figma because a lot of you are new here, probably I would say. So we kind of talk about some basics, some very basics of Figma, and then we talk about in the UI module. So you will have the UI module also going ahead. There we will talk about a little bit more in depth about the Figma, right? So this is just to introduce a Figma because so that you are you start also doing some self study in it, right? So you also start doing some kind of self study. That's why we are kind of introducing Figma here for you. I will not go too much into theory because this presentation has a bit of theory about it, right? So I'll not go completely into it, but I'll just kind of walk you through quickly about it, and then we'll go into the Figma part practically here. If you've noticed, so far what we have done is we have understood the design thinking process. We have talked about, what empathize is. We have talked about what is UX is. We have talked about what is UI is. We have discussed all that and some of the frameworks of UX, right? Then we have also talked about some techniques used in design thinking, though we haven't done any practical on those activities because that is what you will be doing in the next modules. This was just an introduction. There is, some terminology like this which you should be aware about. So the today and the I think the tomorrow's I would say the learning objective is that we're going to basically just compare Figma with other tools and all. We're going to talk about implementing real-time collaboration in Figma for efficient teamwork. How I want to talk about some of the features of Figma Gem as well. How you can use Figma Gem and how to apply Figma tool for enhancing the collaboration on how to design it here. Figma has brought a new update, right? Which basically has now new code tools into it. So Figma is going bigger, but remember the main design software is one only, right? The main design software we talk about is the same. It's not different to be frank much. And as a UX designer or as a UI designer, majorly you need to focus on Figma design, right? Figma Gem and Figma Design, I would say. The other tools like Figma Slides is basically for making PowerPoint presentations and all, or presentations, I would say. Right. So that's kind of optional. Then you have Draw now. Draw is also optional if you want to go into more graphic design and all, then you can use it. Then you have this Figma Sites, which can be, I would say, a little bit can be useful if you want to basically use Figma to design and kind of publish a website to a certain extent, right? Because that is generally a developer's job, but yeah, now designers can do it because it can write the HTML in the background for you in a proper way. And you can publish a website using Figma. So what you can now do is, in short, is if you have the Figma plan and all, then you can also publish your website using Figma. It means that you can create your own portfolio website using Figma if you want here. Then there is Buzz, and we have few more options in Figma. We'll talk about that later. So in short, if you talk about the tools in the UX and UI, or you can say technologies basically over here, right? So first of all, I want to clarify this that UX is not about tools and technologies, right? Exactly, because as you see, UX is very, very broad, right? So UX is just not about one particular tool over here. And you know, tool is important, I would say, but more than tool is the concept is important, right? I give an example. For example, when I started my career, and a lot of you who are coming here as a graphic designer, especially when you started your career back, right? Maybe I started my career almost now, I would say around 18 to 17, 18 to 19 years back, right? There was nothing called as Figma, basically, right? There was no tool like Figma we had. We had Photoshop, other stuff, which is also there today, I would say. And there are a lot of other tools we had. So the tools maybe come and go, the industry trend change, but if your fundamental is clear, that's more important here, right? That is important. But currently, if you talk about the current state, Figma is a very important tool. Figma is a very, very important tool because I would say 90% companies use Figma when it comes to working with the UX or with the UI. Some way or the other way, to be frank, they use Figma. It's kind of on a industry standard. Like for example, one time Photoshop was a industry standard or still an industry standard for image editing. So for example, if I tell you if you want to edit your images, what software will you use? So on a professional level, I'm talking about, right? So of course, Photoshop comes on the top. Same ways, Figma has become that tool now. But Figma is not the only tool basically you have. So generally, when you talk about tools in UX, you need to look at the efficiency of the tool. So how it can help your designers work faster, iterate on designs quickly, collaboration, allowing real-time teamwork between designers, developers, and stakeholders. Talking about the precision and consistency you can have with data tool. And generally, the tool should have prototyping and testing features. So if you look at Figma, basically focuses on all the 4 points or even similar tools, I would say. So major difference between designing, sort of the very beginner difference here is that if you have been designing in Photoshop, Illustrator, kind of softwares, there was nothing called as prototyping there, right? So you cannot create prototype. Means there was a way in Photoshop to create a prototype also. I don't know how many of you know about it, but there was a way of creating a prototype in Photoshop as well, using the slicing option with HTML and all. Right. I have done that in the past, so I know about it. But still, it was not so efficient, user friendly, I would say. So any of the tools you talk about in the UX and UI focuses on prototyping. So ultimately, you can get a prototype over here. So if you talk about the industry leader tools, right? Of course, Figma comes on top. We have talked about it, right? Net. And it's a leading software to be frank, I would say in the industry. So what different was Figma was first of all it's a cloud software. Remember, to use Figma you need internet. It is not an offline tool. I think that's the you can call it as a disadvantage, but nowadays everything everyone has internet. But the strongness in Figma is that it can work on any browser. It can you can use it on any system basically, right? Because it's a cloud-based software. So most of the processing I will say happens on the cloud server of Figma. So it is not really using a lot of your system resources into it. So that's what that benefit that Figma brings in over here when you want to use it. And of course some features you have. Then if you have Sketch, I don't know how many of you have heard about Sketch. Sketch was a very, very popular software if you talk about 2000, I think 2023 to I would say 2019 and all, till Figma and Adobe XD did not came. So Sketch was a very, very popular tool, right? Into it. It is an offline tool. Was not actually, I would say it is a tool still, but not popular now. So Sketch has been a great tool, but they one problem if I talk about Sketch, it only works on Mac. It does not work on Windows. So there's a software which you can only run on Mac. Pretty cheap, I would say, because you just need to buy the license once, and it is fast. It has some great features to it, but now been left behind in the market. The reason it's been left behind in the market is because it's not an online software. It's some kind of a software you download. It did not had that much of collaboration features to it compared to what Figma has today, I would say. And the major drawback of the Sketch was that it works only on Mac, like I mentioned. Even if you talk about Apple, Apple is to design all its official UIs, means iOS, iPad OS, Mac OS on Sketch, and now they have moved to Figma. So Apple is also an official partner of Figma, let me tell that, right? And they have also moved to Figma. That's the reason you can for now find libraries of Apple directly into the Figma libraries. Yeah. Then we have Adobe XD. So of course you know the name of Adobe very well. And Adobe created a software known as Adobe XD. It was exactly the same what Figma does, I would say, right? The main thing was that it was an offline tool you can download and use like you use Photoshop, Illustrator and all. Again, I would say it was not so collaborative. Means it had the collaboration features to it, but it wasn't so collaborative compared to Figma, if you know. And ultimately, Adobe XD was not able to keep into the market. The main number one reason was that Adobe XD was so what Adobe did when they launched this product, then as Adobe XD, they kept it for free for I think 1 or 2 years. Then they made the tool paid. It was a completely paid tool later on. And that's when then people, people who were even working on XD slowly started shifting to Figma. But the corporate companies were still using it because they already have a license for Adobe Creative Cloud. And because they have already have a license, so they were more preferring to Adobe XD compared to Figma. Because in Figma they have to get a different license and all. So they were still using Adobe XD basically. But as all of you know now today, in 2023, Adobe announced that Adobe XD will be in the maintenance mode. There are no new updates coming to it, no new features are coming into it. You can just use the same old features and same style of working if you still want to. So if you talk about the industry, there are very few people or few industries basically using Adobe XD now. Maybe because it's majorly the old projects they have. Mostly people are creating new projects now in Figma compared to the XD because currently from Adobe, it does not seem to have any future in the market, right? In terms of the UX and UI to be there between it. So that's one of the reasons, people have not been using Adobe XD too much here, as an option. Then the other tools you have is there are more kind of, I would say, different tools though. One tool I want to talk about over here is InVision, which you see. So there was some software known as InVision Studios. Actually, just this has happened recently just last year in I think December, this company went bankrupt. Right? So they can so it's no longer existing in the market. So there is no company known as InVision. I remember when I started my career in the UX and UI, InVision was like one of the top companies. Right? They are the ones who brought plugins for Figma. Sorry, they are the ones who brought plugins for Photoshop, known as Craft, to make prototypes and all. But InVision no longer exists as a company. It has been closed down, right? And they have sold all their platforms to other companies now. So just forget about it, I would say, right? Then there is a company known as Marvel, which still exists basically. Marvel is a great tool. It's very similar to Figma, right? Again, I would say not a very popular in the industry, but yes, it exists. It has its market to it. But I think I would say very few companies are using Marvel, right? They don't have such a very big market share like Figma. Then you have a Azure RP, a great tool actually. I have used early in my times Azure RP a lot. It is still a popular tool when you want to come to advanced prototyping. If you do want to do some kind of advanced prototyping into it, then you can try Azure RP for sure. What I mean by advanced is because it can have variables, a lot of other options you have in Azure RP, which makes the prototyping a little bit more advanced over here. But again, this is also an offline tool. You can download and use it, right? But I think good tool I would say when it comes to advanced prototyping. Want to create it in this. Though in advanced prototyping, there are some more tools which have come up. Recently, this tool is getting very popular. Let me introduce you to that tool. It's not mentioned in the PPT here, but there's a tool known as protopie.io. Protopie.io is a great tool if you want to do some kind of advanced prototyping. You want to create something really, really advanced prototype, then you can basically use Pro.py. It's an online tool, has full collaboration options, and can import Figma designs into it. So you can basically bring your designs from Figma to Protopie and then prototype it. So this is not a designing software, by the way. So they don't focus them as a design software. They say, okay, you create a design in Figma, you create design in some other software, import it over here. You can do basic designing, but it's not really a design software. It's majorly a prototyping software, which basically works with, I would say, So it's an extent with Figma. Similar to this prototype software, there's also one more software you have, which is popular in prototyping, just in prototyping, I would say. Actually, Protopy is a copy of that tool. So you have proto.io. Now, if you see the name also is very, very same. This is proto.io and that is protopy.io. The funny thing is that proto.io was one of its kind of tool, I would say, in terms of prototyping. Protopy just kind of copied most of the concepts from proto.io over here. But it's also a very advanced tool when it comes to prototyping and creating your prototypes. And, you want to do something more advanced, then you can basically use it. Again, not a design tool, I would say. You can do basic designing, but again, you can import designs from Figma and all to kind of make it a more interactive prototype here. So these are the two tools basically you have. But if I talk about in terms of ease of use and all, right? I would say Protopy is a little bit easier to use and has more features in terms of drag and drop compared to Protopy, so Proto.io. I've used both of them, to be frank, and to me, Protopy looks more user friendly. That's what innovation they have done, compared to what you had in Proto.io. So this is for advanced prototyping you have. Another great thing, just to let you know about this software, which if you go deep into it, right? If you go deep into its tools and resources, basically, then there is also one more tool they have known as Protopy.connect, which can basically connect with the third-party softwares like Unity 3D. It can directly connect with your car's info system and all for testing. So if you talk about automobile industry, right? Automobile industry is heavily using Protopy, right? So those kind of industries majorly use Protopy. If you talk, app design and all, people are not really interested in using prototype there because nobody have so much time to kind of build a very precise prototype there. But when it comes to building for the automobile and all, which is a little bit more complex, then people are using prototype majorly for that. And if you see bottom here, right, you can see the automobile is one of their one basic example they have, right? Then of course you can do website, you can do tabs, TV production, smartwatches, games, and etc. But automobile is like number one, I would say, as the use case of it right now, if I talk about it. Right. The other tools you have is basically about this is about user testing. We'll talk about that later. You have usertesting.com, you have Loopback and Maze. We will be practically be talking about Maze at a later stage, right? And also about this tools a little bit more. But in Maze, we're doing a practical. So whatever prototype you create in Figma, you can basically export to Maze, and then you can do the usability testing to do a quick feedback, both quantitative and qualitative feedback you can do. You can't do the same thing with user testing and look back because they are more sophisticated tools of user testing. So what they do is basically you publish your prototype to the user testing, you tell what is your requirement, what kind of audience you want to test with. They recruit people, they basically send the test to them and then they can record. So user testing is not very straightforward. It works in a different way compared to the maze. We'll talk about that later once we go ahead. I won't spend too much time on these tools right now because once we go to the, I would say, your usability module, user testing and all, then we'll talk about this in more detail. Then you have some whiteboarding tools and some communication tools. Miro, I don't know how many of you know about Miro. Very, very popular tool in terms of whiteboarding, organizing your ideas and all. I think there is nothing to learn in this tool much. It's a very simple tool which you can basically, talk about how to use and all. So not a very complicated tool to be frank. So like all of you know, you are already a part of a community of Simplilearn also, I think. So Slack is a communication tool which is used by most of the corporate companies. To be frank, it does not have anything directly related to UX and UI, but it's more kind of a collaboration option you have. Then there's a tool known as Zaply, which works uh, majorly with Figma. Zaplin is still used decently, I would say, by most of the companies. But there is one more software which is coming up in a Storybook, right? So this tool is basically a collaboration tool between the designer and the developer, right? So these tools are still popular because Figma, now if you look at Figma, right, Figma has a dev mode. Figma has dev mode or development mode, if you know it, right? developers mode basically. So Figma brought that much later. So before Figma brought developers mode, Zaplin and similar kind of software were used more for collaboration with the developers. But now you can use Figma dev mode also if you want. So that's the overview of the tools I just want to talk about here. Any one of you want to talk about any tool here, like from your experience? Maybe some of you are already working, right? Maybe you have used something different and you talk, maybe share with all of us. I have also personally used a lot of tools to be frank, in different tools in UX and UI. I also keep trying different tools basically. Framer is one to explore. Yes, Framer. This sorry, one more thing you said before that. Mock flow tool. Okay, look at the flow. Mock flow is going popular because of kind of quick prototyping it offers. Sorry, prototyping in terms of wireframing, I would say. So in wireframing, Blastmake is very popular. Blastmake is a great tool. Mock flow, like you mentioned, one of you mentioned, what is a popular tool by the way to look at it into it. Then we have Framer. Framer, like I was talking about Framer. Framer is a great tool if you want to build websites, by the way. And so basically, it's very similar to Figma sites. So Figma sites, what Figma site is trying to do is the same thing what Framer does basically. So Framer was a tool where you can design and publish a website, and you never know how Framer will go now because Framer has a competition now with Figma sites, to be frank. But of course, Framer is a much more mature tool, has a lot of other options to it. I think the time will tell, which one will win in the industry, I would say. Rive. I don't know how many of you seen this. I would say still people use a lot of After Effects or motion graphics and all, and for micro animation. But Rive have been going very, very popular, right? It's a web-based tool which you can use for animation. Previously, there was a tool, not I would say previously, it's still there. Principal. I don't know how many of you have heard about Principal. So Principal was a tool which only works on Mac, which can do basically animations, and a lot of companies were focusing on it. If you want to have some stunning animations, micro animations, and etc., even character animations to be frank, right? Then Rive is basically, I would say, a motion graphic tool of Figma. So like in Figma, you have designing, same as in Rive, you have for animation. Very, very popular in the industry now, I would say, going pretty popular in terms of micro animations to be there, right? I don't know how many of you have seen Cred. So Cred basically currently use Adobe After Effects for its animations, right? But I think Rive, the way the Rive is coming up, it can really capture the market because it's a web-based tool. So you don't need a very complicated system. When you talk about After Effects, it does not have native HTML and CSS or JSON support, export support to it. You can do that with the plugin, of course, which is there for After Effects, and it requires certain resources to basically create micro animations. But Drive is really a good tool when it comes to creating animations and creating micro animations, I would say. Looty files, yeah, Looty files is not, I think I would say it's not like kind of a tool. I would say Looty files. Looty file is majorly for, we talk about Looty files also when we go to the UI basically here. So Looty file is more about sharing your micro animations or even using the pre-made animations, which is there in the community, I would say, over here, right? So you can use that. So yeah, so that's what Looty file does basically, majorly, I would say, into it. Then somebody has mentioned about Penpot. Yeah, so Penpot, I don't know how many of you know. Penpot is more kind of an open source software for designing, and you can also self-host it. The best part in the Penpot, you talk about, you can kind of download that software and you can install that on your own server, the Penpot software. So the Penpot, I think, can be useful for those industries where they don't want to share anything online, right? Or they don't want to basically trust any other server. Probably, for example, in India, if you talk about security agencies, right? Let's say DRD or something, for example, I'm talking about, right? Maybe if they want to create some kind of an UI and test it, they might, I'm not saying that they are using it because I'm not sure, but they are the kind of people who can take advantage of Mainpot because you can self-host it. You can host in your server. You don't have to depend on the data server of, I would say, Adobe or Figma or anybody else, basically. That's kind of an option you do have with the option of Penpot to be there as open source. And code is more collaborative, I would say, of it. I have not used it much, Penpot, but I have heard a lot about Penpot basically in terms of installing your own server and then using. What other tools you have heard about? By the way, all the tools we talked about here, like Framer, Mockflow, Penpot, Rive, remember they are not the primary tools generally. Depends on company to company to be frank, but they're not always the primary tool. That may be very, very clear. So if you're thinking, oh, we need to learn so many tools, It's not like that. Even if you just do Figma very properly, if you do nicely and design it, that's sufficient. And I think learning a tool does not take too long, to be frank. Maybe if you know Figma very well, you can easily use Framer, you can easily use Mockflow, you can use PenPot because they're kind of similar softwares, I would say. Rive is a little bit different, I would say, because Rive is about animation and all. That's a complete different skill set, I would say, to have. Okay, so let's move on and let's talk about the tools here. Focusing on Figma for this session, like I mentioned. So like Figma is an industry leader, like I've been talking about. So we'll talk about, so what is Figma? I think I don't have to kind of define with a definition, but in short, Figma is a software or is a basically a SaaS product, I would say, which you can use to design and get a prototype in a collaborative environment or in a collaborative way, I would say, right? It also has a desktop app of it, which you can download, whether for Mac OS or Windows, right? But I like to correct one thing on this presentation slide is it says something enabling additional offline functionality, which is not true. It is exactly the same as I would say online tools. So there is no difference when you download a desktop version of it or if you're using in a in a browser. So you're not going to find any difference between both of them, except the font accessibility, which I'll talk about once I go to the Figma right now. But as such, you're not going to find any difference. Remember that. Whether you're using a desktop version, whether you're using a web version of the Figma, they are exactly the same, and they both need internet, right? However, if you're using a desktop version, right? If you're using a desktop version of the Figma, there is a trick which is like I don't find to be useful. But the trick is that you download Figma, you open a blank file in Figma, and then if your internet is disconnected, let's say if your internet is disconnected, you can continue working in Figma, right? Then also you will have very less features to work around, and that's how you can do it as an offline mode. But doesn't make sense to me, right? You like to be like you have to be prepared. Let's say if you're going to a flight and you want to work on Figma on the flight without internet, for example, then what you will have to do is you have to pre-open the Figma file, which you want to work on it on your desktop version of Figma, and then you can use it. Right? Like you have to kind of pre-plan it. But you have not already opened a file in Figma desktop also, then it will not work. So remember, Figma does not work offline. It is basically an online tool, and you need internet to actually even to use a lot of features of Figma, you need internet there, right? So it makes the design process faster, more efficient, and enjoyable for design. Can we get us visualize to practice? Yes, I will talk about that, Bhumika, how you can get that. Also, will that be cloud or offline? Like I mentioned, there is no offline version of Figma, to be frank, right? Like I just mentioned about it. There's nothing called as offline version of Figma here. It's a cloud software. You can, if you have the Figma, you can download on your system also if you want, but that software also needs internet to work with. Remember, you cannot use that software without internet. Actually, you see, basically, I have, oops, what's up? Yeah, see, I have this Figma app here, right? But I also use mostly on browser, to be frank, mostly on browser here. Like Figma is a software which works online, right? I see I have ProtoPie also, which basically works on online only. You can't really use it offline. Right? It's kind of an online tool you have here into it. Like, yeah, I have Azure RP. So Adobe XD and Azure RP both you can use offline if you want. Because they do software which you can basically work offline here if you want to use. Or maybe if you want to use Sketch. See, I also have Sketch here. So Sketch also you can use offline if you want. But that's not the case with, I would say, Figma as such. So when it comes to building and benefits of using Figma, so basically it offers real-time collaboration. It is a cloud-based software, like I mentioned about it, comprehensive in design and prototyping. So it has both the features, design and prototype. It has a system and component system or component-based designing, which also enables you to create a design system. Remember, a lot of companies are nowadays focusing on design system, which makes the collaboration easy in the company. It also makes the, I would say, consistency across the app to be followed. We'll talk about design system later stage because most of people get confused. But if you know how to use very, very effectively Figma components and now variables in Figma and other things, so that really makes the software efficient for design system. Talk about that later, what design system is and how design system is used. It has cross-platform compatibility, what it means is basically you can just use any system, whether you're using Linux, whether you're using Windows, whether you're using Mac, you can use this software because it works on browser, right? So it doesn't really matter whether you're using, like, even maybe if you're using Chromebook or something, you can use this software for that. So that's the power of Figma in short. It's an online tool, can work on any platform, any browser, to be frank. However, when you're using on the browser, Google Chrome is recommended. If you're going to use the software, then Chrome is recommended. But personally, I have used in you know Firefox, Google Chrome. I have used in Mac Safari. I mostly use in Mac Safari. It works great overall, I would say. But Mac users are going to face one difficulty, which I'll talk about later. And that's some of the reasons I have to sometimes use the extra pack. And I'll talk about that later. Now, when it comes to other tools and Figma, you can see you have all the ticks over here coming into Figma here, right? To be there. And then it gives you collaboration, it has accessibility to it, storage, right? And design product. It is not an open source software. It belongs to company Figma. See, open source software means something else. Remember that. So Figma is not an open source software. Let me clarify that, right? See, for example, you have Blender, right? Blender, I don't know how many have heard about Blender, is a 3D software. Like PenPot, right, is kind of an open source software, which you can download, you can host and all that. So Figma basically, of course, has a free version to it, but not open source. See, open source software means that it is built by not a single company, it's been built by a community of developers. That's what the open source means, or a kind of a software which is like completely open source into it, right? Just to kind of clarify on that part here. And that otherwise you would see that Figma, will have that into it. So like PenPot, I would say Inkscape, AppSmith, they are more kind of, I would say, open source softwares you have in the industry, right? Now, when it comes to kind of Figma, when I talk about open source and all, it's more about, I would say, having a free version to it, but I'll not say exactly an open source software. So setting up Figma, it's very easy to do it. We'll talk about that more in detail as a demo. We'll just gonna talk about that only here. We'll talk about different features of Figma here, what you have in it. So let's now do the practical and I'll go through the slides here. So there are a lot of slides which talks about, how to create a frame. They're kind of theoretical given here, how to create a frame. This is how the interface looks like, then how you can create shapes in it. It talks about that, adding formatting to it. I'm just going through the slides so you just are aware, what we're going to now cover up into it exactly, right? I'll talk about Figma component in a very basic here. So what all of you can do is you can just open Google Chrome or a version like this, right? To be there. Yeah, so you can just open the browser, basically. Any browser you can use, and all of you can, let me just go to private window actually, because otherwise it'll just lock in me for there. So go to the figma.com into it, right? So go to figma.com here. Allow, please. So once you go to figma.com, for this is for people who have not logged in. If you have not, created account with Figma so far and all, this is for those people I'm talking about here. So you have to go to figma.com, right? Once you go to figma.com, you can very, very easily sign up here, right? So all of you can go to figma.com here. Now, when it comes to sign up, you can simply sign up with your Gmail ID or your office, whatever ID you want to use, you can use it. You can simply say get started for free, right? Like I said, Figma offers you a free version with some limitations, but those limitations can't really stop you, to be frank. So if you want to be, let's say, create a portfolio or something, you can still create with Figma Gem, Figma free basically. So it does not really have, limitations in terms of, which will basically stop you from creating your, I would say, portfolio and all into it, right? So you can simply click here, get started for free, and then you will have an option to basically sign up with Google, or you can sign up with your email ID and you can continue. It just takes like 1 or 2 minutes for you to sign up here. Not a big deal to do it, right? So you can do that here. So those who have never used Figma in the past, please go here, click on get started for free and create account, maybe with your Google ID or whatever ID you like. That's up to you, right? I would recommend that, I think most of you must be aware and matured enough for this, but don't use your company ID generally, right? Because it can have I don't mean what you don't never know what is the company policy and all this. That's why I recommend that you use your personal ID to kind of sign up for Figma instead of using your office ID or the official ID, I would say. When it comes to pricing, I will go to the pricing here. Right now, the pricing have gone a little bit more, I will say, complicated because they have launched a few more tools, as you know, Figma Design, Figma Draw, Figma Buzz, and all into it. If you talk about it, right? Because of that, the pricing has a little bit got complicated in terms of what you need. So this is the what you're signing up for, remember, into a starter plan, which will still give you all the features and everything into it. So talk about key features here. If I go down, you can see you have unlimited drafts here, remember. So you can still create unlimited draft files. But the only thing is, which you don't need as for if you're kind of student or learning about it, you have limited projects. You can only, I think, create 1 or 2 projects for free in the Figma starter plan. If you talk about, you will get all the UI bits and everything into it. But in the professional, you can see you can have unlimited files and project. But now let me tell you, this is a little bit misleading. It says unlimited files. So that doesn't mean that you can't have unlimited files here, but in your personal draft, not in a project. And to be frank, you don't need the project. Project is needed when you're working in a company environment with a lot of people together working together. Then you need it. Otherwise, not. To be frank, right? So one thing you have to remove as a bot, from your mind is that, oh, I'm using a free version of Figma and I don't know the full capabilities of Figma now. The base is same. The base is same, right? When it comes to using Figma there, whether you're using free or a professional license of it here into it, has no difference. Now, what is the difference between other licenses? If you talk about the paid professional license, this is for smaller teams. Smaller teams, we'll see for a company, startup, where you only have 1 or 2 people, 3 people, professional license is good for them. But when it comes to a bigger organization, right, where you have thousands of designers working on Figma and all, and you need more collaboration options into it, then people go for organization license. The major difference you have between the professional and the organization license over here is that if you see it has shared libraries, you can also do these shared libraries here, but this shared library means it's not organization wide shared libraries basically. That's one of the big one difference you're going to find in Figma. So other thing is it has a centralized admin tools given to you, so you can basically use it. But under the hood, there are some more differences. Like in professional mode, you only can have 4 modes of variables, only 4 modes of variable. And if you don't know, I'll talk about that later. You can only have 4 modes of variable. But if you go to organization or enterprise license, you can have up to 40 modes of variables, which is a lot, too many, I would say. And I don't find to be very practical to be used. Generally, 4 is sufficient, but yeah, you have that 40 option here. Plus, this both licenses gives you access to the branching for a bigger environment. I don't know if anybody has used GitHub. It's very similar to GitHub that kind of gives you branching options and version control options in these 2 licenses, which you see, organization and enterprise. Then it also gives you an option of design system analytics. So you can also have a design system analytics into it, right? Another big difference for companies is when you go to the enterprise level licensing, you can customize what people can access and what people can't. That's why for a corporate company, it's very, very important to kind of limit what plugins people can use, what kind of online resources they can use within Figma. So in enterprise license, you can control all that. That's why they try to understand the requirement and a little bit customize Figma for you. That is the contact sales. That is for an enterprise level organization. Enterprise, I will talk about, probably if you talk about enterprise licenses, more kind of bigger companies like, if you know about Deloitte, McKinsey, right? You've probably been knowing about Siemens kind of companies. So they're kind of enterprise, like Intel is an enterprise company, Nvidia kind of companies. For bigger companies, you have that option there. Adobe itself, if I talk about, is an enterprise company in it. Now, like I told you, if you want to access the professional license for free, then what you have to do is all of you, after you create your account, remember after you create your account, then you have to use this. Then you have to go to this URL. Because if you go to figma.com, it will automatically log into a dashboard once you create your account. So you have to say figma.com/pricing. Remember, I've given the link in the chat for all of you to go there. If you're already logged in, remember, for example, here I'm already logged in. So if I now say figma.com, it will actually take me to the dashboard. It'll automatically take me to dashboard. See, it's opening my dashboard here on Figma. So if you want to go to that page, which I was just showing you, you can basically say figma.com/pricing, right? And you come to this page. Basically, I've given the link in the chat, like I told you. Then if you scroll down into the professionalization, scroll down, see this is you have Figma is free for students and educators, right? So what you have to do is you have to click over here and it gives you access to professional member. It gives you access to this, not this one or this one. It gives you access to this one for free, for free. So you have to click on student for free for students and educators. You click here and you say get verified. So you click on get verified here. Now I am already verified, to be frank. You can see you're already verified as an educator and all. But if I use my other account, give me a second. I will show you with my other account, which is not a part of verified account there. Let me just switch my account. I'm just adding my other account. Give me a second. So you can see I've opened into a different account. It's kind of a dummy account of mine to show you the Figma process over here. So if I go back to the now figma.com/pricing, and now if I click here, because this account is not the one I'm using now. See, you can see now it's giving that you can sign up here, right? So what I can do is you can see that you can simply say I am a student, right? Then it'll ask you what type of institution you want to attend or work. So go to drop down here. You can say bootcamp or online. You can say bootcamp or online here. Just tell that you're doing a program, right? You're learning about UX and UI over here. And you can simply say your school is not listed. It'll also be there. So you can just put simplilearn.com here. You can simply put your simplilearn.com here if you like, right? Name of the company, and you can put the website also if you like over here. Then it says what is your primary field of study. You can just choose UX UI here like this. I don't think uploading is compulsory over there. You can just share the URL of your course and expected date of graduation. So you can basically put here, I think, I think October, November, around October, November, you can put it here. The month and year, you can just put 2025 and the month. Say yes, 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 and submit, right? You will get access to the most likely, I won't say that compulsory you get it. Remember, it's not dependent on Figma to be frank, but most likely you will get access to the education license of Figma, right? Most likely you'll get access to the education license of Figma. It's asking to upload the bootcamp receipt. Okay, then what you can do is you can just, you must have got a confirmation email from Simplilearn that you have been enrolled to this course, right? You will have that email, Vivek. Just take a screenshot of it and upload there, right? Or if you want to even bypass that, then I tell you one more thing. You just go to K2, just get to K12 and submit it. That's the most simple thing you can do. Just say if you don't want to do anything, if you don't want to do nothing, just say K12, yes, yes, and submit. That's it. This is the most simplest way you can get access to it. Just say I'm in K12, yes, yes, and submit. That's it. It will have the features of professional, but there is a trick in that also. So I'll talk about that. This is next step. Once you get approval, okay. So first apply for this. Then in some time you will receive an email from Figma that your account has been verified, and you can basically now can have access to the professional. So I'll send you an email basically about that. Once you have that, then I will talk about how you can use those features. Because by default, your account will still be free, but you will have to create a new team to access the benefits of the professional version. Remember that. You have to say yes, no. You have to say yes and yes. Oh, it's not getting so. Oh, oh, that's weird. I think they are detecting oh, they need an institution email ID. Sorry, my mistake. Then do the bootcamp and online, basically. Then do bootcamp and online only. Sorry, my mistake. Then do bootcamp and online and just put why you're doing it. And here, like I said, you can just simply upload a screenshot of the confirmation of this course, right? You must have received an email that you have been enrolled in this course and all. You just upload that receipt or anything. If you have the receipt, upload that. I think all of you will have the receipt, of course, right? You have paid for this course and you're coming in here, so you can upload that receipt. Or you can even upload a confirmation email which you have got from Simplilearn that your payment has been successful and you will be a part of this course. You can upload that. I got this email. What about school names and not listed? So yeah, you have the access now, Mishra. Nidhi, right? It says you welcome to Figma education plan. So that means you got access to it. This is all what Nidhi have shared here. This is what email you will get as soon as you apply for it, right? In school name, what you can do is you can simply learn. See, that's where you're doing the course, right? You can just simply say simply learn. And here it says not listed. It says school name. You can simply go to drop down, say not listed. And then here you can simply specify your school name, the website of Simply Learn, right? And just fill up the form. And I think within 5 minutes or so, you should receive this email. Welcome to Figma education plan. In case if anybody has already a professional license, then you can't apply for it. Remember, if you already have a professional license into it, you can just give any URL. No, you can go to simplilearn.com. So you can find a URL of your course. No, sorry, I'm doing learn.com. Just go to UX and UI, search on Google also. You can do that, right? You can go here. This is the course you have, right? So as soon as you get this email, welcome to Figma education plan, that means now you can use professional features of Figma. Like I said, there's only one condition which I will talk about next step. Now the next step. But all of you will have the professional license now. Means not professional license, I would say, but educational professional license, I would say. That's correct, Nidhi. That's why you have to kind of choose a team and then you have to build a team. I'll talk about this process. So the process is simple. So you have to go to this URL which I mentioned about. You have to go to figma.com educations, right? And then get yourself verified. Shubhangi Tiwari, right? You have to just let's say get verified, and over here choose online bootcamp program, and then just say student here, online bootcamp program. Just fill up. Now why you're applying, what is your school name? You can put your school name, Simply Learn website, field of study UX and UI, right? You can upload your receipt here or a welcome email you got from Simplilearn, and you can put your course URL over here and then expected date of graduation. Say yes, yes, submit. That's it. That's correct. So now basically, Mohammed, once you basically click on that option, right, upgrade to the one, you can do that and it will upgrade your license to the profession. This is what I was saying. There's one more step involved. Once you get verified, you have to say next there, which Mohammed have shared there, and then you will get access to the professional part of it. That's the second step you have there, right? You don't have to select in the school name, Prabhu, like I mentioned, right? You will keep it here not listed and you will type simply learn over here. You say school not listed and you will type your name of the school here, simply learn. In this drop down list, you're not going to find simply learn there. Remember that. What should we upload? Like I said, you can upload a receipt, like it says you very clearly. See, of course, you have paid for this course, right? So you can upload that copy of your receipt or course confirmation. You must have got an email from Simplilearn that you have been enrolled into this course. You can put that screenshot of that email over here, or you can upload your receipt of the course here. And if you don't have the confirmation email right now, or if you don't have the receipt right now with you, it will take time to find. That's okay. You can do this later also. Remember, it is not like that you have to do this step right away. Anyways, we are not going so deep into Figma that we're going to talk about the paid features of it. Whatever today and tomorrow we're going to talk about is mostly is kind of free, available in the free version also of Figma. And throughout this call, also most of the features are going to use majorly free only, to be frank, right? But because there is an option here, I told you all of you to kind of subscribe for it, right? And to do it, but this is not a compulsory step. But if you do it, it's better. You can basically use the paid features of Figma. So if you don't have the receipt right away or something, it's okay. You don't have to panic. You can do that later also. You can still use Figma and you can later on also update it. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. So those who got an email, by the way, if you have seen the Mishra Nidhi, I think, have given the screenshot. If you see here, once you go there, you are verified to education. You will give this option. Say choose team. Choose team. If you click on choose team, it will ask you which team you want to upgrade. So you can upgrade your current team which you have basically have here, and then your team will be upgraded to professional license of Figma. Those who got it already got a confirmation here. And this thing you will have to choose every time you create a team. I will talk about this later as a next step, but I'm just waiting for everyone to subscribe if they have any questions or something. But I think the process is very, very simple. In case for anybody the verification fails, let's say Figma says we're not able to verify and something like that. In case if that happens, then you can try reapplying it, or you can use a different Gmail ID in case if that happens. But that will not happen. But in case if that happens, you can try a different Google Gmail ID basically to sign up for Figma, and then you can again try applying. But most likely for all of you, it will get approved and kind of approved or verified, whatever you call it. Usually you might have done something wrong. Company's free Figma. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you don't use the company free ID because because you're not using a Gmail ID, you're using company ID, that it will not allow you to have a education license. So people who are applying for the education license of Figma, use your Gmail ID. Do not use any company ID because see, if you're using a company ID, then it is like you are a working professional, right? You are not a student. Please understand this, right? And they will not approve you. It's more kind of an automated process. They form checks everything you have filled. It's kind of an AI basically being used to kind of process this. It's not done by a person manually to kind of check whether you're a student or not. Just remember that. So you have to use a Gmail ID, Yahoo ID, or maybe whatever live Microsoft Live ID you might have. Use that, but do not use your company ID to sign up. Means for this verification, you can still sign up for the company ID. That's not a problem at all. But for education license to be verified, use your Gmail IDs, your personal ID there, not the company ID. And if you again submit, Yojita, you should get approved if you just sign up with your Gmail ID. Okay, I will go to the next step now. So those who have already signed up here, right? Like I told you, most of you when you log in, you will get this screenshot. So you will on your left hand side, you will see this option, choose team to upgrade, right? And then you can upgrade, or I tell you the process. Like in my one, it will be a little bit different because I already have a lot of teams in it. But if I go to my other license here, this is a verified one, you can see that I already have a lot of teams here, right? So let's say if you're getting a new team, maybe you want to have a different team. Team is like, sub projects you can say here. So you can click on create new, right? You don't have to do it because you already have one. So you just upgrade it. You can give a team name here. For example, I say test, for example, I'll not be going to create this, say create team, right? Then it will ask you to add members. I will say skip. And you can see you'll get this. You can say education, free for educators. You can say upgrade for free. So you'll get that option upgrade for free. You can click on upgrade for free and I say agree, and then you can complete the upgrade. Done. You will get the team with the education license basically, right? I'm not creating it because I already have not many here. So I don't want to create one more here, but you will get it. And how do you know if a team is a part of education license? I just cancel this process. Okay, they actually created it. I will have to see. It says education, education. So if it says edu, 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 education, you can see those are all the upgrade teams. Wherever it says free, that means it's a free license of starter plan of Figma here. Team name could be anything what you want to keep, remember. It could be anything. Like I named it test, to be frank, right? It does not have any meaning to it, to be frank. I will delete this actually. Once more. Okay. So here you will see the option in the drop down like this. You will have a drop down here. See, with that drop down at the bottom, you will find option of create new. Click on create new there. Give a team name. You can give any name you like. That's up to you, right? What you would like to name. You can say yourself or your team basically. It could be any name, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D. It could be any name, whatever you like to keep. Okay. For example, I'm keeping test here. Okay. Then if you click on create team, in the next screen, it will ask you to add members to your team, right? You can say skip for now. See at the bottom, you will have skip for now. Skip for now. You click on skip for now. Then you will come to this screen where you have starter, you have education. So go to the education option and say upgrade for free. Click on upgrade for free. Once you click on upgrade for free, you can say I agree to Figma terms and conditions, and you can say click to upgrade, means complete to upgrade. That's done. Done. Simple as that, right? And remember, so then once you create this, you will always have to use this particular team to access the paid version. So if you have two of them, let's say I have this demo free, you can see here. If I go to demo free here, right? If I already have a free team already with me in Figma over here, right? Let me show you. I think it will not come for me, but I will check basically into settings. Right. I will go to the settings here. See settings. There at the bottom it says ready to go for beyond free plan. Click on view plans and they upgrade for free. If you already have a free account, then you can also upgrade like this. So what you do, you select that team, basically the free team which you have, go to drop down there in the name of it, click on view settings, and at the very bottom you're going to find this option, ready to go beyond the free plan. Click on view plans, click on upgrade for free. And then you have this screen you're saying, okay, just click on got it, right? And see it's asking you to choose team here, giving that option. Click on choose team, and then you can choose this UX UI Simplilearn team to upgrade yourself to the paid version. Okay, guys. So click on. See, it's giving you very clearly on the screen itself a message. So you can choose team and upgrade yourself. How to read a team, Yogesh? You can simply go next to it. See, drop down is there. For that drop down, then delete. Delete it. And you have to just give the same name, whatever your team name is. Let's say this is demo. So I type demo here, and then I can delete the team if I want. And your team will be deleted. Okay. And how to verify whether you're using education license or not? See, if you could drop down the team, you will see here it says free. That means a free license starter plan. And if you see the education, if you say EDU next to your team name, if you see EDU next to your team name, right? If you see EDU next to your team name, that means you have the professional license in that particular team to be used. Remember that. And because you have education license now, you can create as many teams. In a free license, you can only create up to, I would say, 3 teams with one project. Now you can have unlimited teams and unlimited projects within the team over there in Figma. Next thing we'll talk about is what is a team and all. Let me start with some basic introduction over here of Figma, right? I think it's a simple process. What is Figma is saying? It's not that complicated, guys. It's very simple, right? It's not that complicated to kind of get an access to it. Just read the instructions. I would say apply some common sense when you're seeing the instructions, then you should be able to create that team. It's not going to be difficult for all of you, right? Okay, so I will tell you what is the difference, basically what is the benefit here. So let me also create a team here now. So I will again create a new one here. Let's say for your batch, I'll say triple ITB, right? May 2025, for example. I'm creating a team. So like I said, team name could be anything basically, and you don't have to create this. I'm just creating for my reference basically here and tell you a few of the things basically into it. So I'm creating one triple ITV, 2005, for example. I say create a team. Then it will ask me to add team members. Of course, I don't have any team members to add. But just to clarify one thing, if you're going to use an education license, then the collaborators you can add over here, they should also have an education license or a paid license. You cannot add a free person if you're going to upgrade to education license, just to let you know. And in case if you're going to add, if anybody is going to add the collaborators there, just to let you know about that, right? I say skip for now. And then I will say education for students. I will say upgrade for free. I say agree to the Figma, right? And complete the upgrade. So you can see I created another team with the triple ITB. And you can see I have another thing created over here. So I am the admin of the team, right? I can see thresh and drafts. Now, this is like a bigger team, remember. So the one which I just created, triple ITB, which you can see May 2025, is like a organization, you can say kind of on a higher level. Now within this team, I can say, or in the organization, I can have multiple projects. You can see here. You don't have to create multiple projects to be frank. You can mostly work with draft, but you can have the option to create projects here. So by default, you will have one project, which is team project. You can see here. It by default has one team project. This all of you should be able to see on your screen now. You will have one team project, right? I will tell you the difference between a draft and team here in a minute. But if you want to create one more team under your main organization, you can do so now, right? You can do so. How to do it? You will go to the drop down. Sorry, let me go to back to my all projects. Let me go back to all projects here. And it, right? You can see this is the team which I have here. I can go to all projects and there is a icon see add project plus project here, right? So you can add one more project. Now I'm telling you this just to basically when you go further in the jobs and all, this can be helpful for organization. So remember, for example, let's say you are working in, I give an example why how this is used and all, right? Just to kind of clarify it, why Figma has created in this way. Let's say you're working with ABC, sorry, ABC company, for example. Let's say you're working in a company, right? And your company, you are a UX designer or a UI designer, whatever you can call it. And you're working for a client. Let's say your client is uh, XY, XYZ is your client, is your client. So this is your client. So what you will do in your company, you will create a project. You'll create a project with the, sorry, you will create a team, I would say, sorry, you will create a team with the name of XYZ client. You will give that name. Okay. Then that client can have multiple projects, remember. So let's say for that client, you're also building a website. Maybe you are also building a mobile app. Maybe you are also doing some kind of, I would say, the HMI, the interface of mobile automobiles and all, for example, you're doing that here. So you may create different projects just to be organized. Just to be organized, you will create different projects. And each project can have different team members to them, can have different team members to them or access to that. So basically you have all projects and this is just for organizing. Remember, this is just for organizing. So what I can do is I can click on projects. I can click on plus, right? I can give a project name. Let's say website, for example. You can now again the project name could be anything. Remember, it could be any project name here. You click on continue, right? Now you can tell who people in this. Remember, they have to be a part of team, and in that team, how many people will have access to the edit to this particular project. You can give that, right? You can basically put that email ID over here, but it's not compulsory. I will say create project without giving that. You can see I now have two projects. So within that team of the triple ITB May 2025, which you see, now I have two projects. One is the team project and one is the website project. And if you want to rename the default project, you can right click on it. Sorry, you can go to the drop down here, my mistake. Go to drop down here, go to settings, and you can go to the name, team project. You can change the name from here. Let's say I'm going to name it for mobile, for example. I'm not going to use this team to be frank. And you can basically say rename. So you can see I have now mobile and website here. So I have now two sub projects, you can say, within that team to be there, right? Into it. Now, what is the difference between a project, which you see, and draft? So what does draft mean? What is the meaning of draft and what is the meaning of project? So you can create a file anywhere. For example, I can create a new Figma file into the mobile here, or I can create a new Figma file in the draft. You can see. So they are exactly the same. The only difference is if you're creating something in draft, then the other people in the team, people who are part of this team, right, will not have access to this file. They will not be able to see this file. This is your personal file. Remember, this is the personal file you will have. So when you say draft, draft means it's your file. Currently, nobody else can see that file in the team or it does not belong to any project. But if you're creating a file within a project, that means people who are part of that project and the team can view it and maybe also edit it depending on what access you have given to them. So that's a difference between them. Remember, that's a difference between a draft and the project here. All of you should know about that, right? So currently in this course, it does not matter what you use. Like mostly you will see I will be using draft only here because I don't have any team members into this in this particular team, I would say, right? So I'll be using draft here. So it does not really matter what I'm going to use basically here. So practically right now for all of you, it does not matter whether how many projects you have and all into it because you don't have any team members to it. But when you will go to a company and work together, I just remember this structure. That's important for you, right? Now it's adding people is not compulsory, Yogesh. Like I said, it's not compulsory to add people into it. You can just skip that step, right? Adding people while creating a team or creating a project is not compulsory at all. Can I move a file from one project to another different project? Yes, you can do that. That is possible. You can always move one file from one project to another project. We will talk about that basically over here. in it later on, because people might get confused here. So I can talk with, actually you can go to just three dots and you can do it. I'll show you in a while once I create a file here. Of course, you can move one file from one project to another file at any point of time. That's okay. That's, you can always do it till the time you have that access. Remember. So of course, you should be the admin of that team. Remember that. Like for example, currently you are the admin of this team. So I am the admin because I have created this team. Right. So I have all this access. So let's say if tomorrow, if you go to a company, let's say you go to a company, let's say you go to Nvidia, for example, right? And you are a UX designer there. So they might add you to one of the team project. So you may not see the admin option, but you will still see the draft option and the project option there. So remember, when you will be working there, the draft will be your personal files and the project files will be shared by other team members you will have in that team. And you can always move between your files between the teams. You can also move your files between the draft to the project. So generally what happens is, like say if I'm starting a new project, I will first work on the draft, right? Once that draft is complete to a certain extent, I will move it to a team. Sorry, I will move it to a project. I will move it to a project here. So that is also possible. So once you create a file in draft, you can always move it back to the project. Or from project, you can move the file back to the draft if you need. So that is 100% possible here to do in Figma. Okay, so not before we go for a break, I just want to kind of give a quick overview of what is in the create option. So don't click on this plus icon right now. You can click on it if you want, but it will open a file. I don't want to do that. So if you go to the drop down here, you will see there's a drop down. Now, what all access you have? You have access to Figma design now, which also give you access to Figma draw. Let me tell you, which is a very new feature of Figma, very new feature of Figma. Just launched 2 weeks back. So this is the main software. Remember, this is the main, I would say, tool or a software. You can say that. Then you have Figma Gem, which is used for whiteboarding over here, which you see. Then you have Figma Slides, which is used for creating presentations into it. And then you have the Buzz, which is in beta right now, to be frank. So Buzz, how to explain? It's more kind of a whiteboarding and using AI features and all into it over here. So the design is the main thing. Design gives you access to Figma design, gives you access to Figma draw. It gives you access to Figma sites to a certain extent, and then it gives you access to the Figma dev mode basically. So 4 tools are kind of combined together into the design file which you're going to create. So this is from where you can create it. Remember. You can also import files over here. Figma Grid is a part of Figma design actually. Figma Grid is a part of Figma design. We'll talk about that later, right? Into it. So you also can import a file if you already have a file in Sketch. In case you can import from there. You can import PowerPoint presentations over here, which will automatically get converted into slides, Figma slides here. Want to do it? You can also import PDFs and images. You want to keep them here. But generally, I don't do that. I kind of start with a file and then bring everything into that file. That's your way of working, I would say, to do something into it. So what you have to do is you have to click on Figma design option here. Can you explain what import? So in import, you can import a sketch file. So let's say if you're already a designer who have been working on Sketch and you already have designs there. So Sketch files can automatically be converted to Figma files. But this does not happen for Adobe XD. So remember, Adobe XD is not supported here. There's a plugin to do it inside Figma file, but by default, you can only convert Sketch files into the Figma designs, right? And if you create in that software. Or let's say if you have a PowerPoint presentation and you want to create that presentation using Figma slides, then you can talk about Figma slides. See, in this course, I like to be very clear. We do not talk about Figma slides because this is a different topic altogether. It goes into something different. No, that sketch. No. You're getting it wrong. I'm not talking about that sketch. Sketch, I'm talking about this software sketch. Okay. This software which we talked about in the presentation, sketch. It is like a Figma tool only, right? That. Will you teach later Adobe XD to Figma? Magnation uses XD. See, I like to clarify, Bhumika, there one thing. If you know Figma very well, you can do to certain thing, but there is no there's an automated process with the plugin. I can tell you the plugin name. You can try that to convert Adobe XD files into Figma, but they are not foolproof. Remember, it is not that you will have everything converted, Bhumika. There are some bottlenecks because the features are different and all between two softwares. So it is not like it will convert 100% to it, but yeah, 90% conversion will be done. Or what you can do if you don't know to use any plugin, Bhumika, you can export your designs from the Adobe XD into SVG. SVG files. You must be knowing what is scalable vector formats are, right? You can export into that and then you can basically import it into the Figma. So that's another workflow you have. But of course, that will not give you the components and all. So remember, it's not 100% conversion from Adobe XD to Figma. So you will have to do a lot of manual work, if whether you're using plugin or whether you're manually importing whatever you're doing there. Because that's a very common question I know people have about Adobe XD being imported here. I maybe this could have been possible when Adobe was taking over Figma, but now Adobe is not taking over Figma, so they never added that compatibility, I would say, or directly convert Adobe XD files into Figma. But like I said, there are decent plugins you have to do that. Okay, so would we get exposure to pros and cons in different prototyping softwares? Let me be very clear about it. See, I think we don't talk about every tool, but depends. Like some of from my experience, I talk about, like for example, currently you can use Figma for prototyping, but then why do you should use Protopy? Let's say if I'm already using Figma and I already have the option in Figma to kind of design and everything to do prototyping, then why should I go to Protopy? Maybe I can talk about that later on from my experience basically here, right? But currently, I would say the comparison is not very important here. It's more important that Figma is a well-known software in the industry, right? So as such, to be frank, it doesn't have any cons to it. To be frank, right? Means whatever features you have in Figma, I think are perfect for any prototype. Generally, any prototype, to be frank, because ultimately, if you're spending too much time in prototyping, that defeats the purpose of that UX process. Remember, right? If I'm spending equal amount of time, I would do to something code and getting prototype, right? Then defeats the purpose. So prototyping is what? It has to be quick, and that's why Figma does not have too many features into it of making a complex prototype. As of now, I would say maybe in the future they might add it and they might include more options in it, but it does not have that, to be frank. And I think that which is fine because it does not have to be a complicated software. Because if they make it complicated, more complicated, then it takes more time for you to kind of prototype it, which might ultimately defeat the purpose of it, to be frank. Right. And now you can do better prototyping with the Figma sites, by the way. Right. You can do to a certain extent that option. We'll talk about that later into this. So prototyping, like for example, this kind of a soft, like I was mentioning about Protopy. If you about this software, it takes time to build prototype, right? And you're spending more time creating a prototype. But it's like I said, for a specified industry. Like for my experience, if you ask me, I will never create a general mobile app prototype in this software or a general website prototype in the software because defeats its purpose of it, defeat that purpose. But if I'm doing something more complicated, of course, then I might go in as a software. Right? Okay. So you saw the config, yeah, it's great. So those who have not seen it, maybe you can go to YouTube and check the config, Figma config, and they talk about a lot of great features they have launched. Of course, anyways, will cover that once we talk about basics of Figma here. So what you all of you can do is you can simply click on the create option or you can go drop down. See, when you click on the create option, you are actually creating this one, design. You can see that is in blue color, right? So I click on design here, and that's where your first file of Figma is created. You can see your first file of Figma is created over here, right? It is named as untitled. You can rename it. Remember on the left hand side, it'll say untitled. Go to the drop down here. This one you can rename it. By the way, I could have double clicked also on the name here, or I can go drop down there and rename it to whatever I want to name it. Let's say I want to name this as Figma Basics. But you can just name it anything that you want, right? It does not really matter. And you can see where it belongs. It says it belongs to draft. That means it is my personal draft file right now. It has not been shared by any other team member as of now, unless until I manually share it or I move it to a team or move it to a project, right? So currently it's a draft file, which means it is in my draft over here, right? When you're creating it. So that's how it basically works. So this is the interface you have in it as such as of now, but I'll talk about few things basically you have in it. So what I recommend is that depending on if you're using a Mac, you can download the Mac. If you're using the Windows, you can download the Windows. If you're using Windows ARM, which is the ARM chips, download for that, right? You can download from here. If you're a Linux user, in case if anybody is a Linux user, you will have to stick to the browser. Basically, you have to stick to the browser, right? You can download this. Plus, addition to this, you can also download this. If you're a Mac user, download this. If you are a Windows user, download this. Now, what this does, so when you're using a Figma file online, right? When you're using basically your where is it gone? Sorry. When you're using it over here online, so you can see this is a browser where I'm using it. So I will not be able to use my system fonts, the fonts which is sitting on my system. I can use all the Google fonts here, but I can't use the fonts which is sitting on my system. So if you want to access those fonts in your browser of Google Chrome, then you need this installer. To access the fonts on the browser of your local system, then you need an installer. Otherwise not. Okay. So make sure you get that. They are two different things, Nidhi. This Mac installer is to access your phones when you're using the browser. Okay. And this has nothing to do with this. This is the desktop app to work on Mac OS, right? So they have these both have no links. You can see the Figma desktop app does include the font installer into it, says that, right? Into it. So it's kind of merged basically when you're downloading the desktop app, you're automatically basically having the installer also. So that's basically, yeah. So if you've already downloaded the desktop app, basically, then you don't need this, right? Okay, if you say that I don't want to use the desktop apps, I just want to use the web browser and also access my local fonts of my system, then you can download this, right? Okay, so guys, yeah. So if you're downloading this basically here, then you don't need this. But if you're not able to download desktop app or something, and or you don't want to download, then you can. But in case if you even install both of them, it is not an harm. It's not going to affect your system, right? It's going to just basically work the way it is to. So even if you have done both the installation, it's not going to have any impact on your system. So don't worry about that, right? In case you have done that. No, that's a good question. So that's why you should not use local fonts generally, right? Because let's say if the other person does not have the local font, like you mentioning about it here, right? Then of course that font will be showing as missing font in Figma. So, but this is done, for example, if you're working for a company, right? And as you know, a lot of companies have their own fonts, which may not be a part of Google font, may not be a part of Google font, to be frank, right? Sorry for this, guys. I don't know why Photoshop opened here. Yeah, but in case basically, if you have a company which basically uses that kind of font and all, then for them it could be important. Remember, I'm just opening the same file which I've been using before it, right? And just to show you the desktop app also, you may allow me a second. Let me open the desktop app. Yeah, you should be able to see guys now. So I've opened my Figma desktop app, right? So like I mentioned, as such, uh, if you look at both of them, if you look at both the interface, let me, if I open the same file over here also, if I go to drop, I can see the same file now here, Figma Basics, you can see. And if I open the same file by double clicking into this is the desktop app you can see of Figma I'm using. And if you look at the Figma in the browser, right, then this is, so it looks exactly the same if you look at it, right? So as such, you're not going to find any difference in it. Remember, if you look at this one, or if you look at the browser one, so they are exactly the Figma, the option here, right? So like I said, in terms of working, in terms of interface, in terms of features, as such, there is no difference between the Figma using in the browser and on the desktop here, right? So there is no difference in it. There's one thing I just like to point out over here though. This is only for people who are using Figma on Mac OS. If you're using on Mac, anybody who's using on Mac Figma, this is a common thing I have seen basically, right? Is that in the browser, the copy paste between the files does not work too good, right? And this is only for the Mac users. In Windows, it works perfectly fine because I've tested this multiple times in Windows. It works perfectly fine. Only for the Mac users, I don't know what's the issue here, but mostly the copy paste does not work. What I mean by copy paste is I'm going to demonstrate that this is, let's say, like I'm saying, this is only for Mac people. If you're a Mac user, okay. So for example, if I go to the browser and if I open a file in Figma, which already has some kind of a design into it, let's say I will go here to that. Sometimes it works, but mostly I think it does not work. So if I show you basically, let's say if I have this design, I can copy this design and I can paste over here. Let's say I want to paste over here, right? So I can paste it. Can you see it's not pasting properly? It's coming like a text here. It's not pasting that design. So I'm not able to copy this design and paste it over here in the Mac, right? But if I do the same thing, if I do the same thing onto the browser here, then see what happens. See, if I open the same file which I have in the browser, I open the same file, go to the drop down. See, I can go to the drop down, I can say open, where is it gone? Open in desktop app, yeah. I go to Figma again, so open desktop app. So same file will open over here in the desktop app now. Now see if I copy it, Control C to copy, and if I paste here, it will work. See, it's working here, right? So I'm telling you this as per my experience, means as per my experience. If you are a Mac user, then a desktop app can be very, very helpful for you, because a lot of times you have to copy paste between the files, right? And mostly what I've seen is it does not work when you're copy pasting between the files if you're using a Mac. Maybe there could be some issue in the Mac security and all, but that doesn't happen, right? So if you want to copy paste between the file, always use the desktop app. And that's where I generally use the desktop app, to be frank. Otherwise, I don't use the desktop app. I generally, it's like more of an habit of going to the browser and using it. So for Windows user, again, remember there is no difference when you're using on the web browser or you're using in the desktop. It's your wish, whatever you feel like into that. So as such, no difference in both of them. Okay. Just to let you know, last year Figma also changed its interface. If you are a old user and all, then you might see the, this bar was is to be on the top. Now they have made it at the bottom, right? This was basically done last year. So it's also out of beta now in Figma. So you're going to see everything at the bottom now over there. In my Mac, okay. So I think it will come. Maybe you can try restarting and all, your browser and all, then it should come probably. So I think you're talking about this one. You create a text, you can talking about this one. Awesome. You're talking about installed by you. See, for me, I'm able to access it, right? So maybe you just need to restart once, probably your browser and all, then you should be able to access it in the browser. And remember, it's a cloud software, so you might see some small updates coming here and there. To be frank, sometimes I open Figma and say, "Oh, something what happened?" It got updated because it's a browser-based software, so it generally gets updated very, very frequently. But I think that's a good thing because it's a cloud software, so it has to be like that. Generally not going to see major updates between the configuration, means between the configs. But yeah, there could be some minor updates and all between the configs or throughout the year, I would say, depending on the road plan the Figma might have. Okay, there are a lot of talking here, so let's now start with some basics of Figma here. So once you open the file, it looks blank. By the way, I am using a dark mode. So if your Figma looks white, which is okay, you can work with that. If you want to change between the modes of dark and light, you can go to the Figma icon, this Figma icon. If you're using web browser, you can go there. And then you can go to the preferences, here. And in the preferences, then you can go to the option of theme. In the theme, you can use light or dark or whatever you like. So for example, light theme looks like this. I don't like the light theme, to be frank. I really don't like this. So I love to use the dark theme, by the way. Right. I love to use dark theme here. And if you want to make your page darker, like for example, I have made my page darker here. How to make that page darker? You can go to the design. Don't select anything. Remember, do not select anything over here. Just click on the blank area. Then you will go to design. You will see page. And this is the color I'm using in my page. 1E, 1E, 1E. Right. With the black mode. So this background will also get darker for you. By default, it's kind of a little bit gray here. What I was saying, what should I select here? I didn't get you. What do you want to make today? Okay, just close it. That's okay. Just close it because anyone could talk about how to do from scratch and all the frame. So I think because you're using for the first time, that's why giving that kind of on-screen tutorials to you here in it. I think you mean rulers is not coming for me. Yeah, what you can do is you can use Shift R shortcut for rulers. So you Shift R, you will see rulers here. Shift R is the shortcut for rulers. Okay, let's get started here quickly. So I'll talk about the frame here. The main basic you have is that you have option of frame, right? So frame is basically kind of an option that they can basically, you can get a frame. So you need a working area, remember, you need a working area to work with it. So base frame is a base thing here. And to use the frame, you have this tool here, you can see there. Yeah, lot many shortcuts are similar, to be frank, but not exactly, I would say. So you can see this is the icon you have for the frame at the bottom. You can also use the shortcut F, like I said, you can use the shortcut F for frame, or you can click on this icon, you will see the option of frames. Currently, it doesn't matter what frame you're going to select here because you can just kind of randomly create things and explain here. But later on, I'll talk about, what size you should take and all. So you can see you will have most popular sizes over here for iPhones, Android phones, tablets, desktop, presentation, watch, paper, social media, Figma community, archives. Archives gives you access to older devices screens if you want to create them, right? In case if you want that, right? To be there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is currently, like I said, it doesn't matter. So you can either pick from here or you can basically also take a frame yourself. So if you don't want to pick from here, you can simply click and drag. And you can just creating a frame of any size you can create here. So I'm just creating a random frame here because we're just going to talk about some random options here. So taking a random frame. So you can see a frame is created. To just to talk about an analogy here, for example, people who are coming from Adobe softwares, the frame in Adobe Illustrator is known as artboard. Like in Photoshop, and if you go to Illustrator, you can frame is similar to artboard, you can say, but not exactly here because in Figma you have frame has a lot of other options to it, I would say, into it. So in short, remember that in Figma, frame is very similar to artboard in Adobe softwares. And if anybody does not know what is artboard, then just forget. In short, when you're creating a frame, this is your main working area. So imagine this is your one page, for example. So whatever you want to create, right? So you can also create outside of this gray area, which you see the blank area, but that will not be visible in the preview. When you go to the preview, it will not be visible. So anything you do in this frame will be visible in the preview, in short, when you're creating it, right? But that doesn't mean you can't create here. You can also create something here if you want here into it. To be there. I'm just going to close this desktop app, by the way, right? So you can see the frame coming in over here into this. So how can you create basic shapes here? Let's talk about that. So if you want to create basic shapes, so you have all your shapes over here coming in. You have rectangle tool, you have a line tool, you do have an arrow tool, you have an elliptical tool, you have a polygon tool, you have a star tool. I'll just talk about them one by one over here and what options and shortcuts it have. So before I start with the drawing tools here, which you see as the basic shapes, which is the most commonly going to use here in the Figma. But before I go there, there are few things I want to clarify here into it. So how do you zoom in, zoom out, right? People who use Mac or if you're using a Windows trackpad, the mouse basically, you can use two fingers to zoom in, zoom out very smoothly like this. But if you're not using that, then you can zoom in, zoom out using the shift plus and minus. Zoom in, zoom out, shift plus and minus. So you have to use the shortcut shift, remember, and plus and minus. Plus and minus key for zoom in, zoom out here. There are other ways also, talk about that later, but you can use shift plus and minus to zoom in, zoom out. That's one way to do it, right? If you want to fit the view here or basically do 100% of it, you can press shift 1. If you use shift 1, it will zoom to fit. It will zoom to fit. If you use shift 1, to press the shift and 1, remember here. If you press shift 0, it will go to 100% zoom. Go to 100% zoom basically. If you're using shift 0, remember. So shift 1 to fit, shift 0 to go to 100% view of the frame, the selected frame you have, right? There's one more thing you have. Let's say if I create more frames here, I'm just pressing F here. You can create one more here. Then I'm going to press F again. You can see this dot also. You can click on add another frame next to it if you want of the same. So now I have multiple frames you can see here, right? Now if I use shift 0, it will just simply zoom to the where my cursor was on what frame it was. Remember, so pressing 0 will go to the 100% view. You can see there near to my cursor over here. When using shift 1, remember, it will fit all the artboards or all the frames you have. Remember, when using shift 1 into it will zoom to fit all the frames. If your file is very big, you want to kind of zoom out, just press shift 1 to zoom out over here, right? And for example, if you have selected something here, let's say if I selected this here and I want to zoom to this particular frame, which is selected or any shape I've selected, you can press shift 2. If you use the shortcut shift 2, you will zoom to that particular frame. So I'm using the shortcut shift 2 to zoom in here, right? In case if anybody forgets this shortcuts and all, you can always see go to the right hand side top corner where you have the share button. Just below that, you have this percentage there. If you go to the drop down here, you can see all the options of zoom in, zoom out, zoom to fit, zoom to 50%, zoom to 100%. You can see here. You can also see the option of rulers here, shift R. You can see there, right? So you can use all this shortcuts. The shortcuts are basically mentioned over here Or you can also type the zoom value over here. Say 28%, let's say I want to have 100%, say 100%, and I go to the 100% view here, right? So you can always go to the top right corner or zoom in, zoom out here. Now, how to pan here? That's very, very important. If you're using a trackpad, you can just use two fingers to move around, which I generally do it, by the way. But if you're using a mouse, a spread mouse, if you're using this kind of a mouse here, then how can you pan here? You can press space bar. At any point of time, you can press space bar, and then you can use a left mouse button to drag around. See, like this. Or you can use the scroll wheel also. You can get the scroll wheel. See, if I zoom in, you will get the scroll wheel here. But this is not very efficient, I would say. So you can always use space bar and move around. Just press the space bar. Space bar will only not work when you're typing, remember? You'll have the spaces added there. But except when you're not typing, then you can just press space bar at any point of time, and you can use your left mouse button to move around. So you can pan around in your file, right? So you can zoom in, zoom out, and you can pan around this way over here in Figma. Now, talking the drawing tools here quickly. I will not spend too much time, but I go to rectangle here. You can see at the bottom, so you can take the rectangle. You can also press the shortcut R. And if it's a simple thing, if you click and drag, you can get a rectangular shape like this, right? If you and anybody who is coming from Adobe or similar tools, you can press Shift to make a perfect square if you want to make it. You can use the Shift to make a perfect square, or you can just make it like this. That's one thing basically you have. And once you're done, just leave it. Just leave it. And your rectangle is now created over here. Some basic options. I'm going to say what some basic options in the rectangle you have here is once you have created it, you're going to see these white dots. This can be used to give roundness. See, just use it for roundness over here. Once you create it, so remember you can press R for rectangle tool. You can click and drag like this. Once you are done drawing it, you will get these dots to get a rounded shape. And if you just want to make one side rounded, you can basically use the Alt click and drag. If you use Alt click and drag, you can just make one side rounded or the other side rounded basically. So whatever you, sorry, my mistake. That's not, sorry, you have to use not the, sorry, my mistake, not the Alt, Control key. My bad on it. Control key. My bad. You have to use not the Alt key, the Control key. So again, repeat. You got a rectangle. You see those white dots. Press Control key. Sorry, for the first one you have to press Alt, drag it. Then for the other ones, if you want to do it, then press Control key and then do the other ones like this. And you can get a shape like this. And if you want to change the color, select the shape. You will see an option of fill here. You can click on it and you can change the fill here, right? So if you need anything, you can basically do that over here, right? So where we'll get all the shortcuts of Figma, that is basically you can go to the question mark here. Alvin, you can go to the question mark here, and the bottom right corner, you will see a question mark icon. Click on it. You will see keyboard shortcuts. Click on keyboard shortcut, it will show you all the keyboard shortcuts here. Okay, as you can see. And you can also change the layout, by the way. If anybody use some different keyboard, maybe if you're using a maybe a Korean keyboard or Italian or something, let's say if you're using it, or if you're using a quadrant keyboard, then just remember that you might have to do that change over here in case if you're using, but mostly we use generic, right? All of us in India use generic. So you can change that. So whenever you go to question mark, you change your keyboard shortcut. And if you want to do that. By the way, if you want precise values of this roundness, then you can go over here to appearance. You will see the roundness values here. Let's say this is 92. I want to make it 80, so I can make it 80 over like this. Make it 80, right? Or if I go here, I can now, it says mixed. So I can click on this box here. See this box here. I click on it. I can change the roundness here and here to whatever. Let's say I want to make both of them same. So I want to make it 180 here. I want to make the 180 on the other side, for example. So I can do that if I want here, right? Then let's look at the other shapes here. Then I'll give you one small tip at the end here, which is very important. Go to drop down. You can basically go to a line tool. Line and arrow is same. I can tell that. In line also you can have arrow, in the arrow you can have a line. So it's same. They two are same. So if you go to line here, if you click and drag, you can get a line, as all of you know. But if you press the shift key, those are new here. If you press the shift key, you can make a straight line. So if you press a shift key, if you hold and shift key, you can get a straight line. or you can get a 45 degrees angle line. So line is a line which have a stroke option. You can kind of give a thickness from here if you want. And if you want to give it an arrow, let's say, want to give it this an arrow, for the drop down here, you can give it an arrow also like this, in case if you want it, right? So you can change the arrows from here. So that's a line tool. And the arrow tool is exactly the same. So go to the arrow, the by default in the arrow tool, you have an arrow. That's the only difference you have between the line and arrow. You can see by default has a arrow to it. That's the only thing. So as such, between both of them, there is no difference. In arrow tool, you already have an arrow. In the line tool, you have a line. You can basically add an arrow if you want to. So they both are exactly the same in terms of the tools here, right? Then the other tool you have over here is, if you go to the drop down, you have a elliptical tool. You can see elliptical, which is a shortcut O, which can help you create circles. If you just click and drag, you can create any elliptical shape. But if you press the shift key, you can make a perfect circle. See, I'm holding now the shift key. And then remember, you have to leave your mouse first and then leave your shift key. You will have a circle here. Now in this circle, you will again see a dot. So if you go to that dot, you can click and drag to create a semicircle, right? Over here. Or you can use this to create a donut also. So if you now, once you kind of move this, right, you will see a center circle. If you now move the center circle, you can get a donut shape like this. And then you can close this back if you want on the screen. So you can see I've created a donut over here. You can get a closed donut or you can get an open donut as well, or a semi donut, whatever you like. That's up to you, right? So remember, the same circle can be changed to this ring, kind of a ring or a donut, or the same circle could be like this, or a same circle could be like this. Let me just make it a semi Pac-Man kind of a thing, like this. So this is how you can get different shapes over here from the same circle. It's very easy. It's on the screen controls. Once you play with them, you will get used to it over here. So remember, those who are new, it might take a little bit of time for you to get used to all these options. But the more you play with it, just check here and there, what that dot is doing. It's about more about playing with the software here. Then if you go to the drop down here, you can also use a polygon tool. So polygon tool by default lets you create a triangle, if you see. But after you get a triangle, see, you will have a dot coming in here. If you take this dot up, you can increase number of sides. So you get an octagon, you get a hexagon, whatever you need basically over here. Right. And you can use this dot to make it soft edges, if you like, right? So you can increase and decrease the sides as per your liking. And you can do that with this one. You can do an outline circle again, yeah, sure. Let me tell you one more thing, guys. When you're too much zoomed out, you might not see the dots. You might have to zoom in a little bit to see that dot here. So go to the dot here, right arc, click and drag to open like this. Then you will see a inner circle dot here. Click and drag. Then you can just close this back. It will get a ring circle for you. And you can just change this anytime you need, basically, right? That's how it basically works. Arrow, there's nothing in arrow actually. So arrow is arrow. Now you can go to the arrow tool, right? Just click and drag with the shift key, make an arrow. And then you can change the properties here. Remember the stroke properties on the right hand side. You can change it from here if you like. Over here, right? So you can see you have the arrows and all here. Rectangle again, corner, same, no. See, you press R. Okay, let me go here now. I click and drag. You get these dots. Just go to the dots. If you're not able to see the dot, remember you have to zoom in. See, if I'm zoomed out, I will not see the dots. You have to zoom in, select it, and then you will see the dots. And you can make this rounded. If you want to make one side, press Alt, click and drag. Then press the Control key to the other side, click and drag. That, right? So remember, all of you, please, that you need to zoom in. If you're zoomed out, you can see only I can see the dots here. But if I zoom out, I will not see the dots. So you have to be zoomed in to see the dots here. And that there is no shortcut, Gita. The dot will be there. Just zoom in a little bit more. You should see the dot there. Or maybe you're too much zoomed in, probably. So you should be able to see the complete shape like this. Then dot will be there. See, you have to select the shape. Rajita, you have to select the shape, right? You have to select the shape you have drawn, and then only you will see the dots there. I don't know, maybe you're selecting the frame. So frame will not have those dots by default here. It's the shape you go to create. So if you're creating a rectangle or something, then you will see those. After you have created it, remember, after you have created it, then you're going to see that, right? Then, by the way, last shape you have is star basically here. So we go to the star shape, click and drag. You can use shift if you want to get a proper star. Same you have, you can kind of make more sides, less sides here. Just, play with those dots which you see. You will automatically understand. You can make this a rounded corner from the outside. And you can see now you can make the inside corners rounded here. Or kind of change the, sorry, kind of change the, size of that over here. How sparky. So for example, I can create this kind of a corona, that disease icon, I would say, over here. And that using this star. How to move left and right? You can use the space bar to move right and left anytime. Or you will have the scroll bars here, right? Or you can use the space bar to move around here. Generally, I zoom out like this and then move around wherever I want, right? Like this. So you have rectangle tool. Remember, you have the line tool, you have the arrow tool, you have the elliptical tool here, you have the polygon tool, and you have the star tool. 6 basic tools you have, right? And if you know these tools, how to use them, most of the design you can do with these tools. Last thing I just want to make you aware of is you can see that's, I think all of you know about it though. You have the text tool, the T tool here. You can see. So if you click on the T tool, you can just click anywhere once. You can just click anywhere, not on the shape only. You can just click anywhere. Click on above of the shape. You can just click here. We'll add a text. You can just type a text. Let's say what's a sample text here. Oops, sorry. Text here. I can double click to select the text here. And you can change the font from here. You can change the font size from the right hand side. You can see that right over here. And then you can change the alignment. You will notice that going here, right? You can have a lot of options. You can just change the font from here. If you go to the drop down, you can change the font. You can say all fonts, and you can change the font to whatever you like. Now Figma, remember, uses by default inter font. That's a default one, but you can change, to use whatever font you like to use it basically here into it. So you can basically write a text over here if you like. This way, so you have a text tool to write a text here. Now there is something called as Figma component also, which I will be touch basing on today on it. So remember, Figma has a concept of components. Anybody who comes from Adobe softwares, you can call them as symbols. And if anybody coming from 3D and all, they can call them as instances, basically. So you can use a word instance, you can use a word symbols, or in a short component as like parent and a child, you can create with it. So we'll talk about the components today here as well. And component in Figma is what enables you to create, I would say, design system in a larger scale. You can create a design system from this once you understand it. So components in Figma can be used generally for creating buttons, icons, textiles, or you can create textiles. Though textiles are a little bit different, but component can be a part of textiles here. You can have layer styles, frames, components for UI elements which you want to use very frequently. You can create a component out of it. And then a component can have a variant to it basically in this, right? So in the PPT or in this ebook, if you look at it, right, there's a step given. I'll show you this practically how you can actually create a component uh, in Figma today as we go ahead. And then, generally for icons, you create a component. Or if you're creating a UI element like checkboxes, then you will create a component with variant. So this is actually known as component, which you see, and this one is a variant. Or you can do vice versa basically over here. So component also in Figma has an option of variants to it. Just to let you know about that basically. And in Figma you can have components with that here. So remember, you can basically also create an interactive component if you need, especially for hover stage and some basic interaction if you want. Then you can use the Figma variants with the interaction to create an interactive component. We also call them as micro interactions, you can call them, right? when it comes to creating the interactions over there in Figma. I will not go through the complete presentation here, but let me just start with the fundamentals here again. And also this, what I'm covering today right now is what you have to do in the assignment also. That's the what the ask is in the assignment is. And just to let you know, because one of you asked this question in the starting of this session here, and a lot of people have joined after it. So remember one thing, in the education license as of now, the license you are using, you do not have access to Figma slides. You do not have access to Figma slides, and you do not have access to Figma Make. So these are the new two products which were just launched again 2 weeks back by Figma. So these two things will not be visible to you in the education license or in the starter plan. So they are coming soon. So Figma will basically give you an access of Figma slides and Figma Maker, most probably in the upcoming days. But as of now, they are not available in the education license or in the free version of Figma. Just to let you know. If you go for the professional license of Figma for the full seed, which basically costs you 16 USD, right, for a month. Sorry, for an annual monthly, if you do so, if you show 1 month, it's 20 USD actually in Figma. So if you pay 20 USD monthly to Figma, then you will have access to these slides, Figma slides and Maker also, just to let everybody know about it over here in it. So basically, which is approximately, I will say around 17 hundred, uh, yeah, 1750, I would say, approximately, I would say in INR monthly. Basically you will have to pay, just to let you know about it, right? In case if you want to access it. Give me a second, guys. So that's what you basically have, just to kind of wanted to clarify that. Now see what your assignment is asking you. Your assignment is asking you to create any fashion app design. Okay, any fashion app design. It could be a copy also as of now. So let's say you go to Mentra homepage, you might create a Mentra homepage or anything. Basically it's a mobile app, remember. And just one screen we are asking you. You don't have to create multiple screen, just one screen you have to create, right? And I tell you one way, basically this is also very good option for people who are very new to design. And if you want to develop your mind of designing, how to use colors, how to use fonts, how to use spacing and all, then I recommend this. Even whatever trainings I do, especially when people are not coming from the visual design background. So you can go to website like Mubin, right? So Mubin is a website will basically give you the access to screenshots of the most popular apps, right? It has a paid version, but in free version also you can get some basic screenshots. So for example, if I log in here, I'm giving this link in the chat in case if anybody wants to subscribe for it. Yeah. So basically now if you go there, right? I just log in there. I already have account with Mobin. Currently, I'm going to access my free account. So you will basically once you log in, you will get this search bar here, right? Let's say you're looking for fashion apps. So you can basically search over here for fashion apps. Fashion apps, right? So it'll give you the screenshot of the most common fashion apps you have, right? You can see that around the world. You might not get one specific here right now, to be frank. And you can basically get a pro version, which will give you access to many more companies you can see here. So what they basically have kind of latest designs of the app given to you there, right? So for example, we can just take any of the app here. For example, if I go to, let's say I go here, for example, or I can go here. So let's go here basically. Let's say if I click on this shop, just if I click on it, right? So you can see this is what we're asking you to create, right? So you just need to submit one basically page over here, just pages. And it does not have to be scrollable, actually, that's okay. You can do without that also. We're just asking this kind of a design to be submitted, which you see over here for any fashion brand. Or it could be fictitious, it could be your own brand, to be frank, right? It does not have to be a copy of something. It could be on, but this is what the ask is, simple ask, that you create something like this in Figma and submit as a assignment, right? So you have this I think if I go, there's one more app which is similar to this, is known as App Shots, App Shot design. So App Shot design is also similar to what I kind of just talked about is Mubin. So like you have Mubin, same ways you have the App Shot over here. So the App Shot also, once you log in, let me just log in with one of my IDs. So it's a similar one. If I see, if I also search here for fashion app, I can basically find over here. I can say iOS search apps. I don't know why it's not filtering properly, but yeah, you can see that I have Myntra. I have few options coming in here. Yeah, in that. Yeah, you can go to Dribble. You can go to Dribble and Behance. That's okay if you want to do it. But this is basically has a more authentic. See, in Dribble and all, you will find screenshot which is designed by some other designers, which are not live apps. Remember that. These are all live apps basically, which is already running by the company, right? So, for example, in Behance, if you're a new person, then you might not be the right person to evaluate whether the design is good or bad, right? Generally, I would say this designs which like Myntra or when you talk about some good companies, they have some proven designs. So that's the benefit you get. And when you are new to it, then if you basically follow them, or if you design for them, right? If you just even copy them, your mind will get trained over the time. How to use colors, what should be the icon size and everything. So what I'm trying to say is that if you want to learn UI design and if you're very beginner level, just copy the design. And you don't have to use them. Maybe download the app on your phone, right? You can take a screenshot of your phone also. You can use it. That's okay. You can download the app and you can basically use a screenshot of that. That's also perfect. But I'm just talking about this app because they're available to you, right? And you can basically see these screenshots and everything here, multiple screenshots and all for doing it. For example, if I click on Myntra, you can simply show me the most common screens the Myntra has basically here, right? Over here. And then I don't have the full access, but of course you can get a full access also if you basically subscribe for them here. Same is for mobile basically, which you saw. So we looked at here. And then you can have a lot of others brand coming in here for the fashion industry, right? So for example, I can also change a keyword to look for different things. For example, clothing app instead of fashion. I can search by clothing app. So you can see I will see a little bit maybe a different, screenshots and different app designs coming in over here. So we looked at it over here. Right? So you have those basic designs here. I already have one which I will be using now, basically, but you can just take any one of them if you want, right? So what I will be doing is I'll be showing you that I will be taking one reference here of one of the designs. Then I will show you basically how to replicate the design over here now. So I'm just trying to find, where that is because I already had one sample which I wanted to basically. Okay, so let me show this image basically, and I will be recreating this, which you're going to see now. Right, so this is what I will be recreating now, right, which you see here. This one screen I'm going to just recreate here in the most simplest way, which you can see over here. While talking about most of the features of Figma over here and how you can use different things in Figma. So this is not completely a step-by-step training, remember, in Figma here. And this is not about explaining everything in Figma. We will do that later on. But this is just basically to get a understanding how things works in Figma and what are the different techniques you have over here to design something like this, right? So that's what will be my focus, remember here. So what I will do is I'll go to the Figma here, right? You can basically go to your project which you created yesterday in Figma. I'm also opening that now here. So you can see this is one which I created, right? So I'll be creating my draft. I generally don't use themes and all here. So yesterday I covered some basics of Figma, which you know, right? I will delete this by the way. uh, this is what I created. So what you have to do is you have to go to the drop down of the create option, right? And I'm creating a design one. I'm creating a design one here. Let's see, design file. So we click here and create a design file here. So I'm opening a blank Figma file here. I will rename it as double click here to rename it fashion app page, for example. Just kind of just naming that over here. And that let me make this a little bit bigger. And the image which I have, I'm going to just drag and drop here, right? So it's an image, remember, it's a PNG image which I've taken. It's not a design or something, it's an image. You can take a similar image from Mobin or some other basic. You can maybe just use your mobile to take a screenshot of it and do it here. So that's what I'm taking over here. So I have taken a screenshot here, right? If you want to use the same screenshot for a reference, I'm going to give to all of you that screenshot here, right? You can take that screenshot from the chat here if you wish to, right? To design the same thing if you like. So what we'll do is we'll have to take a frame. You can see. So I am hypothetically I'm designing this for iOS. Remember. So if you look in, this bar is in iOS and this is on iOS. This looks like iOS. So designing for iOS. So just keep in mind that I'm keeping in mind right now, keeping iOS over here while designing. So I'll go to the frame tool. I'll press F to take a frame tool here, right? And because I'm designing for Apple, or like I said, for iOS, so I will take one of the sizes of Apple here. Right now I can take any of the size of Apple, doesn't really matter here. To be frank, what you want to get started with. In short, whatever device you have, you can take that, right? For example, generally I find iPhone 16 to be standard, like mediator between the smaller and the upper sizes of Apple. So I'm going to take iPhone 16 here, right? So I'll click on the iPhone 16 option here, click once, and you can see that I have iPhone 16 frame coming up over here. So I have the iPhone 16 frame coming up over here, right? So the size is very important because in this is the size where I'm going to design something, or I'm going to basically put something into it to be edited over here, right? So I've taken the basic frame over here. You can see that in this to be taken over here. And this is my reference picture. You can say the reference image we have here in it. What I generally do is also is while I'm this is like my personal preference, I would say. When I'm doing in Figma, I also create one more frame. So I go to the frame tool. Look at a big frame like this here. I could have one big frame here like this. The size doesn't matter what size it is. I'm just getting a random frame here of any size. And this is where I will keep my master components. So whatever component I'm going to create in Figma, the main components, I will be keeping them here and then be using into the design here in this. So I'll name this frame as master components. Master component here, right? And this is my page. So I can just name it as home. Now it's not compulsory to rename it, but you can double click on the frame like this. You just want to kind of rename it to anything you like, right? Name could be anything. Remember, currently it does not really matter what you're naming the frame, or you can just keep the standard name also if you wish to, right? No, put in. Oh, that's what we have in this. Now, if you look at it here, majorly, I will be using three colors here, not many. It's more of red. You can see there red, black, white, and gray. Majorly, if I talk about it, this is the colors I'm using here. So before generally, that's again my preference, and this is how generally in practically also it works. That I will define my colors here. I will define the colors. So I don't, while designing, I don't have to choose the colors. I will basically take the colors over here, right? And then put it over here into it. So I can just pick the colors from the screen only, which you see here, right? And I can just basically define it. So for defining the colors, it's better if you're using the now updated version of Figma, you define the colors in variables of Figma here. So what I will do next step is I will go to this variable option you can see here, and I will create variables of colors over here. For the white, black, the primary red color which you see over here, right? And one for gray basically into it. So we're going to just basically work with 3 to 4 colors over here, not many into it while we are working into it. So, and if you want to do the same, you can do basically with me. So what I will do is go to the variables here. Right, I click on this icon member. You don't have to set anything, just click outside. You will see variable option here. And you click on this box. If you click on this box, a flyout menu will open for you here to create variables in Figma. These are also known as design tokens. Indirectly, you can call them as design tokens in Figma here. So what we do, we click on the plus create variable of color. You can see color. So we click on color, right? And I'm going to name it as white right now. It's already white, you can see. So we don't have to do nothing. I click on plus again here. I take the color again, name it as black. Now, generally, you don't take always the complete black, but I'm taking black here. So I'm going to make it 0000000. That's a hexa code for black. See, white uses FFFF and black uses 0000 basically, right? Then what I will do is I'll create another one, color gray. And currently we're not talking about, color shades, tones, having maybe gray color in multiple of increments from 100 to 900. We're not talking about that right now. We'll talk about that later once you go to the UI part in this. So I will go to the gray. I click over here, and you can see I can just use this pick whip. I this picker sample color, and I can just pick the color from here, that gray color. So I'm picking that gray color over here. Same ways, I will take the red color, the primary red color, which you see. Take the color here. Generally, we can name this as primary color because this is going to be the main brand color, I would say. So I'll go there again, pick that color over here like this, and the color has been picked over here. So we have, I would say, all the major colors which I wanted here to the variables here into it, right? We have in this, right? Now, once I've taken this or I've basically added those colors into it, next I will do is I'll start designing and putting that design onto the frame we have here in it. Now, let me tell you one thing. There are few things which come as a template. You can use them. For example, you can see on the top you have a time and the bar here. That's a standard iOS thing you have. So this is available to you pre-made, and we'll add them later over here on the screen here, right? To be kept. But what I will do is I'll first design the top. What part you can see here, the banner here. See this still here. It's coming like this. So what you do, you take the rectangle tool, press. Now, generally when I'm designing, I like to use also grids, column grids into it, right? I will not go into deep into the column grids right now because we will explain that later in the course why column grids are important and how you can have row grids and all. But just to show you, I will select the frame first here, frame here. Then if you go to the design tab in Figma, at the bottom, you're going to find layout grids, guides, layout guides, basically, right? Layout guides. And if you click on plus here, you can see it's giving a grid here. If I zoom in, okay, it's not showing why. I think it's off from the preview. Anyways, let me check. I'll go to drop down here. Now just make sure layout, okay, it's on. Layout grids are on. So I can now go here, go to drop down, change it to columns, change it to columns here. And then the columns, I will give, okay, it's not visible somehow to me. It should be. And there's some error here. That's weird. Let me refresh this. Let's see. Some seems to be some bug here, to be frank. Otherwise, it should be by default be visible. Let me refresh this. Give it a second. Okay, it's still not showing. Let me just open the app. Maybe it's some issue sometimes. So let me just open the app. Go drop down. I will say open in desktop app. Let's see how the same design looks in desktop app. Sometimes desktop app is a little bit more stable. I'm just guessing so, right? So this is a Figma app. I have just opened in the app now. And let's see what is the issue. I will go here. Just 10%, maybe make it 20%. Somehow not visible in my one. Let me show and hide. Okay. That's weird. Okay, let me do one more thing. Layer width off, layer width on. Okay, this is an error which I'm seeing for the first time in my working of Figma, to be frank. Okay, let me just try creating a new file here. Give it a second, and then just try there. Yeah, it's visible here. You can see. I think that's a file issue. If you see now, it's visible here. So it's visible here, but somehow not visible there. Let's see why. Okay, that's weird. Seems to be an issue of this file. Give me a second. Just closing from my browser, closing from here, and let me retry opening it now. And then see if it get kind of refresh there. Okay, seem to be some problem in this file. I will just ignore this file right now. Maybe some bug in Figma. Let me just put the screenshot here. And I will just again create the frame here quickly. So go to the frame, 16, right? I'll add one more frame, which will be for my components later on. And let me select this. Go to layout options, go to columns, right? How many columns you want to take totally depends, to be frank, depending on what you're going to design for, to be frank, right there. You're saying just delete and recreate it. Okay, let me try that out. That's a good suggestion you gave me. And I like your suggestion. Let me just do that. Maybe it's visible now. Oh yeah, it's visible. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a good suggestion you gave me. I think I'll just use that. And great. So what columns you want to take totally depends. I'm going to take a 8 column right now because as per this app. So I'll go to the columns drop down. Just take 8 columns here now. 8 columns. Over here, I'm going to give margins on the side. So margin, I'm going to keep it as 16. This is a recommended value, minimum recommended value by Apple and Android both. 16 as margins from the side you see, right? And then you have a gutter space here. Now gutter space, you can keep usually whatever you like, to be frank, and whatever value you want to keep it. Generally, I keep this gutter space also 16. Some people might also keep it like 18, depending on, but it's if it is multiple of age, it's better. So gutter spacing is this, the space between the columns you see. Like I said, I will not go too much into technical things here because we have very limited time. And majorly, I want to focus on the Figma stuff here, basic designing into it. Later on, we'll cover this, why we are taking 8 columns and what is the benefit of this, what is gutter space. We're going to talk about everything in more detail at a later stage over here. Okay, so once I've done this, I will take a rectangle now, rectangle tool for the top part. I will click and drag like this. I'm going to keep it approximately of height of 140 and keep its color as white. Now, because I've already created variables, remember, so I will not go here and pick the color randomly here. What I will do is I will use my variable color. And how to use a variable color? I will go to this 4 dots, which you see here, 4, kind of grid dots you can see there. And if you click on it, you can see I have my white coming here, which is my variable colors, which I've already defined. So I take the white there and it's now white there. And if you see, it has a little bit of a drop shadow. So what I will do, selecting this, I will click on effect, click on plus drop shadow. You can see now a drop shadow is now coming in here in this, add it to it here, right? Now let me one thing very clear over here. I will be going with a certain speed in today's session. So I'm going to the home. So what I did, remember I created a rectangle first. I changed its color to white and I've now added a drop shadow to it. How to add a drop shadow? You go to the effects here. You click on this plus sign and automatically the first thing will come is drop shadow here. If you want to change the settings of it, you can go over here on this icon. You click there, you can change the settings of drop shadow. I'm not changing it right now because it's decent as of now by default. I can change them later. We'll talk about that, what settings you have there and that to be given, as you can see. Then I think I want to basically first create my logo here, which is very simple though. It's a text logo. So I can take text tool, click here once. I'm going to name this as D, D small, you can see P O P. And here I'm using a Poppins font. So I'm going to select this Control A, go to the font here, change it to Poppins. Go to drop down, make it bold, and make it, make it around 32 here, I would say. And I'm going to change its color. See, again, go to the 4 dots, make it primary. So it looks not 100% same I'm doing it, remember here, but it's almost same if you look at it here. Then I will also on my grids to see where it is lying. Or just make this a little bit more bigger, be 40, like this. I'm going to just make the height of this rectangle a little bit more, 150 now, right? So we have a little bit of more breathing room there. Yeah, that looks better to me, to be frank. So I have that, add it over there in it as an option. Generally, when you have a logo like this, you will convert into a component, right? I will generally convert to a component, but currently I'm not converting into a component here. I will talk about component once I design this option here. All these options here, and that we will look at it. Then you see, if you look at the design here, I need few icons. I need the home, search. Search is also used here. You can see I need a camera icon. I need a add to cart. I need this chat icon. I need this icon. I need this shopping bag icon. I need this heart icon here. So let's get all the icons first here. And for getting all these icons, what you can do is you can use Figma plugin. Figma plugin over here. So what you can do is you can go to the option of actions. This is the icon you're going to find here at the bottom. You can click on actions here. And this is where you can basically go to plugins. One of the plugins which I like is hero icons. For you, it will not be coming. You can search here. Search here like hero icons. There are a lot of plugins. Of course, I think everybody has their own favorite plugin for taking icons and all over here. But I personally like a lot of hero icons here. So I'm going to use hero icons here. It's a plugin, remember. It's a plugin for Figma we use. So if you click on hero icons, I will be able to see all the icons which are available over here. It has around 332 icons you can see here. So what icons I need? I need a heart icon. So let me take that first. I need the home icon also. You can see I have the home icon available here into it. And I have the heart icon also. I need both filled and unfilled. So I need the filled heart icon. I need the unfilled heart icon. They're coming on top of each other. Let me just move it. And see, I'm keeping on a different artboard. So I can, convert them into component and all. Then I need the home icon. Like I mentioned, I'll take the home icon here. I can take the home icon again here. Then I need the search icon also. Let's see. Right. I also, yeah, I need this also. Let's take that also user icon here. I take the user field icon also here. Then I'll take the search. See, search is coming here. So I take the search icon here and this. Then I need the chart. Let's see, chart. Okay, this I'm taking, let's say, I'm taking this one here, chart. Like this also chart icon over here. Yeah, in the cart icon. Thanks for reminding me that cart icon. The cart icon and the cart icon. Yeah, right. So I need this icons here. I'm gonna close this now. So we almost have all. Oh, we needed one more. My mistake. I go to the hero. I need a camera icon also. So I take the camera icon also here. I forgot that. So I taken multiple icons basically over here, right? Into it, and you can use any plugin to be frank. Later on, I will talk about that some of the plugins, like why some of the plugins are good and bad. Like why I like to use, to be frank, why I like to use hero icons is because their sizes are very good. Their sizes are designed as per the design principles, which I don't want to explain right now. We'll talk about that later, basically. What I mean by sizes and all here. Flat icon, yeah, flat icon is also good. That's good. That's a good plugin. I've used it in the past. We need to run it. Yes, you will have to run the plugin. You have to just click on it. It will say run. Yeah, it will, I think, say run next to it. And just simply say run that plugin. It just open like a pop-up like this for all of you here. Right. So next thing I want to talk about is how to get a component out of them and a variant. Currently, I will refrain myself from going into a lot of details of component because it is an easy topic also and a complex topic also over here. But we're going to create components now. So I can select all of them together like this. You can see I select, like I will click and drag. Okay. Go outside and click and drag like this to select all the icons except my frame. Not select the frame. I'm selecting all the icons you can see over here together. Or you can also select one by one. You can like press, just to let you know, you can select the frame here. Press shift to select like this, like this, like this. Right. You can do that. Manual selection also if you like. That's up to you, basically, right? So I can select like this with the shift. And I will convert them into individual icons right now. So I'll right click on it. You can just right click on any one of them now after selecting them. And you can simply say, if you say create component, by the way, then what will happen is if you say create component, they will become one component, which we don't want. We want them to be individual components here in it. And when you right click, you can see it's giving an option to convert to component here. which I don't want. So I want to convert individual of them into component. So what we do, select all of them here. You can go to the design option, and the design option, you will have this icon, see, the small icon which you see here. It's like a kind of a diamond with the holes in it, I would say, right? That's icon you have. So you can see it's create component. There is a drop down C next to it. So if I go to the drop down here, then this one, I have option to say create multiple components. You can see create multiple components here. So if I click on multiple components, they all become a component. And how can you identify a component? If it is in purple in color, so you can see the color changes now. It is purple in color. That means a component. Any normal object in Figma is in blue color. So when you convert anything into a component, it basically becomes, remember, purple in color over here. So that's an indication that it is a component. It's a component, right? And also by looking at it, I can tell you this is a master component. So what is a master means? It is not a child, it's a main component itself. So if you look at this icon here, or even if you let's say forget this, if you go here, you can see that how their icon looks. So this is a master component, which means it's a master component. And if I take a copy of it, just to show you, I take a copy of it, then you can see the icon of it's an empty diamond. That means the child of that component. So this is a master component, and this is a child of that component here. Remember, that's a kind of a one way to identify which is child and which is the main component, or you can say instance here, right? And did you run? I will just delete that as of now. What I will also do is all the black ones which you see here, I'll select all the black ones here with the shift key. Again, only the black ones, and I will change their black colors to be red. So I go to the selection color you can see here, and I will go to this option. Remember, go to selection color here. I'll go to this icon and change this color to be red. So you can see all of them goes red there by selecting multiple of them here. Now I can combine most of them as variants. How to get a variant now? So basically what happens when you combine two components together into one component, then the other one becomes a variant here. So for example, I can go to this heart you see here, and I select this heart. They are similar, so I'm going to convert into a variant here now. Selecting both of them together, you can see there is an option coming here, combine as variant. Combine as variant. So I can say combine as variant here. Now, once it becomes a variant, right, you can name this component. You can see, you can double click here, name it as icon, heart icon. And then you have to name the property also. So you have a property here, see, property. So if you click on this icon of the property, what you can do is you can name this property. Let's say I'm going to name this as state to be simple. I can make it like a toggle button also by and now, but I'm going to keep it as state right now. So you can see you have state written here. That's it. Done. So what is the benefit of combining now? So for example, if I take a copy of any of the child here, if I press Alt and take a copy of it, any one of them, see I have a drop down here. I can have outline or I can have a heart. So I have an option here. See in the drop down, I do have a option over here right now to change between them, as you can see. So that's one of the benefits you have. Because it has a variant, so you can basically choose which variant you want to use out of the two. So main component is like one, and then it has some sub components to it. You can say that. Same ways, I will combine home and what you say home and the this home icon, both the home icons here. So combine as variant. I will name this as home. If you don't see the option to rename it, that's okay. You can rename from here. Home. I'll again name this as state, that property. I'm going to do the exact same thing for all the other ones, which have two options. Combine as variant. This will be the user. And I'm going to name this as state. Then I'll set this above them. Combine as component. This is, let's say, chat. And then I'll click here state into it. Then I'll set this two together. Combine as variant. Click over here. One as state. Let them as cart. then it's okay. So we can see we created some kind of combined the variants together over here into it, and we have named as state. So I can, whenever I need to, whenever I'll be designing, so I can just use them whenever I need it over here in my design to be done in this. For example, I need I've taken a cart icon this time. Here I'm using a bag icon, which is okay. I can basically use the same bag icon. I can also draw icons by the way here if I want to in a similar way. And currently I'll not touch base on that, but you can also design your own icons if you like here. There's some pen tool and other options you have here in Figma, right? So let's start creating a basic option here. So I need the search bar, you can see here, and I need the cart icon here. So what I will do is now see, basically I've created a variant here, all the variants. So you can just focus on your design, and whenever you know need those assets, those icons, you can go to the assets tab, and here you will see all the icons coming in here. You can simply drag and drop from there. So let's say I need the cart icon. I take the cart icon here like this, and I will want to change it to outline. I can change it to outline, and you can see you have a cart icon here into it, right? Then I will do the search bar. Take the rectangle tool, click and drag like this. Now you can see how the grid are helping me. So I know where to start and where to end in the grid here, right? And then once I create this, I'm going to give it again a red color, primary color here. Of course, it's not going to look good. So I'm going to give some transparency to it. I'll go to the appearance here, make it maybe 30%. So it'll become light pink if you see. So I'm going to just generally I hide the grid by the shortcut just to see how it looks. And maybe I want to make it a little bit more light. I'm going to make it 15% here and make the edges rounded. So I'm going to make the edges rounded by going here, typing 8. Now I could have used the on-screen control, but because I wanted very, very specific value of 8, so I'm typing the value here of 8 into it. So we're doing that here, right? So actually you can do that here also, but yeah, I just like to do it from there, right? So I can just basically put that value here. Then I can simply put a text here. Okay, this is too big. To make the font size maybe 14, make it regular, and say search anything. For example, I'm keeping it here. And what I will do is, by the way, I will make its color to be gray. So I'll go over here and make it a gray color. So it's not very highlighted. You can see it's kind of subtle. And just change the font size to be 12 here. And then I can put both the icons. I can put the search icon here, and I can put the camera icon here. Well, let me talk about one thing. We'll talk about a lot of fundamentals of designing and all at a later stage, to be frank. There are a lot of things I'm doing wrong, to be frank, right? But we'll talk about those things later. I'll select both of them here, change their color to be gray. So you can see I'm not creating 100% replica of what you see there, but similar to that I'm creating over here in that, right? I'll just put those dots also, so it looks nice. You see the dots, see this is what you have there, it's what you have here in this. And this is can be a group, remember, this can be a group. So I can select everything here now, like this. You can click and drag to select everything over here like this and group it. Generally, I don't group in Figma, to be frank, I create frames. So you can use Control G to group it, but what I do is I right click on it and say frame selection. So you can still group it also. I will tell you what is the difference between group and frame later, but I'm going to currently make a frame selection. So say frame selection. So they are kind of one group. So if you go to the layers panel now, you will see they're all coming in frame one. Everything what I've created added here is coming in frame one. And I can name this as search bar, just for my reference. I can name that frame as search bar here. And how do you know it's a frame? So you can see you have a frame icon here. So you can always have a frame inside a frame basically here if you want to use it. And that's why I was using hero icons, to be frank. That's the reason I was using hero icons. And I will, in short, if you can understand, what I'm trying to say here, and maybe most of the people will not be able to relate to what I'm going to talk about. Just going to tell you that why it is like that. It's about visual weight. Remember, it's about a visual weight. So when you have something in outline, it has a less visual weight. That's why the size is bigger. And something when it has filled to it inside of it, then the visual weight becomes different for it. That's why the size is smaller. In short, to answer your question here. So people also call it as, there's something called as optical alignment and visual weight. we cover this fundamental in terms of going ahead in UI. What is visual weight and what is optical alignment? So one is mathematical alignment and one you have is the optical alignment there. That's why by default in hero icons, the size differs between them. And second thing which you mentioned about the auto layouting part, yes, there could be a problem in the auto layouting, but there is a way to overcome that challenge. I will talk about that also later on. Know how you can do that basically. When we actually go into the Figma more into deep in course number 3, basically, model number 3, I would say. Then we'll talk about that here. But in short, the answer to your question is that it's about visual weight. That's why hero icons have designed that, and that's why they are one of my favorites because they have designed that way. So I don't have to worry about the sizing and all. Okay, so I've taken this. Now it says suggested for you. You can see all. This is like normal text. I'm going to put it here. So I will go here, put the text here. I say suggested for you. I know it's a very bold font. You can see here. It's a little bit bigger in size to be there. Something similar to this. Now what I've taken now, you can see. I'm going to put this here. I can take the text here. I will say see, sorry, see all. Make this, I think I will make this regular. Font size to be smaller, maybe 12. Change its color to be red, like that. Okay, and that. Something similar to that, basically. You can see that, right? I select both of them here. If you want to align them, you can see it's coming a little bit down. So I can basically align their centers over here using the side. They're kind of coming in straight line. You can see that. So this one is kind of a hard alignment or mathematical alignment, which I'm doing right now in this, to be frank. But that's okay. Yeah. Right. Now the main part comes, you can see the same, I can use it at the bottom also, the text into it to be taken. But the main part now comes is designing this box. I'm going to show you one great thing. I'm going to talk about a new feature of Figma here, which probably we can use here to kind of, quickly do this. Yeah. But one card we will design. So you have to design only one card, remember. Then you can replicate the cards here. We'll just focus on designing one card here. So what I'll do, take a rectangle tool, you can drag. So if you look at it here, basically, so it depends how many columns you want to span through. So over here, currently I'm spanning through 3 columns, basically. 3 columns here. I'm going to give it a height here. So whatever height you need, you can basically take that. But depends, what you're designing for. There could be a lot of factors, to be frank. Like I said, we'll focus upon that a little bit later once we go ahead. I'm going to keep this, I think, 130. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, 130 looks decent to me. Then selecting this, I will give a same radius of 8 to it. So it's rounded there, as you can see, right? And this, then it will have some image you can see here. So let's put some random image here. So what we'll do is select this rectangle which I created. I'm selecting the rectangle which I've created. And you can go to again this action icon. Again, you can look for a plugin. Now I can also create, Figma also has an option to generate image with the AI. You can do that if you want, right? Or you can use a plugin to add an image. I will be using the plugin to add an image here right now. So generally I use pixels. You can use any one of them. You can use Unsplash, you can use Pixabay, whatever you like. So you have a plugin for Pixabay here, you have a plugin for Unsplash, you have different plugins basically for images. Totally depends what your preferences. But I like Pexels here by default. So you have Pexels, you see, and I have a plugin Pexels. I click here to add the images, and I will go over here and look for a image. Let's say girl on a chair. I don't know if I'm using the right word, but I'm just looking for a similar image which I have there, to be frank. I think I like this one. Let's look like more fashionable. Selecting this rectangle, I will just click once on this picture. Just once. And you can see it will automatically fill there. It will just basically be added there into the cart over here. And if you want to adjust the image, you can do so. I will again not go into it. You can adjust the image and all. If we get time today, I will talk about that. The image is simply coming there. Then if you notice one thing, I need to write some text. So I want to make this a little bit darker and all. Now that can be done. So generally I name this as image, like this. Well, this is an image. Now there are two ways I can do this, to be frank. Either I can add a gradient over here only, which you see, if you look nicely, see this part is a little bit darker. So we can still see the text there. If we are overlapping the text onto that image basically. So we need to have a little bit of gradient over here, which you see. So I can add the gradient on the same layer also, or I can add the gradient on a separate layer. I will add a different one here right now. So what I will do is take a copy of this image, Control D to take a copy of it on top of it. I will name this as overlay. Overlay. I will remove the image from here. You can see there's a minus option, remove it. And then this color, I will go over here and change it to gradient. I click on this gradient option. This is solid color, this is gradient. So going to the gradient, we already have black color, or you can just make it more black by clicking on this top there. And the other color which you see here, I'm going to make it transparent by making the 0% here. So you can see it's kind of fading if you see here. I'm going to keep this fadeness a little bit down. I'm going to also make this color, sorry, I forgot to make this black. I'm going to keep both the colors black. You can now see there's a little bit of darkness coming here. I'm keeping it almost 50%, 40 to 50% here. Let's keep it at 50. This part is darker here, which is the overlay I've created now here. Then what I will do is I will add the size option here, which is what you have, L, M, whatever the size is. I click here, make it as M, sorry, capital M over here like this. Then I have the price, you can see INR 999, for example. I'm keeping that. You can see that. I think the text size looks a little bit bigger to me, so I'm going to keep it as 10 over here. And that, as you can see, this basically is how it looks there. And then I have a heart icon, which we already have now. So what I do, go to the assets, take the heart icon, put it over here like this, and change it to outline. Change it to outline. Then I can change its color here to be gray. Well, that looks too gray. Let's keep it white. Actually, sorry. Let's keep it white. Let's keep it white. And this is too big if you see. So I'm going to select this. Now how to rescale it, remember. If you want to change the size of this icon, then don't do with the move icon. Don't do with this icon. You can of course scale it like this, you can see, but it's not a good way to do it. There's a scale tool Figma has. So if you go to the drop down here, always use the scale tool. Generally, you should use the scale tool. So go to the scale tool. You can also use the shortcut K. And I'm going to make it less. I'm going to make it see 1x. I'm going to make it 0.5. Make it 50% of that size. It just makes it 50% of that size here, which I wanted basically. So I'm going to keep it over here somewhere randomly, right? So you can see one of our cart is ready. One of our cart is ready, and it also has a drop shadow by the way. If you look at it, so what I will do, I will go to the file here. You can see I have the like icon. Name it as like icon. This is your price. So I'm going to name it as price basically, and this is the size. This is the size we have. Okay. Now what we'll do is selecting the image. I will add a effect drop shadow. Adding a drop shadow into it. Again, not changing anything in the drop shadow, just adding a drop shadow over here to the image. So everything is done. I select everything over here now, like icon, price, size, overlay, and image. So whatever I have edited to this. And create what? A frame. So I'll right click and add a frame selection. We'll make it a frame here and name it as card. I can say product card. Product card over here. I'm making it as product card over here. Okay. And I will convert this into a component. I will convert this into a component over here. Component here. Now it's a main component. So like I said, I like to keep the main component over here. I always like to keep my main components over here. So what I will do now, imagine, I will basically create this grid now. After this grid, now it's very easy in Figma to be frank with the recent update, or it was previously also easy, but yeah, of course, now they have made it a little bit more user friendly, I would say. So I will add a frame, remember here, add a frame. I will click and drag to create a frame like this, which will go beyond till the edge. I'll go beyond it because I want to show like a scrollable frame like this. So I'm adding a frame like this here. And in this frame, what I will do is I will add a auto layout grid. So what I will do, I go to the layout, see here, there's an icon here now. So if I go to the auto layout option here, in it, I will say I want a grid format. I need a grid. So I go to the grid here and I can say how much grid I need. It says 2 by 2 right now. So I'll click here. I need 3 by 3. 3 by 2, sorry, 3 by 2 you can see here because I have 2 rows and 3 columns basically. So I've taken that grid here into it uh, to be edited over here, I would say, as of now. Then I need to change this gapping. You can see gapping is not right over here right now between the grid. So I'll say the gapping between the grid has to be 16 because that's what I've taken, 16 here. And in between also I'll keep it 16. I might make this a little bit more bigger, to be frank, like this, to be edited as a height over here as an option. So we have a width and we have the height. Then what you can do is you can just take the component. Let's say if I go to the assets here, I can simply click and drag to one of the grids here. Okay, I'm just actually hovering over that now. So it goes inside that grid. And you can see it's a little bit bigger. It's a little bit bigger than, what the grid can fit here because of the size here into that gridding here. So what I can do is I can either make this smaller or I can make my grid bigger, to be frank. So I will basically go to my frame and I will have to stretch this more. So basically it matches with that grid line. You can see there and just make this more. It matches with this here, like that, into it. Right now you can see basically it's fitting there into it. Now what you can do is like this, and I'm just pressing Control D. Take copies of it. It automatically move into the grid. It's automatically moving. So pressing Control D, Control D, Control D, just duplicates it. And the great part now in Figma is you can see it automatically giving me a suggestion, replace content. So I simply click on this replace content. It uses AI and it will replace all my content randomly here. So you can see it has changed the size to, of course, it has made it, of course, AI is not so great. If you see, like it has given this PQA because it was not able to understand this is a size, but you can see the pricing has automatically changed. Pricing has automatically changed over here. So I double click here. By the way, I can just change it manually. I can name this as it's a large. This one as Excel, for example. Change this to medium again. I might change this to large again. I might change it to triple Excel, for example, like this. And if you want to change the images, you can also change the images now over here. So there's also an AI part to kind of change the images, but I can simply select the image here, go to the icon into it. Oops, sorry. You can basically, what you can do is, just to let you know, find more like images, basically. There's a AI option. You can click over here to find similar photos, right? That you might want to use. Currently it's in beta, so it's not 100% perfect, to be frank. You can see that uh, into this layers. What's giving a suggestion for me images based on what I have selected. Was trying to give you some suggestions, basically. Not too great, I would say, but yeah, it's giving you some few suggestions. Not to be great, to be frank. So what I'll do is I'll go back and I will go for a plugin this time again, pixels. Right. I'm just going to look for, fashion keyword. So I can just replace them, all of them quickly here. Let's say I'll just take one, that picture there. I'll go to the other product image here. I will click here, just putting random pictures over there right now. I'll go to the image here. And that, or drop down image there. Let's take some Indian fashion now. Oh, sorry. Indian fashion now. Right. So I'm going to just add some images from here. Let's say, I'm going to drop down over here. and you can just add it again. So now you can see the images have changed, and we have that section now ready over here in this. And just to show you what is the benefit of using a component. Now you might be wondering till now, why those who are new especially, what is the use of this component? If you make any changes over here, they will reflect here. For example, just to show you as an example here, let's say I want to keep this pricing and this one over here, for example, right? So I can go to the main component, double click here, select both of them together and put it over here, put this here, and I can put this here, for example, right? I'm just putting it there. Now you would see that in all of them that has changed. That's the benefit of using the parent component. You saw that. That's one of the benefits of using the component, the parent component you have here in the Figma. I'm going to just undo that change over here, which I did. So whatever color whatever you changes you will do, they will reflect to the child automatically here. Then I can just take a copy of this one, right? I can just name this as what? Uh, sellers to watch, sellers to watch, for example. And that then I'll take the same text actually, copy it here. I know it's in gray color there, says Nisha. Okay, the shops you should know about, for example. I will make this as gray in color. Into it. Then you have some top sellers and shop for men and all basically here into it. So I go to a rectangle. Again, the principle is going to be the same, remember? So I'm now spanning it through multiple columns. If you see 5 columns, I'm spanning it through. I will keep this as 8. Just add one picture for the pixels. Portrait, let's go to some portraits here. I don't know what we have. Okay. I'm just looking for something similar if I can get. Let's add that, for example, this time. And you can see her face is getting cut out. If you want to adjust this, by the way, I'll go to the image here, go to the fill, this says, go to drop down and say crop. So when you click on crop, you can actually adjust it. What part you want to show. So I want to show this part here, right? Then again, it has the same gradient overlay to it. So I'll add another copy of it, Control D, remove it, add a gradient of black, black, make it 50%, make it 0, and make this bottom also, let's say, some point of 80%. Yes. And then I can write the text. Top sellers. I want to make this bold. Make this 12. And do it. Select both of them. I'll combine them as a component. So say create a component. So anything which you can, going to use again and again, you might convert to component. Sorry, I forgot to do one thing. Overlay. Select all the 3 layers. Right click, frame selection, and then convert to component. Create component. Let's put it here. I'll take a copy from here, put it here. And then just take another copy. This is not coming inside the frame. So it should get automatically cut out because not that means not a part of that frame. Set the frame and then paste it here. So it becomes part of the frame. Yeah. And I'll just change the image here. So go to the drop down again, take the rectangle, change this image again. Just looking for men images. Let's I take that over there, right? And if you see here, show men. I should keep these caps. So you can see we have now top sellers, and then we have this category. Now remember in mobile page when you're designing, right? So for example, I just keep this up a little bit here. There's like one section I have. Just keep this a little bit more up because I need a little bit more space. And this is fresh from today. Um, um, okay, then take this. And I will say new items you love updated daily, right? Just keeping the text, you can see I'm not showing the scroll and all. So let's say we have nothing there and we'll not talk about it. We'll just keep it that. So that's, which means basically you have something there. What right now, we don't know, but we will have something there. Then we have the bottom bar. So what we do, we take a rectangle, click and drag it like this, give it white. Sorry, I will change the color to white. Take the effect of drop shadow. Now this time I want the drop shadow to be up. So I'm going to go to this y-axis, make it -4. So it comes on the top side, not at the bottom. So I'm saying -1. That's the only change I'm doing here. That's the only change I'm doing. Right? Then I can just put all the icons here. I go to the assets, component. See, I have the home icon, which is the active icon right now. I'm going to keep. Then I will have the cart icon also is there. I'll go to drop down, change it to outline. I will go to the man icon here. Then I have the what icon I have search and chat. Okay. So the chat icon coming in here. Then I have the cart icon here, which is again outline here. Right. So selecting all of them like this, I will actually create an auto layout. Create an auto layout so they are properly aligned and kind of distributed among them right now. I would say this is not perfect right now, right? But we'll talk about that later, how to make them perfect and all. But I can just simply take this till here, take this till here, do it, and I'm going to keep this center line. So just make sure this is center line here. So it's now aligned here. You have a bottom basically option here. Oh, I think I have the card icon multiple times. Let me just change this to search icon then. Search icon there right now. Then we need the bar. So you don't have to design this, remember. So what you can do is in Figma assets, if all of you will go to Figma assets here, you can go back here and you can add more libraries. So it gives you the access to Apple official kit and also for Android, depending on what you're designing. So if I go to add more libraries, you can simply go to the UI kits. You can go to the UI kit and you see you have Apple, you have Android, and you have the Figma design system for websites. So go to the Apple here. I will click over here and say add to file. Once I add to file, it will be added over here. Simple. So you have a built-in UI kit for Apple. And I can go here. I can look for the status bar. See here the status bar, which is the top bar. Just click and drag it over here. Put it over here like this. Give me a second. Let's align it properly. And you can see the bottom bar. And I need the home bar. So I go to home. So like this, you don't have to design because not everything you have to design. You can see I have a home indicator. I can just put the home indicator here. And I need for iPhone portrait. It's already iPhone portrait. I just make the size proper to do it and put this up. Now some of the sizes are not perfect for me here, but that's okay. I'll just put this a little bit more up actually. So, the home icon have a little bit more space. Done. And you can see my design is now complete here. And just to show you, basically, if you want to do some basic functionality here, let's say I want to make this heart icon clickable here. So what I can do, because I have a component variant here, so I can do micro interactions here. How? I can go to the prototype, select the heart icon, this one, sorry. I say if I click on this, then it will go to this. I say on tap, change to heart icon with smart animate. So let's dissolve basically. And if I click again on it, then go back to this one. Go back to this. Simple. So what I just did, I just connected, remember, from here to here and from here to here. That's it. Now, if I go to preview, if you select this home icon and if you click on the preview here, preview, then you will be able to preview this. You see. Okay. Second time to load basically. First time will take some time to kind of load the cache and all. You see now it's loading. And there you go. So you have your design, which is visible in the mobile layout. And you can see if I click on that heart icon, I can make it on and off. Can you see that? It got on and off. So I have a micro interaction here. This one is micro interaction over here into it, which you can add, as you can see, right? For example, I can also make this scrollable. This is overflowing, but it's an auto layout. So I'll go to the prototype here. If the overflow scrolling, I will say horizontal. That's it. Now, if I go to preview, it'll also have that scroll feature to it by default. So see, currently it's going to scroll both of them, just not one, remember. See, not doing it properly, which is okay. I'll tell you why that is happening, but it does have that complete scrollable here. It's currently, you can also make one line scrollable if you want. We'll talk about that later, how you can make that by dividing into two frames here. The effect process show. So what I did basically, see this heart icon you have, go to the prototype option, right? Select this outline heart. They have to be, remember, a single component with variant. So they are variant here, remember. They are not two different components. They have to be a single component with two variants. One is the heart filled and one heart not. First thing. Then you just go to this plus icon, click and drag it to this heart. Or no, you might drag it up and down wherever that is located for you, to be frank. But I just like, for example, I will click and drag it over here, which I've already done it actually. Let me just remove that. So I can show you again. So I click here, I drag it up like this. I say on tap, change to heart, means that's my name is, and say smart animate. You can change it to smart animate here into it. And then you can go here, click and drag it here, right? And change it to this one. Simple. Over here. Yeah, it's kind of a node connection, you can say, basically. Or people call it as a flow collection. You can call it anything you like, basically, Frank. Over there. And your design is now ready. So this is what all of you need to submit actually. So this is what we are asking you to create. Now you may not get exactly the same thing which I have done, to be frank. You can just create it for anything, but this is what we are asking you for this assignment, right? Like to be very clear, this is what we are asking for this assignment in this, that you design one screen. So you get used to, little bit of Figma here. So you do that little bit of practice. And it is not necessary that you create components, remember. This is an option you had, so I just showed you kind of basics of component and all. We will deep dive into it later. I will deep dive into that later. In components, a lot of things you can do in components basically. For example, currently if you see, if I go here and if I go to design, where is it? 0 and 1, for example. Now if you see here in this icons, see in others you have a drop down right now. But if I go to this icon, I will have a, okay, sorry. What did I do? Oops, I did one mistake there. False. My mistake. I did not do on and off. Yeah. So now if I go here, you can see it becomes a toggle button. You can toggle it easily on and off. So there are a lot of hidden features. Remember in Figma you have how you can give, properties, etc., etc. There are a lot of things you have. And if you deep dive into the component itself, that's again you're going to do at a later stage, remember. And whatever I did probably here, that same thing will repeat in the UI sessions here going ahead. But the reason in the first course itself, the first module, we are talking about Figma is that you start using it. All of you should start learning it. That's the main motive here, remember, to kind of introduce Figma in this first module. That you people start playing with it, start using this basically here in Figma. Learn about different features, how it works and all. So by the time you reach that module, you can better understand what I am saying and what I am doing, and you can focus more on the techniques instead of learning the basics of Figma, right? So I'm again repeating, please start learning Figma a bit yourself, play with the software and get to learn it a bit more. Can you repeat the auto layout? That's okay. So basically, see what I did was I can also unclick. I did the auto layout here actually. So remove auto layout. It's just select. Okay. I will have to also on this. I selected all these icons one by one, right? And you can click on this icon for auto layout. This icon you can click, or you can also right click, say add auto layout, right? Add auto layout. Then you can basically make it center aligned because I want to make all of them center aligned in the icons here. That's it. That's what I did in the auto layout over here. For the image panel, I use the grid. I have not used the auto layout here. I've used the grid here, remember, into it. So what I did is I quickly repeat that. So let's say you have this frame. I will go to F to add another frame here like this. Once I add that frame, you will have the layout option here. Then you can go to the drop down of this one, add auto layout. You click on it. Then you change it to grid option, grid beta. It's in beta, remember, grid beta. And then you can click and drag it here, kind of create a table. So I need 3 column, 2 rows. Done. And then you can change the spacing and everything from here. So I kept it 16, 16 here. And do it. How to maintain perfect spacing between each layer. We'll talk about that later, Bhumika. That is you can do with auto layouts, and there are some features you have in Figma. We'll talk about that later, basically. If you use proper auto layouts and everything, it will automatically maintain perfect spacing between each layer. For example, here you can see it's a perfect spacing between each layer. It's a perfect spacing here. This has also been contributed by the help of grid. See how I'm following the grid here. So that's why generally I work with grids basically here, because grid helps you have that constant spacing between the elements and also help you in alignment and all. There are a few things wrong here to be frank, which I'll talk about later. A lot of things I've done just quickly to kind of, talk about how you can do a basic design in Figma here into it. A lot of core features and a lot of core things I'll talk about at later stage here. And also I will explain you why we are doing that in a particular way. So what is the design principle of taking in this way and why not taking in the other way? So we'll talk about that later, basically. So one thing you have to learn, all of you, by this design which I've created, or if you look at any professional app, you don't have need too many colors, first of all. Some of you just, I don't know, some people are so much obsessed with the making the background, which you see right here, to be, I tell you what people do. People just make it like having a weird, some people might do like this, to be frank. And it might sound funny to you, but a lot of you do this basically. Not see, you don't have to fill everything. Remember that. It's a very basic design which I'm talking about here. Do not do all this basically. If it is in a very thoughtful way, then it's nice. But just decorating the background for sake of filling the space and all is not a good thing into it. Just remember that. So do not use this weird gradients in the background, or do not keep the background black. A lot of you don't know how to design with black. Designing with black needs a different lot of color theory and all to be applied. White, it's very easy to design with a white background. But black background, it takes a little bit time to understand, how the colors will work with it, because black gets a very high contrast. So see, you have to understand the Figma flow. Currently, we're talking about Figma flow. So as a designer, I have designed it, right? I have designed it. Now, when it goes to developer, so how it benefits developer? See, basically, if you select any frame, first of all, you can click on preview here to see the preview of it. It's interactive. You can also click on the things, you can scroll and all, you can do some basic stuff. So you can get more valuable feedback from your client and from your users. Second thing is it can help your developers. So if you select the frame and if you go to the dev mode, so this is the icon for dev mode, development mode. So if you click on this dev mode icon, okay, so it was taking some time to kind of click on it. The dev mode. So the developer will have an option now. See, so if I click on something here, let's say if I want to create as a developer, I want to create this search bar. I just click on it, right? I get that CSS code over here, which I can use in my code. I can use CSS code, or I can basically also get the iOS code, or I can get the Android code over here. So that's how it basically helps the developer. Plus, developers know, okay, what is the size of that button is or the bar is, what color are you using, right? Over here. And for example, if I go here to cart, the developer himself or herself can basically now download the image without asking you. They can download the image basically in whatever format they need. They can download the icon if they need it. They can look at the layout. They can look at the colors you are using. So it gives you everything here. Remember. So it is also a platform which developers can use basically to basically have it, right? So they get that sizing, they get that they don't like you don't have to tell them everything now. Anybody, I don't know if you worked with Photoshop and all, you have to give the all the components separately to the developer in the past. That doesn't happen now with this workflow. So you give them the access of the file, they go to dev mode, they can download it, they can see what is the size of it, anything they can see. Plus in the component, if it's a component, they also have an option of, let me show that. Where is it gone? Sorry. Uh, yeah, so it's coming here. I go here, so it's coming here. Compare with main component. If I click here, I go to the component playback. I can see what are the elements in the component I have. I can see the breakdown of the component very clearly as a developer and what it's using as a code. And what are the changes in that sub component you have here. So it's basically a platform which is useful for a developer also, to be frank, just not for design. So basically you can design, you can publish for getting a feedback from the client and all, and from your users, and you can also send the same file to the developers. It's a kind of a one-in solution Figma is offering you here, which is different from what other softwares were doing in the past before Figma came in and all. But it's possible to download a preview into no, that is not possible by default, Disha, right? So basically you can do a screen recording, but Figma currently does not have an option to record a video, means record your prototype. That's one of the requested features by Figma. Adobe XD had this option, but unfortunately Figma does not have it. But they are like, I think it's easy because you can just do a screen recording. I think every software has a screen recording now to it. So you can do that, right? Not a big deal to be frank. How to get that time in this one? So you go to the assets here. Remember, you go to the assets. You click on add more libraries. You click on add more libraries over here. Go to the UI kit. Go to the UI kit, and then you take the iOS or iPad OS over here, right? You can go here. You can simply say add to your library. Then you will click over here. Then you can search by name. For example, home indicator. You can search by status. This is the status bar. One thing before we just go for a break here, right? By the way, once your design is complete, you want to share with anybody, you click on this share button here. And the first time in that team, if you click on the share button, it will automatically open Figma Draw also for you. It will give you access to Figma Draw, by the way. I don't know why they are doing this. You can see in my one, I already have it. Because in the project, I enabled it by sharing it. If you click on share, then you will say it may ask you to unlock this feature. So it will get unlocked there, right? Now, what you will have is you can copy this link, and currently anyone can view, remember, anyone can view it. I can copy the link and anyone can view right now. They will not be able to edit it, but they can view it. So once you share the link with anybody, they will be able to view that file over there, and they can have access to that file here, basically. Or you can just share a prototype link also with them now in Figma. So basically what you can do for this assignment is you can just select this, whatever frame you have created, just like that, and see we can export it. There's an option of export. So you can click on plus to export it. You click on the plus to export it and click on export home, right? I'll basically save it, let's say in my downloads. You're just simply exporting one image, you can see that, right? So you will get an image output like this. Let me show you. So this is how the image output you can get, right? You'll get this image output. Yeah. which you can use to upload it basically. So what we'll do next is, so let me just open the LMS for all of you. Give me a second. I'm just going to log in there to the LMS. And now just to tell you basically over here, see, currently you are on this course, right? So this is the course assignment you will do. Before I go to that and talk about the assignment summation, just to let you know everyone that in this one, UX research and applying the research to design, this is where we're going to majorly use Figma Gem, right? Figma Gem or FigJam, people call it as FigJam or Figma Gem, right? Then in course 3, we will talk about, you can see it's about visual designing, wireframing, prototyping, micro interactions, interactive design. This is where we'll talk about wireframing tools like Blastmake and all. We'll talk about the prototyping in Figma in more detail. We'll talk about designing in Figma in more detail. So in this course, you're going to learn more about Figma step by step and more detail. We have more detailed sessions on that. Okay, into it. Then yeah, so I'll talk about other ones here. And if you scroll down, probably, so if you go to the elective course, because some of you I think asked for me, if you go to the elective courses, and somebody was talking about, do we have more content by simply learn about it. So what you can do is you can go to, sorry, I think it should be there. Give me a second. So there's some elective courses you can see basically. If you go to the user interface and visual design, I don't think if that has it. I'm just checking it. Mm. So yeah, so you have some basically assisted practice over here. So you have Figma lesson here. So you can try learning a little bit about that over here. So okay, this will be covered in your live sessions basically going ahead, right? So you actually don't have any kind of recorded sessions now in Figma, but there's some elective. For example, if you want to learn about building an HTML website and all, go to elective and you can go to the HTML5 building website with CSS and HTML5. I think which I told you before also here in this. Now, when you go to mandatory course, if you go to the first course, this is for all of you now. If you go to the course number 1, you can click on the continue learning or whatever it says for you. Click on there, and this is where you have to submit your assignment. So if you go there, you will have there are two assignments. You have one, this is the MCQ to be submitted. Like the MCQ is like optional. If I'm not wrong, maybe Monica can correct me that. So it's kind of optional, but kind of just reinforces your learning about the MCQs kind of questions you can get into it. But this assignment is compulsory. She said design a fashion app UI single page. Single page. So you can ignore the word prototype there because in a single page you can't really have a prototype there, to be frank. So you can just ignore that, but you will have this option. Okay. Okay, my Excel is showing expired here. Oh, okay, let me check if I have in some other one. Give me a second. Monica, can you look into that, please? And if you can reset it for me, that would be great. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it's in content. Okay, no problems. So what I will do is somehow it's showing me showing me expired here. Maybe the team needs to renew the background. But just to let you know, this is the screen. I think one of your learners have shared this. Anjali have shared this with me during the session. So what you have to do is you will get the screen. So when you click on this one tab, you will get an option to submit over here. You'll get an option to submit. When you click on submit, you will get the screen here. It will ask you for write up, it will ask you for a screenshot, it will ask you for source code and link. Okay. So what you have to do here is the image which you have designed or the UI which you have designed here, you will put that same UI in all the three because they're compulsory, remember. So there is no write up for our course. So remember, this is a standard template of Simplilearn for all the courses. For example, if you're doing a marketing course, then you will might have to write a write up there. So what you have to do is you have to put the same screenshot in all the three, in all the three. In write up also, screenshot also, and source code also. You can upload the same screenshot in all the three. Then make sure you put your Figma link over here. Make sure you put your Figma link over here. So what you can do, so let's say for example, I have this file of my, you click on share, you can click on share, you can say anyone can view should be there. Remember, it should be set to anyone can view. Sometime it says request access, only invited people. So it should be only anyone can view should be set. Remember, it should be set to anyone can view. Copy this link and paste that link over here. Kindly paste that link over here and then submit it. That's it, right? That's it what you have to do. So you click on, like one of you have already shared one more screenshot to me. Thank you for doing that. So you click on the submit button, right? You get this screen pop up there. Upload the screenshot here. The same screenshot you can upload there. Nothing have to be different. And over here, put the Figma link. But when you're putting the Figma link, remember that I'm again repeating, it should be set to anyone can view. Change the setting. If it is set to like this, if you set this to this, for example, only invited, change this option to anyone can view. Anyone can view, and then save it, right? And then copy paste that link basically for that, right? Okay. So how can you create a Figma gem file or the Fig gem, basically people call it. So if you go to the create option, if you go to the drop down here, see you have an option of creating a Fig gem, Fig gem. So Fig gem is a whiteboarding software. Like I said, slide is for PowerPoint. Buzz is for designing. If you want to make a poster for social media and all, now you can use Buzz. So it's very similar to, Canva. I don't know if you've used Canva. If somebody has used Adobe Express, it's very similar to that. This is what Buzz does. So actually Figma is bringing everything into one platform, to be frank, for designers. But let's go to the Figma gem here, the Fig jam, which we call it. So if you click on the Fig jam here, right, you'll get a new file. Like you create a Figma file, it's a new Fig jam file for you. Now you can name this anything you want. For example, let's say I'm doing some user research. So name it as user research. For example, I'm naming user research. I'll not go deep into it. Well, anyways, in the upcoming course, we'll talk a little bit more about it. But this is a collaboration software. It's a whiteboarding software, I would say, basically over here into it. So what happens over here is that you can do some basic. It's not for designing. Remember, first of all, this software is not for designing at all. This software is about creating for the brainstorming activities for research and all. So you're not coming here to design something. You may create like flow, you know, device and etc. over here to be done, but not exactly the, I would say, designing part over here. Right. So it has some basic tools you can see. There's a marker. You can basically put a marker to draw something. Let's say you want to show, okay, I'm going to create a page like this, right? It will have some option here. It will have an image here. So don't go by my drawing, to be frank, but I'm just showing you that you can kind of create basic concepts here for sketching and to show with others. So this is more kind of collaborative. And I will have something here probably. I will have some lines in between. So I'm just doing like this basically over top, right? Just to show you that you can kind of create a basic wireframe in a digital board over here like this. Over here, let's say I will have a logo here, so I'll put a circle there. So I have like a basic stuff done over here into it. So I'll not say wireframing exactly, but yeah, kind of a rough wireframing. You can kind of doing kind of brainstorming activity over here for this. In the marker, then you have a highlighter. Maybe you can highlight something like this to show it. Then there's some fun activity like you have a tape, right? So people generally use tape for some maybe boundary like this, just to make it decorative, to be frank. That's what people use it for, kind of showing patterns and all over here. Then you have an eraser to erase something. If you want to erase something, you can do so. You just click on it and just erase. Let's say I want to erase this, I can erase this if I want here. So you have that option. You have sticky notes. You want to put your idea here like this. Like for example, this screen will have images of the products, etc., etc. You might put there, right? So you can add sticky notes here, and the sticky notes colors can be changed from here. You can change their color. You can change their text and size and all if you want that. So you can take just sticky notes as many as you want. Take these sticky notes over like this. And you can then type something there in sticky notes. Then for example, you can get a flows here. You can go here, you can take any basic shape. Then I can take an arrow, say for example, as I'm asking you, is user logged in? Though I should have a different a login, right? I say here, I say in between, I can click here, say no, right? Ask to log in, ask to log in, right? Like this we have. So you can do that basically if you like over here. And it simple. And okay, connect, right? To do it. And you can also change the shape either. You can just take this to shape. You can change from here. Let's say you want to take a different shape. You can take that. And these shapes actually have a meaning to them. We'll talk about them later, that why they are different shape, and some of these shapes actually have a meaning over here in it, right? Then, for example, you can do for mind mapping. You click here, ask a question. Like for example, you're doing market. What should we? So sorry. How should we market it? Right? Maybe let's say social media, TV ads, and I can say, for example, app ads, for example. Then in between, for example, I can go over here and add more branch. Let's say in social media, Insta, FB. So kind of create a map, basically, kind of creating a brain map to basically imagine, how you will do the activities and all here, and how they will be linked to this kind of a brain mapping activity you can do over here into it. And you have a lot more shapes over here if you want to basically use. You can see there are a lot many shapes you have, and some icons also you can add in between depending on what kind of a brain mapping and flow you want to create over here. So this is what it is used for. Then you can also write your text separately. So let's say flow for marketing. It's a very simple software. Remember, it's not about designing. It is a simple software just for doing different stuff. It's a kind of a blank canvas where you can do different things here. Then you can go here. Sections are not important, but you can kind of group things. Section is just for grouping the things. Let's say this is for marketing. So this is just for grouping here. You can also create tables here, by the way, which is not available in Figma, to be frank. You can create tables here. Maybe for comparing something and all, you can get a table here if you want. Then you can do some fun activity with your team with these stickers. So generally this is used for voting and all. For example, oh, I love this idea, right? So I can just put my icon there. So while I'm basically this, when I'm doing a team meeting, I can say, oh, I like it, right? So I can kind of give my feedback, or I can give a permanent feedback. So I can go here and say, oh, I like it. I can add my vote like this or a stamp like this over here. This is done when you're working in a team or when you're collaborating with a team, then people can vote and all. There is also an option of voting. We'll talk about that later. Once we actually go practically, I will give you the access of this file, then you can all vote. Basically, we'll talk about the voting feature here. Then you can use AI for generating something. Let's say you want to make an image, you can do that. You can want to rewrite something, you can do that. For example, let's say make an image for something, then I can basically do that. For example, let's take a product photo. I have nothing to coming in my mind right to be frank. I'm just taking a template here and going to create a photo. So you can just use AI to create these photos and all basically images. By the way, this is available in Figma also. You can do this in Figma also. So you have certain AI features. It can also create templates based on what you want to tell it. I'll just show you in a second. Let it create. Right. So you can see there's an image there. Then, for example, I can go here. I can also make templates, make mind map ideas. So I can go here. I say make a map idea. For example, I have this. I know it's not create anything, but just to show you basically, it might do something, to be frank. Yeah, see, it does that. Influencer corporation, email marketing. So it just expands on that basically. And I can say, okay, how I will do email marketing. So I can just say, uh, go again here and say new map ideas and create further of it. So it can automatically see mind mapping ideas for you. So AI is very powerful here, right, in certain things to do. And you can see how the AI is working here. And that, if you look at it, I can just keep this probably on the top, as you can see. So you have those AI features basically here, and then you have a lot of templates. So if you click over here in this icon, if you click here, it will give you access to templates. You can see here. So let's say when in the research model, in the next course, we'll talk about user personas. You can take it from here. What about empathy map? Let's see if it's coming. I can search all the on top empathy. So the empathy map is coming for you here. For example, you're doing a SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis. You have SWOT analysis here. The decision matrix. So you have all those templates basically given to you, and you can basically use them. So it's very similar to if any one of you have used Miro, Mural kind of softwares, which are very, very popular in the industry for collaboration activity. It's a replica of it, to be frank. Figma Gem is a replica of Miro and Mural combined together. It's just a replica of it. That's nothing else basically. So it's a plain whiteboarding software for collaboration and all. And you can also share with anybody. By the way, there's also an option here to play a music. So while you're working, you can click here and you can just play a ambient music here. So you can hear to a nice ambient music while you're working into it. So it gives you that option here. Listen to that music here. Right? You have some choice also here, by the way. You'll not be able to hear this music, let me tell you. But yeah, you can do that if you want. Give it a second. Right? So that's what Figma Gem has. I'll not go deep into it right now. Again, you can play with this software. It's not a technical software at all. It is more about working in a collaborative environment. This is what it is used for. And then, so for a second, if I go back to the presentation here, so Figma basically gives you collaboration. I talked about this basically right now. So you can basically share your designs with anybody. You can ask for comments and feedback. You can also do a version control. Now there are two types of version control. Version control, one way is that if you have an enterprise license or organization license, then you can get branches into it. Or actually in Figma, if you are using a paid account, you have unlimited history. For example, today is what, 18th May, right? And 2025. If I go to 16th May 2026, I can go back to the day what I've designed today. So it keeps the history there. Unlimited history is there for Figma. I will show you how to access that history. If you're using a free account of Figma, then you have 30 days of history, which is a lot. Over there, I'll just talk about the history. I'll show you basically what history there you have here with that. So you can basically share your file for comments. People can add comments to it. It basically enables collaboration in it. And then I have talked about the Figma gem. So the Fig gem basically can do different activities of collaboration. This is what you will be doing like task flow. Then there's kind of task flows basically here into it in the Figma gem. Now, some of the slides which I want to talk about in your ebook, you're going to find is exploring advanced features of Figma and updates. This is for the previous year actually, right? So previous year Figma added some few features like dev mode, which I already talked about. Now there is a dev mode for developers. You can simply just go to dev mode. This icon have been moved to bottom, which I was showing you. So this is an old screenshot you see in the PPT, but I showed you there's a dev mode where developers can do it here, right? Then Figma also launched last year multi-edit. I will talk about this later, how you can do multi-edit. This is not, I would say, very useful to be, means sometimes it's useful because if I'm doing something like this, I would always create a component. And if you're not creating a component, then you need multi-edit, which does not make sense to me because ideally you should get components. If you're duplicating something multiple times, you should get a component into it. But Figma has created this option of multi-edit there. If the properties are similar, you can basically edit one shape, it will edit all the shapes here. Then last year only Figma introduced a lot of AI features, which is still in beta after even 1 year. So you can create images, you can remove backgrounds, and you can create auto layout, you can create automated AI-based prototypes into it. All these features we'll talk about in the upcoming course 3. Like removing background, you can try yourself. You can also create some content. Content I already showed you, right? Kind of change the pricing and the sizes for you. And you can also get automatic flows basically between these screens. When you have multiple screens, it can automatically get a prototype between them if you need. So Figma AI can do it. So Figma can create images, it can remove background, it can also now upscale. There's a one more new AI feature which was introduced in config, as not config, but before that, I would say, you can upscale images. If you have a lower resolution picture, it will make a high resolution picture out of it. So you can also do that now in Figma. You can rewrite the content. You can also design designs in it, by the way, which I don't want to talk about right now, because I feel that all of us should design ourselves once before trying that AI feature. But in Figma, there is a AI feature to create your own design, complete app design based on just by writing it. You can just write, what kind of an app you need, and it'll get a design for you. So there is a feature in Figma about that as well with the AI option. These are not plugins, remember, these are like we're talking about the built-in features of AI. So the Magician plugin which you see here, it's a plugin you can use, but I think not required because now Figma has a very solid AI feature which is based on they kind of brought this company. Figma brought this company to include it in them. Autoflow also you don't require it now because Figma AI can create that automatically for you, right? So that's it. I think I've given you a little bit overview of Figma and all, but just to show you the multi-edit because I think I forgot to kind of talk about that. The last thing. So let's say if you create a shapes here, I'm going to just create a rectangle like this. Like I said, I'm not a very fan of this feature of Figma, but let's say I create multiple copies. So like I said, if I'm copy pasting so many times one thing, I will get a component. Generally, that's a best practice. But let's say now, if you edit the rounded corners here, others will not change. So what you can do is you can select this here, just like this one here, and you can use the Figma multi-edit feature over here to be here. So what you do, so you select that layer basically here. You go to this option, see rectangle. It says you have this first icon. It says edit matching layers. If you click on it, my bad. So let me take a copy of it here. Uh, like I said, I don't use it. Yeah, now it's doing. So it does across it. Sorry, it does across frames. It does not do in the same one. You can see it does across frames. So now if I go here, if I change it with the edit, select multiple, and if I now change this value, see, be bigger. Let me make this 12, for example. You can see both of them got changed, right? So you can simply go here and say select multiple layers across frames. It happens. It happens across frames, right? My bad. It happens across frames here. Into it, not within the same frame. So if I now select this one, and now if I click on one edit, you can see it's selecting the same copy of it here, the same name across it, and then I can, for example, change its color. Both the colors have changed. Like I said, I'm not a very big fan of this feature. Practically, to be frank, I have never used this feature because I work with components and all, so I have not done it. But yeah, you may do it. Sometime it can be helpful in adjusting layouts if you have a similar screens with the similar layouts in the multi-edit here. And just so all of you know that, like for example, oh, where is that gone? That was my option. Sorry, yeah. So let's say I have an image here. If I select one of the image, and let's say I want to remove this gray background which it has, for example, I don't want to remove it. So I can go to this icon AI actions, and I can simply say remove background. So this coming suggestion here, remove background. I click here, and the background will be removed. It is not perfect, probably what you can achieve in Photoshop and all. And you can see it basically adds a different background there automatically. Just kind of replacing the background, it's not making it transparent there in it. But yeah, there is an option to do that. Sorry, it's making transparent. My mistake. Sorry, it makes transparent. My bad. It makes it transparent because there is an image blur showing that. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, now if you see, it's a transparent background. Made transparent on the white background. Right, so it's not adding. Sorry, it's removing the background there. Sorry. So you can do that with AI now. It's in beta. Remember, maybe what Figma is planning that in the upcoming releases and all, once it is out of beta, they might make this a paid feature. They might make it as a paid feature in the upcoming days. We don't know. Because as you know, AI requires credit. It requires money. It's costing a lot of money to all these companies if you're using this AI for free. Even currently you're using for free. Soon, so probably it could soon be paid features in the upcoming days to do that and create it. Just wanted to kind of let you know about that here in this. Right?
So guys, that brings us to the end of this session on UI UX design and design thinking fundamentals. We started by understanding why UI UX still matters in 2026, the impact of AI on design roles, and the difference between UI, UX, and product design. We also explored the complete UI UX roadmap, important design tools, essential skills, portfolio building, career opportunities, future trends, and the salary expectations. Most importantly, you now have a clear idea of how to move from learning design fundamentals to becoming a job-ready UI UX designer. Remember, becoming a good designer is not just about learning tools. It is about understanding users, solving real problems, and continuously improving your design thinking through practice. So, keep building projects, strengthen your portfolio, and keep experimenting with new design and AI tools. If you found this session helpful, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell so that you never miss an update from our end. If you have any doubts or any queries, let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to help you. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next session.